Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for joining us for the Board of Environmental Safety meeting today. I'm Courtney Bailey, Board Specialist and today's Board Clerk. Today, we are joined by the following Board of Environmental Safety staff persons, both in person and remotely on Zoom. Swati Sharma, Executive Officer, Shayna Avila, Staff Engineer, Sheena Brooks, Operations and Outreach Manager, Lauren Chandler, Ombuds, Greg Forrest, Board Counsel, Linda Ocampo, Senior Staff Engineer, Firdos Permirza, Environmental Program Manager, and Marcus Raymond, Senior Environmental Scientist. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded. Your continued participation is acknowledgement that you are being recorded. Today is November 17th, 2025 at 9:02 a.m. and the meeting is now called to order.
Thank you, Courtney. Please call the roll.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. Member Bhatia? Here. Member Brostrom?
Here.
Member Gomez? Here. Vice Chair Strashacker?
Here.
Chair Rakestraw?
Here.
Great, we have all members present and a quorum is established. Next slide, please. I will now review some logistical items. Today's hybrid meeting is being held both in person and remotely via phone and Zoom. For those joining us on Zoom, please select either English or Spanish as your preferred language option by clicking the interpretation icon located at the bottom of your Zoom toolbar. If you don't see the icon, you may need to update your Zoom application. Next slide, please. If anyone experiences connectivity issues with Zoom, you can call in for either English or Spanish. The phone numbers are provided to you now on the slide, and they will be provided in the Zoom chat as well as posted on our
también colocándolos en nuestra página en línea. Siguiente diapositiva, por favor.
Agenda times may fluctuate to accommodate agenda items. Meeting materials are available on the registration table outside the entrance of the room. They can also be found on our website at bes.dtsc.ca.gov. To protect everyone's virtual space and networks, the Q&A function will serve as our chat feature. It will be used for individuals that are experiencing technical difficulties or unable to make verbal comments. If you wish to have your written Q&A comment read out loud during the public comment session, please begin your comment with "Please read aloud." To ensure that all board members are fully present and focused on today's presentations and discussions, they are not reading or following along in the chat or Q&A. All participants will remain muted until a Zoom host unmutes them once recognized. Only presenters, videos, and screens will be shared. Next slide, please. We are looking forward to hearing the public throughout the meeting and have scheduled times on the agenda to do so. There are several different ways in which you can participate. For those joining us on Zoom, you may raise your virtual hand on your Zoom toolbar or press *9 on your phone. I will call on participants using their name as displayed on Zoom, and I apologize in advance if I mispronounce any names. If you've joined the Spanish channel, you'll wait for the interpreters to provide instructions to comment. We do have a full agenda today, and to ensure our board members are able to hear comments from all members of the public who wish to comment, we ask that your comment be no longer than 3 minutes. For those commenting in Spanish, there will be time doubled to allow for translation. For agenda item number 4, the 2025 Hazardous Waste Management Plan is scheduled to begin at approximately 10:15 a.m., and we will be utilizing a numbered system to facilitate the public comments for our in-person commenters. At this time, I would like to take a quick poll of our participants to get an idea of how many folks plan to comment on agenda item number 4, the Hazardous Waste Management Plan. So if you plan to comment, please raise your hand. Six. Great. And on Zoom, if you plan to make a comment for agenda item number 4, the Hazardous Waste Management Plan, if you can raise your virtual hand or press *9 on your phone, just to get an idea of how many commenters we might have on this item. And seeing 5 there. Great, so about 11 so far, and of course, we will do another check as we get to that item. So thank you. We can go ahead and lower the hands now. For those commenting in person, did you all receive a number when you came in to make a comment? Great. Anyone did not raise their hand? Excellent. Oh, we do have one. Okay. Thank you. We'll have a staff member hand out those numbers. Our public forum for items not on the agenda item number 8, will be held at approximately 3:15 p.m. If you would like to express your comment in writing, you may submit your comment via email to besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. And that concludes the introductory review for today's meeting. I'll now hand it over to Chair Rakestraw for agenda item number 2.
Thank you very much, Courtney. Good morning to everyone and welcome to today's Board of Environmental Safety meeting. The Board of Environmental Safety is a 5-member board established by Senate Bill 158 in 2021, which enacted fiscal and regulatory reforms to the Department of Toxic Substances Control to improve its transparency, accountability, and fiscal stability. The board members represent the general public interest, protect public health, and reduce risks of toxic exposure with a particular focus on disproportionately burdened and vulnerable communities. We appreciate your participation here today as we work collectively to achieve the goals and objectives set forth in SB 158. Turning to today's packed agenda, we'll begin by considering revisions to the Rules for Administration of Appeals in existing Standing Order 24-01, including a presentation from our board counsel, Greg Forrest. At approximately 10:15 a.m., we will hear agenda item number 4, where the board will vote whether to approve DTSC's 2025 Hazardous Waste Management Plan. The item will include a brief introduction from BES staff engineer Shana Avila and DTSC Hazardous Waste Management Program Deputy Director Mandy Bain. After agenda item number 4, we'll take a 60-minute lunch break at around noon. When we return from lunch, we'll be joined by DTSC Director Katie Butler for her leadership report, which will include updates on the department, permitting, Exide, and the 2025 to 2026 Director's priorities. Director Butler's update will be immediately followed by agenda item number 6, an environmental justice training presentation by DTSC's Office of Environmental Equity. The public comment period following the environmental justice training presentation will include an opportunity to comment on both agenda items 5 and 6 together. I'd like to pause here and discuss one outstanding item from our August 27th board meeting related to DTSC Director's 25-26 priorities. At that meeting, the board approved the director's priorities on the condition that the director consider adding a new priority related to SB 673. So we intend to consider the director's priorities, including the board's request related to SB 673 at our January meeting, not today. And the reason is twofold. First, the director has already agreed to consider refreshing her priorities in January, and so it seems appropriate to reconsider approval of the entire document. And second, today's agenda is jam-packed. That said, we are asking that Director Butler speak to the rulemaking process for SB 673 here today during her update. At approximately 2:30 p.m., we will continue with agenda item number 7, where the board will hear from DTSC Deputy Director Mandy Bain regarding DTSC's Hazardous Waste Facilities Operating Permit Decision Status Report for the EcoBat facility located in the City of Industry. Following the presentation, we will hear public comments specific to the updated permit schedule presented today. The board will then consider the amended schedule for a possible vote. We will not be discussing the merits of the facility permit renewal, only the amended schedule presented by DTSC. We will take a quick break at 3 p.m., and then when we return at 3:15, we'll go right into agenda item number 8, which is public forum for items not on the agenda. Following that, the board's Performance Metrics Subcommittee will present recommended metrics for DTSC's Hazardous Waste Management Program for the board's consideration. And if we have time, we will then close out the day with board business, including considering the July 14th to 15th and August 27th meeting minutes and reviewing the action items for today. The schedule is, of course, subject to change depending on our pace today. Before we jump in, I'll provide a brief update on the 4 site visits and community meetings that I had since our last board meeting in August. In late September, I visited the Kettleman Hills facility, attended a town hall meeting with the supervisor, and met with the Kettleman City community. The following week, I returned to Kettleman City, where Board Member Brostrom and I convened a roundtable discussion with the facility and community. In mid-October, I toured the EcoBat facility in the City of Industry and met with the Clean Air Coalition. And finally, I attended a tour of the Chevron Richmond facility as well. For the sake of time, I won't go into detail on each of these, but I'd like to deeply thank the communities and the facilities for hosting me. That concludes item number 2, the introduction. So I'd like to introduce here for agenda item number 3, our board counsel, Greg Forrest, who will review the proposed revisions to our board's rules for administration of appeals and standing order 24-01. These rules being considered for revision relate to public access to records, the availability of documents in electronic format, and the process to complete the administrative record for the appeal, including the use of a new appeal management form. Over to you, Greg.
Thank you so much, Chair Rakestraw. Good morning, board members and staff. Today I am presenting on our permit appeals process, and I really appreciate the work being done with the board chair and vice chair and other staff members on this item. It's been a lot of work, but we're proposing to bring some changes to our standing order to you today. And I really want my presentation to you today to be as interactive as possible, so please do not hesitate to stop me at any point if you have any questions, and I will do my best to not race through my comments here, beating heart notwithstanding. Next slide, please. As you will recall, the board adopted regulations for the appeal process in 2023, which included 2 standing orders. One of those standing orders includes rules for the administration of appeals, and the board adopted amendments to that standing order in August of last year. At that time, we added a requirement for the permitting division to submit an index of the materials in the administrative record to the board. We also added an appendix that provided detail on what ought to be included in the administrative record. Lastly, we added a meet and confer process for the parties to try and resolve disagreements over the administrative record. Since then, we've begun to receive appeals of the larger renewal permit decisions, and we have had some challenges due to the size and complexity of the administrative records. Next slide. So today, we are proposing some amendments to the standing order in the rules related to the administrative record. We think these generally refine and build upon the same concepts that we addressed in the revisions last year. First, we're proposing to remove the appendix for greater clarity and simplicity. The contents of the administrative record are defined by a regulation, and we want to avoid any possible conflicts. Essentially, the administrative record includes all materials that the decision maker considered when making the permitting decision. Second, we are enhancing the meet and confer process by adding a new form that the parties submit to the board after they have separately met to work through any issues they have with the administrative record. It's part of our meet and confer process. We then hold a status conference to discuss those issues with them. This is more akin to the process that courts use during early stages of litigation. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the larger permit renewal decisions present some challenges, so we're proposing revisions to the standing order to clarify the board's expectations for the administrative record. As in the current standing order, the board clerk requests permitting to prepare an index when we receive notice of an appeal. The permitting division has 30 days to submit the index. That is not changing. What we are changing is to clarify that the materials in the administrative record must be made available to the public at the same time. We want to avoid situations where the parties receive the index but then cannot review the documents listed in the index because they're not available to the public. We recognize that this may be hard to do when there are hundreds of documents in the record, so we allow for permitting to request additional time from the board chair and vice chair if needed. Finally, we are clarifying that the process to complete the administrative record, which includes the meet and confer process that I mentioned earlier, should be completed before the board considers the initial order for adoption. There has been some confusion about that timing, so we feel this is an important revision to make sure that the process to complete the administrative record gets resolved before the initial order goes to the board for a vote. Next slide, please. Other changes in the standing order relate to the index and the manner in which materials in the administrative record are organized. We are adding a requirement that the index have sufficient detail to allow the parties and the board to easily identify the materials that are listed. When someone looks for those materials, whether online or in the file room, those materials should be organized consistently with the index. Just like in our current standing order, we prefer to have all of those records in electronic format, and we are retaining language in the standing order that requires digitization of records to the greatest extent feasible. And I want to emphasize that that is not a new requirement. It just appears in a different place in the new standing order. We move some things around. The last point here is a new requirement, and that is regarding Bates numbering, also called Bates stamping, where the pages in the record are sequentially numbered. So each page of the record gets its own number in sequential order. We've researched this and found this to be a very standard practice, and so we think it makes sense for the administrative record to use that for permit appeals process to have all the pages sequentially numbered with the Bates numbering. Any questions before I move on? Okay. Next slide. All right. So I mentioned that we prefer to have all the records digitized, and I think you can all appreciate how that supports our permit appeals process. However, we recognize, particularly with some of these larger permit renewals, that it may not be feasible to digitize all of the materials in the administrative record, and so we also address paper records in the standing order. We have some new provisions that reinforce the need for paper files in the file room to be open for public inspection. So we do allow for public paper records, but we require the permitting division to provide someone who can assist people to pull the records that they need. And actually, the permitting division's been really good about providing that support. Of course, that's limited to days and times when the office is open, so normal business hours. Next slide. Okay. So this last slide provides a flowchart depiction of our permit appeals process. As I mentioned, the changes to the standing order relate to the process to complete the administrative record, so I've circled those steps here for emphasis. I also want to repeat that the administrative record is ordinarily completed before the board considers the initial order. This is because the initial order establishes a briefing schedule. So it is best for any issues related to the administrative record to be resolved before the initial order goes to the board. Our goal would be to take about 6 months or less to get that far in the process. But since DTSC prepares the administrative record in the first place, a lot of that timing is out of our hands. Last thing I want to mention is that we previously referred to DTSC's permitting division in various places throughout the standing order, and we had thought about simplifying that to just DTSC. This comes up, for example, when the board clerk requests the administrative record index, for example. You probably noticed in the red line version of the standing order, if you've seen that we struck out permitting division many times in there. But since we posted the draft standing order, we have received some feedback that caused us to reconsider that change in the order. So today we're proposing to revert back to the current version of the standing order with respect to those references to the permitting division. There's 8 in total. So I'm sorry to throw a little bit of a curveball at you, but we want to continue to refer to DTSC's permitting division as in our current standing order. So bear with me on that. I realize there's a lot to take in here. Really, this is focused just on the admin record part of the process. And I think a lot of these changes are really reinforcing what we've always done. But feel free to ask any questions about the revisions or the permit appeals process more generally. Happy to answer any questions that you've got or any concerns you may have. And I really appreciate, again, the support of Chair and Vice Chair in our changes here and hard work of the staff that went into this. I want to acknowledge everybody's hard work and participation. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you so much, Greg. So we'll now open it up for board discussion on this particular item. Member Gomez.
I have a question. So 6 months. That's a long time.
A long time.
Why is that?
Well, it depends on the extent of the permitting decision, right? And so modifications are subject to appeal, and we've already heard a modification,
Right.
a temporary authorization. I think for those 6 months would be too long. I think we would be able to hear those much sooner. But these larger permit renewal decisions, it's just taken longer for us to receive. The index takes, the 30 days, when it's an index that's over 1,000 documents, it takes longer to put together. And then making sure that those documents are available to the public and digitized can take longer. But, I mean, I'm on the side of the board receiving this from permitting.
Right.
And so,
So is the problem that we're silent on how long it should take, and which is DTSC takes that long? Or the question really is, should we be putting a period of time to be gathering that information, that it doesn't take that long, it doesn't take 6 months or 8 months or a year?
yeah, I mean, believe me, we've had a lot of conversations about this, just working through the process. And we've really tried to reinforce our expectations that materials are available to the public much sooner. There shouldn't be a lag there. It should be known what's in the administrative record when the decision is made, and obviously some of these controversial permitting decisions, appeals are anticipated. So, this idea that we have to then go into appeal mode, I've never really fully understood that. So I, like you, would like to see these timelines get shorter. But I'm also aware of the fact that this is the first time that, some of these larger, more controversial permit decisions have come to, final resolution. And so it's a new process working with the board for permitting division, and that's about as much as I want to say. On behalf of permitting division, we have representatives here that can do a better job of explaining.
Thank you.
In the ideal, before the final permit decision is issued, the team within DTSC both would have assembled the administrative record, and it would be ready, and then the final permit decision would be issued. Wouldn't have this protracted waiting time. That is my goal, is that becomes the standard housekeeping practice. And I so strongly about this. We're now in an age where all of us need access to the permit decision materials when that final permit decision. Therefore, it wouldn't make sense for you or I to travel, let's say, to Chatsworth to look at a piece of paper and then travel home. And so everybody needs access digitally in this age. And we need to help DTSC, and it's not just DTSC, obviously, family that has this challenge of digitization. We need to be the catalyst for bringing these permit records in a very timely way when the decisions are issued. We are all, I think, committed to finding a better way forward. I think the standing order helps us on that path, but there's still some logistical obstacles to getting there. Comment now is I agree, it's too long after a permit decision is, or I think more effort has to go into the front end of it before the permit decision is issued. Have the record ready.
Member Bhatia.
Thank you for the presentation. I have two questions. First is, based on your understanding, what does DTSC require to maintain the integrity of the paper records now and to digitize them in the future? Have a sense for what DTSC requires to make this happen.
So I think that it depends largely on each case. It's a case-by-case situation. And now where we have a administrative record that's defined by the permitting division to include many historic documents, then they have largely had a large number of those historic documents included in the administrative record that are really maintained as one would maintain the just archives, right? The permitting archives. And so I would like to see a little bit more strategic thought into putting into like, which of those documents do we really need? How are they really supporting the decision? Because at this point, I think sometimes the approach there may have been overbroad. So the other thing that I've heard, and again, I don't want to speak too much for permitting here, but the permitting division would like to, and is very, very close to moving toward a fully digital paperless system where the applicant can submit and is expected to submit an electronic version of the application. And in that sense, then, you know, everything's already digitized, and I think they're making greater use of EnviroStore. They're posting records online, and so we're getting closer, you know, to not relying on the file room at all and not really needing it at all. Unfortunately, there are some hurdles to pass to get there, and it has to do with, you know, cybersecurity, data security, these sorts of things. But they are moving in that direction, and our hope and expectation is that within a year or two, you know, they'll be there. And so, I don't know, the next version of this board in 10 years won't have this problem, but we still are dealing with some of these permitting decisions that were last made, you know, over 10 or 20 years ago in some cases.
Thank you. My second part of the question was related to security. Up until DTSC fully digitizes their records, a member of the public accesses the paper records. Are they able to make digital copies themselves and circulate within their community, or are they prohibited from doing so? You know, if not, we will ask DTSC, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that there is an ability to go to the file room, and if you have certain records that you want, you can make copies, you can digitize on your own. So yes, I believe that's allowed.
Thank you.
Member Brostrom, anything from you, or I can jump in? Okay. Thank you so much, Greg, for the presentation. I think a few comments from me. The first would be, I had a similar question to Georgette or to Member Gomez about the 6-month thing. I think at least how I envision this is that from the time of permit decision to the time of the completion of the administrative record, it's ideally 90 days, which is basically how we built it in here, which is like the standard amount of time that DTSC has to provide public access to the administrative record materials, which is defined, what public access means, is 30 days. That then triggers a 60-day period where the appellants can then propose motions to augment the record in some way. After that period, we then have a complete administrative record. So that's at least what I'm striving for is a 3-month period. I think the difficulty is that, of course, much of that is, well, at least that initial 30-day period is outside of the board's control in the sense that it's reliant upon DTSC to compile and produce these records and provide public access to them. So I think, you know, my strong request to DTSC permitting division is to anticipate appeals ahead of time and get the administrative records in a place where they can kind of, you know, automatically meet that 30-day request without asking for extensions. You know, we can reasonably anticipate which facilities will be appealed, so I guess that would be my request as well. At the same time, I understand that there are growing pains associated with this, so, you know, that's the kind of yin and yang, I suppose, of this administrative appeal, of this administrative record
Chair,
process.
Rachel.
Yeah.
If I could just speak to that, I wanted to clarify my remarks in the 6 months. You know, what I really meant there is I think particularly outside parties, when they're looking at our process, their main question is, okay, when are we going to see this initial order go to the board, right? I think the 6 months is not too far off of what you just illustrated, right? 90 days to get to the point where we're able to start this meet and confer process, 60 days for that meet and confer process to run its course, another 30 to get us to a board meeting. I think I'm right there with you with the 6 months, basically, in how we would do that. So I didn't want to have confusion about what I meant by that. So, but, you know, again, like, that's kind of a goal we're working toward more than where we are presently with some of these.
Thanks, I appreciate that. That's good to know that you were thinking that that 6-month period was for the initial order, as
Yeah.
opposed to the completion of the administrative. I at least don't have any other board discussion or comments. Anything else before we open up for public comment? So why don't we go ahead and open it up for public comment? Courtney, will you please lead us through this?
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. We'll now open the floor for public comment regarding agenda item number 3, revisions to the BES Standing Order on Administration of Appeals. For all public commenters, if you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comment. We're going to start with our in-person participants first, and if you would like to make a comment, please raise your hand and I'll invite you to step up to the microphone in the aisle. Please come up. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Here we go. Matt Williamson, I'm an attorney at the law firm of Manat, Phelps & Phillips. I'm generally very supportive of the changes. I think they're a huge improvement. They're very thoughtful. Given how early in the cycle of the big appeals the board is, I think these changes are well-timed as well. The board members are asking all the right questions. I share concerns over the amount of time that the current appeal is taking to process the administrative record. I will say, having processed, and obviously I did the temporary authorization appeal, that was a little bit different. Having handled similar appeals of permits in front of different agencies, I actually think 6 months is probably a pretty aggressive timeline. I think there's 2 things that the chair touched on. One of them, the other one is a little bit out of our control. Some of these records, or these administrative records, are incredibly voluminous. So if you have 500,000 pages of documents that you're presenting to the public, it's difficult to expect them to have an appeal filed on the completeness of that AR within 30 days. So I think that's going to push some timeline. And then the topic that the chair touched on, but I think it's important to reemphasize, is the amount of expected dispute over the contents of the AR, and that's going to land on the board. And so I would urge the board to remember your role in this process, to keep the decisions on those motions happening quickly, and management is going to be incredibly important in order to ensure these timelines. And it is critical. The one thing was the slide that Greg had showing the process of the appeal, and to get to the initial order, you need to have a completeness of the administrative record. If we're pushing past 6 months, remember that until that initial order, the entire permit is stayed automatically. So you could have a single permit or appeal of a single condition, excuse me, and it will stay the entire permit. So all of those improvements that are built into new conditions, showing updated science, updated technology, those all remain stayed, and facilities cannot start to comply with those new conditions while we're waiting for that initial order. So it's critically important that you guys manage the appeals in order to get to that initial order. And a final note, to the extent the board can encourage DTSC to do this, and I'll have separate discussions with DTSC as well. I know permittees are typically ready, willing, and able to assist in digitization, Bates numbering, and overall management of the administrative records. So to the extent that permitting is having trouble with resources, money, time, people, encourage them to work with permittees in order to assist to get these documents ready and available to the public. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other in-person commenters? Please come up to the microphone and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Esme Levy, and I'm an attorney with Earth Justice. I'm commenting not on behalf of a specific client, but as an attorney who regularly has matters that are affected by board decisions. So first, I appreciate the amendment to the standing order requiring Bates stamping. It seems obvious why records that are potentially thousands of pages have page numbers and proper identification, but the reason this amendment was made in the first place is permitting has so far refused to do so willingly. So I appreciate the board using its authority to make bait stamping a requirement. Next, I want to comment on the greatest extent feasible language as it relates to providing records electronically. So as noted, this is the same language that the standing order had previously, so it is not actually an improvement to the appeals process. It is simply recycled language. More importantly, the phrase "to the extent feasible" does not mean anything in practice. There's no guidance on what feasibility actually means, and no requirement that permitting explains the extent of their efforts. Otherwise, and what has been happening to this point, is permitting can refuse to provide records electronically without any substantive explanation, and days and months are wasted fighting about how to access the record instead of moving the appeal forward. There's really no excuse for this in 2025. As board members explained earlier, electronic records should be standard. An easy solution to this issue is requiring that permitting provide records electronically, and if permitting claims they cannot do so, requiring them to explain their efforts so far and why they determined it wasn't feasible. The board has the authority to do this, just like the board has the authority to require bait stamping. Finally, the addition of the effective date provision in the standing order says that the order shall be effective on the date adopted by the board, and the order does not apply to appeals filed before the effective date. There are appeals currently before the board that this standing order would technically not apply to because of this provision, but that need the additional guidance of bait stamping specifically. So I ask that the board interpret the effective date as broadly as possible so that the improvements made in the standing order apply to appeals currently before the board. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other people in person that would like to comment on agenda item number 3? Please go ahead and come on up to the microphone, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Angela Johnson-Mazzaros from Earth Justice, and I'm not commenting on behalf of any particular client this morning. I just want to note 3 quick things about this process. First, the regulations currently require a permitting to be able to have all the documents it uses in its decision when it issues the permit. So instead of doing that, we're now taking a turn into the world where they issue the permit and then they start putting together the records that they relied upon, causing not only this long delay between permit issuance and the time for the order, but also putting the burden on the parties to go through this long process. Now we're asked to do motions to complete. Now we're asked to have meet and confers. Now we're asked to engage in a long drawn out process about something that's actually quite basic and clear. The agency has to provide the documents that it used to make its decision. And so I fundamentally appreciate that these changes are being made because these are important things, but I'm shocked that it's taken this long for us to have an order that has to come before the board that the DTSC permitting division has to bait stamp its record. And secondly, I'd just like to note that this approach is starting more and more to be hardwired into the way that the BES and the department staff are interacting. You need to give us the record. Make us. This is a dynamic that is problematic, and this is something that's such low-hanging fruit that I'm surprised that we have an agenda item to have the board spend its time thinking about whether or not an administrative record should be bait stamped. This should be, this is all DTSC, and this should be a simple conversation between the BES and the director to say your staff needs to provide a bait stamped administrative record, and it needs to be done in a timely way. And the third thing is this permitting appeals process is complicated as this board continues to struggle with what it means to be a semi-professional board treating itself as a court. I think it's
15
it's a fundamental structural flaw that we pointed out when this appeals process was first being envisioned, And I think it just gets more complex. And really, I call for a rethinking of how you approach the issue.
Thank you for your comments. Any other in-person commenters on this item? Okay, moving on to our remote participants. If any of our Zoom participants would like to comment on agenda item number 3, please raise your virtual hand or press *9 on your phone. Looks like we have one commenter. Veronica, we're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment. Veronica, are you there? Okay, we'll see if we can get Veronica back online with us. Are there any other remote participants that would like to comment on agenda item number 3, the revisions to the BES standing order on the administration of appeals? And if anyone would like to make a comment, you can always email us at besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. Okay, that looks like that wraps up the public comments for agenda item number 3. Chair Rakestraw.
Thank you very much, Courtney, and thank you to the public commenters. So we'll now turn to the board vote section of this agenda item. Do we have, Member Broston, before we go to that?
Yeah, just in response to the comments, I had one more question for Greg around that feasibility definition, and how are we assessing what is feasible?
So we do say to the greatest extent feasible. So we're trying to, push for as much as possible. In my research, I did find a similar standard that courts use. And for example, where there's a map that is, too big to scan, that would be something that would be infeasible. And there'd be a basis to find that that particular document is infeasible. Otherwise, it's a case-by-case situation, and it would involve a showing by permitting that a particular document or a certain set of documents can't be digitized. It's infeasible to do so because either there's too many and it would just take too long or something like that. My understanding so far is that essentially there are not resources and staff that are assigned specifically to the task of digitization. So, going out for a bid on a contract takes time, and all of these things sort of are not doable within the time frame of an appeal for the most part. But it's really sort of a case-by-case determination.
Vice Chair.
The board would, I think, commonly very much want to make it an absolute requirement. What's troubling is that there is a formal step toward making that contract continuing to have to worry about greatest extent feasible being something that apart from the participation of appellants in helping to digitize and bait stamp records, we have to get this agency to the point or if this is the right time and place to combine. How do we make this other than
I mean, we're dealing with this as we hear appeals, and each appeal we're dealing with it. So I think in the process of having that, we're hopeful that practices do change over time as we're hearing more and more of these appeals. I mean, of course, this is now only the, very early in the board's appeal process, just as an existing function.
Yeah, I have to say, I 100% agree with Angela's comment that if DTSC is issuing a permit, the documentation should have been gathered. It shouldn't be coming afterwards. And I think there's something wrong with this conversation that we're having right now, and it's really bothersome. And I know this is not on us, but this is once again DTSC. And it really is showcasing the issues that the community has and some of the worrisomes that are being flagged constantly. It's frustrating. I'm really frustrated with this conversation right now. Not on you, Craig, at all, and not on us, but it's just DTSC. I don't understand how one can issue a permit and not have the document, knowing specifically on facilities that have been long in the making of coming to a decision, and yet we're arguing about documentation. It's just a little bit frustrating right now. So.
Greg, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, not that the documentation isn't compiled, it's the digitization, right? That's the piece that, there needs to be funding, there needs to be staff, there needs to be a budget to help this, and that's been the hurdle. It's not that the documents aren't compiled, they are, it's just that they're not digitized. Can you correct me if I'm...
Right, yeah. So, I mean, the documents are always there. I think we have encountered challenges around the way they're organized and, from the perspective of a member of the public who wants to participate in an appeal process or in a permitting decision, is it free and easy for them to do that? And no, I mean, I think at this point, no, it's not at a place where any of us, as far as the board, feel like we, feel good about that situation. But again, it's really these long-standing permit renewal decisions that have this longer history where those barriers are really, most pronounced. And as we hear some of these modifications or more recent decisions that don't have such long and complicated histories, I think that will be much less of a problem.
Much. And maybe just to respond to Member Gomez for just briefly, I agree. The assumption of our standing order here is that the administrative record is compiled at the point that the final permit decision is made. I think the 30-day period is effectively to do a few different things. One is stamping it. The second is digitizing to the greatest extent feasible. And then the third is preparing an administrative record index. And so those administrative tasks for the administrative record are what that 30-day is for. So,
Without making a motion, I wanted to suggest to board members that we could do two things. We could make a motion to act upon this particular, two fingers now. I wanted to suggest that we could tackle this in two ways, pending how other board members see it. One, we could take action on this particular item that Greg Forrest has presented. And two, we could have a separate motion in which we ask the department's senior manager to act upon this concern on digitization and to report back to us within 60 days on steps to be taken in the next months. Because 2026, as we all know, has the potential for 3 very significant permit appeals, given the age of the Ecobat, Button Willow, and Clean Harbors permit. And I think that if we can use something more formal over what we've done behind the scenes to date to ask the department to report back on this, and how we can assist in making this happen, that could become the basis of a second motion.
very much. Do we have a motion to consider? Are there reactions to Vice Chair Strassacher's proposal? Vice Chair.
Chair Rakestraw, I move that we adopt the revisions to the BES standing order on administration of permit appeals.
Thank you. Do we have a second for that? Oh, Board Counsel.
If I could just make a request that we include that change around the references to the DTSC's permitting division, and we're going to keep those and not strike those as we had proposed in that red line.
you like to amend the motion in response to?
Yes, we
Greg's.
can, I don't entirely agree with it, but for simplicity's sake, I move that we adopt the revisions to the BES standing order on administration of permit appeals and continue to refer to the department's permitting division.
Vice Chair, do we have a second?
I second.
Have a second. Is there any further discussion, any amendments? Okay, if none, Courtney, will you please call the vote on this first motion?
Board members in support of the motion, please vote by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion passes unanimously with 5 ayes to accept the revisions to the BES Standing Order on Administration of Permit Appeals, with including that reference to DTSC permitting to put back in. Chair Rakestraw?
Thank you very much, Courtney. I'll now turn it over to Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker for her proposal on the second motion related to this.
I invite some wordsmithing by my board members here, but I move that we, the board, ask the DTSC senior management team to report back to us within 60 days on steps to be taken to digitize final permit decision files, such that we could report back at our January meeting on what to expect in the coming months. Full motion. Someone help me out with something better worded?
I think I'm just frantically scribbling this down. So we have a motion to ask DTSC's senior management team to report back within 60 days on their efforts to digitize the final permit decision files so as to have an update at our January board meeting. Going to do that correctly.
Yes.
Could I make a suggestion that maybe in addition, that it's not restricted to the board meeting, also be just internal?
I agree, but I do think it's important, given those who participate from the public in our board meetings, to expect that by the time we convene in January, we would be able to report back on where this stands.
Can we strengthen the language a little bit to say not just report on the effort, but report on the timeline and what's required to achieve full digitization? Because then we can get into solutioning.
I agree.
So we have so was that an amendment to it? So I guess my one amendment to that amendment would be not, I don't know if the goal is full digitization of every single permit decision. So I guess I would just strike the full there. I think what I'm at least most concerned about is is anticipating the permit appeals that are likely to come before us as the board and getting ahead of those. So I think it would be, so as to, well, I don't know, can you read back your proposed amendment as a result?
Mine was going to expand on the effort piece to add timeline and what's required to achieve digitization of the final permit decision files. Administrative records related to final permit decision files.
About 60 days would be after our next.
Yeah, I think it should be tied to the next.
Can we just tie it to the next board meeting, whatever that is?
So what I understand the motion to be right now is that we're moving that we ask DTSC senior management team to report back prior to the next board meeting on their efforts to digitize the final permit decision files.
And then as amended by Board Member Bhatia, to include the timeline and what's required. Digitization of the final administrative record of a permit decision.
Okay, so we have an addition at the end to include the timeline and what is required to digitize the record. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Gomez, is there any board discussion on this particular? I guess I'll just say, I mean, I don't, I think I intend to continue to work with DTSC on how to do this. I don't think this is like a one-off, effort. I think it's in the board's broader interest and in our role as chairs and vice chair to continue to work with DTSC on what is feasible and what is practical and how to move to a digital future for our permit appeals. I know that there are efforts within DTSC, for example, at federal EPA, to get the authority to require digital documents to be submitted. So all that to say, I don't view this this motion or this effort as fundamentally different from our continued effort to achieve this, but I think this is a way to put a timeline on it, to put a public transparency element on this as well, and to put kind of the imprimatur of the full board behind this whole effort. So with that, is the motion clear? It's clear to me. Is the motion clear to the clerks who are taking these down?
I just want to make sure it's clear to me, if I could be helpful there. So what you're really looking for here is a report to the board at the board meeting. So a presentation from permitting at the board meeting, and
Not
ideally,
from permitting, we said.
or from
that
from DTSC
the
leadership.
Senior management team.
Senior management, okay. And then do you want something submitted in advance in writing from them, slides or something, or?
Yeah, I think that would be a normal part of a pretation process.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's an item. Yeah.
I'm just,
And information.
I know. I'm just going to be realistic here. We have holidays coming up. Our board meeting is right after the holidays. I'm just not sure if you're going to get like a timeline and details and all of that in 60 days or before our next board meeting. I think this may be an ongoing discussion. So I'm just sharing that we may, I understand the need and the desire, and there are many hurdles on digitization and we want to get there. I'm not sure if we're going to get.
Member Bhatia?
So the way I'm seeing this is a report on what exists today. So if they continue down this path of digitization, the way they are approaching it today, what will be the timeline? And if we want to change that collectively, what is required? I think it gives us a kind of a current state of what exists in terms of their digitization plans versus trying to change it so that we can figure out how to help them. That's what I'm hearing.
So are you all wanting to know, like, how much is it going to cost? What are the needs? Because now that's the hurdle, right? Is that digitization budget, and that's the challenge. Is that what you all are looking for?
No,
Oh,
no.
Okay.
I think that is sort of the classic 1980 way of going about this. So let's take a year to think about doing a contract, and then let's take a year to award the contract, and then and yet we're looking at 3 major permit decisions in the next 12 months, regardless of Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, et cetera. So I don't think we have time to describe the status quo ante. I think we have to think about what are different ways forward. And we've learned that there could be, for example, equipment wheeled into a file room that will digitize and bait stamp a document, as opposed to what I did as a young whippersnapper, where I was sitting there with a hand stamp. So let's ask DTSC to come back and say, what's the best way forward? I don't want to hear some ridiculous multi-million-dollar estimate and 3 years of why it can't be done, but rather, what are different ways forward? How can we partner with people who have an interest in the record? How can we have equipment come into the file room and do some of this with the most critical? how can we set a particular date? Like starting from the last permit decision going forward, let's focus on the critical documents, not on everything from the time the ARC was floated. So I just think that I'm looking for a different way forward, not the same excuses of the last 20 years.
So can I just, to put a final point then on the what's required, essentially we're getting to, if your current timeline looks like this, what are the different options, what's required for us to achieve that full digitization of the administrative record starting 2026, the three big decisions coming up in 2026. Okay, so does that help you, Greg, answer the question of what is required?
It does. That is helpful. And, keep in mind that the board has authority to hear the permit decision schedule, right? So we're talking about permit decisions that are on that list of, past due or, and so I think what we're seeing and what we're saying here is that we're foreseeing appeals on these, and we want to get a check-in and make sure that we're not going to have more delays, or that we're going to be able to, see this digitization occurring more in line with the board's expectations, and that DTSC's permitting can turn to us and say, yes, we know what you want, and we're in a position now to do that, or, this is the what keeps us from doing that,
Thanks very much. So just so I understand the motion that's on the table. So we have a motion to move that we ask DTSC's senior management team to report back at the next board meeting on efforts to digitize final permit decision files, to include the timeline and what is required to digitize the records. Is that a correct recap of the? Okay. Well, why don't we just be super clear? Why don't we get a second on that again? Is there a second? Oh, Georgette seconded that. Okay. So are there any other discussion, any other amendments? And if not, then we'll ask Courtney to go ahead and please call the vote.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. All board members in support of the motion, please vote by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, we have 5 ayes. The motion passes unanimously for DTSC senior management to report back at the January board meeting with the efforts to finalize the digitization of records, including the timeline and requirements that will be included for the permit decision files. Okay, Chair Rakestraw.
Thank you very much, Courtney, and thank you to the board for that really good discussion. So we are now, next on the docket is agenda item 4. We are actually a bit ahead of time. So I'd actually like to pause right here. We'll take a brief break and then we'll reconvene. Why don't we go ahead and reconvene? It is what? 10:03 right now. Why don't we reconvene at 10:20, so 5 minutes after the currently scheduled time, and then we will start agenda item number 4. So thank you so much for the useful and productive morning discussion. We'll take a 15-minute break.
Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone, joining us on Zoom and in person. It is now 10:25, and we do maintain a quorum by having 4 of the 5 board members present. Chair Rakestraw, we are ready to proceed with agenda item number 4, the DTSC 2025 Hazardous Waste Management Plan.
Thank you very much, Courtney. So we will, as you said, now move into agenda item number 4, where the board will consider whether to approve DTSC's 2025 Hazardous Waste Management Plan. SB 158 provides that the Hazardous Waste Management Plan will serve as a comprehensive planning document for the management of hazardous waste in California, as an information source to guide state and local hazardous waste management, and as a guide for DTSC in implementing its hazardous waste management program. SB 158 provides 12 additional areas that the plan must also address. The board held a total of 4 public hearings on the draft plan. The first hearing took place on March 20th of this year in Fresno. Our second hearing took place on April 24th in Berkeley. Our third hearing took place on May 15th in Cypress. And our final hearing took place on July 14th here in Sacramento. Since those hearings, in collaboration with the board's Hazardous Waste Management Plan Subcommittee, DTSC has revised their plan based on board and public feedback and published a revised plan on October 10th. On October 29th, BES hosted a virtual Zoom webinar where DTSC Hazardous Waste Management Program Director Mandy Bain presented DTSC's updates to the plan. We heard from several webinar participants that provided remarks on the plan as well. In addition, board members, board staff, and DTSC have met with several community partners regarding the plan over the past few months. The board has carefully reviewed and considered all public comments and feedback in anticipation of today's vote. So our board staff engineer, Shana Avila, will start us off this morning to provide us with an introduction and present the board staff recommendation. We will also be joined by Deputy Director Mandy Bain to share a brief statement. We will then open the floor for board discussion, followed by public comments. And after the public comments, the board will consider whether to approve the plan. So over to you, Shana.
Is it? Okay. Okay, got it. Okay, can you all hear me? Sorry about that. We'll go ahead and start over from the first slide, please. Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. Good morning, everyone. I'm Shana Avila, the board staff engineer. Today, I will be presenting the technical team's recommendation on the 2025 Hazardous Waste Management Plan vote. Next slide, please. The BES Hazardous Waste Management Plan Subcommittee consists of members Bhatia and Brostrom, and Executive Officer Swati Sharma, 4 members of the BES technical team, and 2 members of the BES operations team. Next slide, please. Today, I'll be discussing the statutory mandate associated with the plan, background and timeline with the board's role in the plan, revisions to the plan, and the technical team staff recommendation. Next slide, please. DTSC prepares a hazardous waste management plan every 3 years and presents it to the board for approval. The plan is based on 12 statutory mandates included in HSC 25135 as part of SB 158. Next slide, please. Prior to release of the first draft plan in March, the plan subcommittee met regularly with DTSC staff responsible for preparing the plan. The board is mandated to hold 3 hearings. The hearings were held in March, April, and May. Due to public requests, a 4th hearing was held in July. The board and staff met with several community organizations, residents, and industry representatives to discuss the draft plan. BES staff and DTSC staff collaborated, incorporated board members' comments, considered public comments, and revised the draft plan as they deemed appropriate. The 2025 plan was released on October 10th. Next slide, please. Let's take a look at the timeline from the hearings through the vote. After the 4 hearings and the release of the 2025 plan, BES and DTSC presented on the plan at a virtual webinar on October 29th. Today, the board will vote to approve or deny the 2025 plan. Next slide, please. The technical team conducted a comprehensive review of the 2025 plan, including an evaluation of alignment with statutory requirements and an assessment of how board direction and public feedback was incorporated. DTSC restructured the 2025 plan for clarity with an updated vision. The plan emphasizes source reduction and reflects upon 3 updated goals aligned with what DTSC has the capacity to accomplish over the 3-year plan horizon. Draft Plan Recommendation 7.2 which proposed to identify and evaluate alternative management standards for non-RCRA soil, was removed from the plan at the direction of the board at hearing number 3 and is not included in the 2025 plan. The technical team believes the 2025 plan satisfies the board's direction. Next slide, please. On behalf of the technical team, we recommend the board approve the 2025 plan, recognizing the 2025 plan's extensive updates, improved clarity, and its alignment with statutory requirements. Next, we'll hear from DTSC on the 2025 plan. Thank you.
And Chair Rakestraw, can I just add for the record at 10:30, Member Gomez joined us, so we have all members present. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Courtney. And thank you, Shayna. Deputy Director Bain, please, over to you.
Great. Thank you, Chair Rakestraw, and thank you, Shayna, and the technical team who worked so closely with us as we refined the plan. I really appreciated your thoughtfulness as we reviewed feedback and revised the goals and recommendations together. And I also want to extend a very heartfelt thank you to my staff within the Hazardous Waste Management Program who've worked tirelessly on this first of its kind plan. They each possess a remarkable level of expertise in hazardous waste management and a true passion for protecting all Californians and the environment. Thank you for all your hard work and dedication. As most of you know, SB 158 set out a mandate for DTSC to deliver a report every 3 years and a hazardous waste management plan every 3 years. That first report was released in 2023. After that, we held 10 technical workshops in 2024 and released the draft plan in March of this year. Since then, we have presented at those 4 board hearings, received feedback from the board and the public, and then worked collaboratively with the board staff to revise the draft plan. We really worked to address the concerns that we heard and to enhance the clarity of the narrative, goals, and recommendations. The result of this work is the 2025 Hazardous Waste Management Plan that is an aspirational plan. It's clear and it's direct. It really is a stepping stone toward identifying strategies needed for the future of hazardous waste management. The plan includes goals and recommendations that will allow DTSC to better support source reduction. We are working to more thoroughly evaluate the source reduction data that exists now to better understand efforts that have already been made and how hazardous waste generators have the ability to implement source reduction initiatives. The plan also includes recommendations that will allow DTSC to identify how we can divert hazardous waste away from landfills and incinerators, which are the least preferred strategies in the hazardous waste management hierarchy. The goals and recommendations in this first plan are intended to ensure hazardous waste is handled safely and appropriately within the system that exists today and with an eye towards waste management strategies needed for a healthy and sustainable future. We have also recently heard concerns with recommendation 1.2 in the plan. Our intentions with the evaluation of federal recycling exemptions and exclusions is in alignment with what we've heard from the board and interested parties. However, to make sure that the shared intentions regarding this comprehensive evaluation of federal recycling exemptions and inclusions are very clear, we have provided language to the board to consider that would clearly state the purpose of the evaluations, and I look forward to having that discussion momentarily. In addition, I want to reiterate that the plan itself does not change any laws or regulations. Recommendations to review and understand what the rest of the country and world are doing are an opportunity to learn from mistakes and understand best practices. In that review process, we will be looking to understand how those best practices may be applied in California, with California's health and environmental protections as strong as ever. A truly transformative system requires input from all interested parties, communities, tribal nations, other state agencies, local governments, researchers, academia, and the regulated community to work alongside DTSC to understand how we create the sustainable future in which all Californians thrive, free from harm by hazardous waste. The plan brings together recommendations on numerous topics in a complicated network of management. We have begun to evaluate tasks required to implement the recommendations and what resources we can dedicate to each. As implementation progresses, there will be continuing opportunity for engagement. Some recommendations will rely on formal public engagement processes like rulemaking, while others will use reporting in future hazardous waste management reports and plans, and other engagement points specific to each recommendation. We look forward to continued coordination with the Board of Environmental Safety and to share our progress and continuing engagement on the future of hazardous waste management in our state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Director. That concludes the introductory presentations. I think we'll now open it up for board discussion. After the board discussion, we'll then move to public comment. So who would like to kick off the board discussion here this morning? Member Bhatia, please.
Thank you, Shayna, and thank you, Mandy. First, I want to start by thanking the team that has been working tirelessly behind the scenes to edit the plan in front of us. Thank you, Mandy, Gabby, Ryan, Kenneth, Sean, Lubna, Spencer, Kayla, Tom, Karen, and Felice. The reason I want to take a moment to acknowledge them is those are the invisible teams working behind the scenes, and they have made a lot of changes to not just listen to feedback, but also to triangulate the feedback and arrive at this updated version. Acknowledging that sometimes arriving at an updated version requires balancing points of view that might actually run counter to each other. So thank you for taking the time to do this and for your continued passion. Second, I want to acknowledge also that this has been a journey for those of us on the subcommittee to get from the first version of the plan to the second version of the plan. For those of you that have tracked the discourse, know that we set out with a very high bar. We wanted our plan to have a great degree of precision in terms of what actions DTSC will take and when it will take them and what will the outcomes of those actions look like. And over this course of the last year and working with DTSC, one thing that's become clear to me is there is a lot of work that's required to drive this nth degree of precision and perfection that I personally might desire. And what we really need to collectively make happen is progress against the actions in the plan. So today I'm trying to balance my desire for perfection on the plan to my desire to also see progress against the actions that are included in the plan. And that is the lens I'm bringing today. I also want to reflect that the language that Mandy used today about stepping stone is a really critical one. I wish the step was steeper. However, it is a stepping stone, and I also believe that it is a good place for us to keep making continual progress. So that is, again, another lens I'm bringing is this: what does progress look like? Is this a good first step for us to make further progress against? I do have one sort of very tactical set of actions that I see us taking as a subcommittee. Once we get past this plan version, I would like to see us get back into our recurring syncs with DTSC's hazardous waste management plan team, led by Mandy, to get into line-by-line action list within the plan to understand what is the progress being made, how can we further accelerate the progress against those steps, and what is required what can we do as a board to help unblock DTSC to make sure that progress is happening, and where do we need to make changes? How do we measure our progress and use our subcommittees to refine the definition of progress and then bring them back to the rest of the board and to stakeholders on what that progress looks like. I think that is a critical role for us to play, is to translate the plan to progress and then be accountable. Those are my reflections.
Very much, Member Bhatia. Member Brostrom?
Share next, and I do have quite a few reflections, and but I want to start with some of the things that I appreciate about the new plan. One is one of my big concerns around the previous version. Was that it appeared to be a smorgasbord of unrelated, measures that weren't driving toward like a common goal or vision for the state. And I really have always seen that the Hazardous Waste Management Plan is meant to really be like the visionary document of where we want to get to as a state. And so I think the last version lacked that, clarity of focus. So, I, for one, do appreciate the simplification of the plan and kind of the reorganization, really with, 3 driving goals around which the rest of the plan is organized. Now, whether or not I agree with the vision, I'll talk about in a minute, but I think in terms of how to approach the hazardous waste management plan, that is more in line and getting us closer to what I believe is the right structure for a plan. Some of the other things that I appreciate in the plan is the focus on source reduction, particularly around the reestablishment of the long overdue waste reduction program that basically was defunded in 2012. Other things toward that end is, integrating the community considered cleanups, into DTSC's programming, a commitment to refunding Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities Initiative, CVCI, and making SB 14 reports publicly available. I think those are all moving us in the right direction with a focus on source reduction, which in my mind was a key focus of SB 158. And so there are definitely provisions in this plan that move us in that direction that was envisioned by 158. So some of my continuing concerns, I think, we've talked a lot about this, but in developing a vision of where we want to go as a state, I believe 158 was very clear that we wanted to have a numerical goal, a reduction goal. Having many conversations with DTSC, I understand, that in an ideal world, we would be extremely data-driven. We would have perfect data in order to really inform, kind of those reduction goals. But in the absence of that, I would have really liked to have seen still, even an aspirational goal, really setting the course of what we want to do as a state. So that, I believe, is still missing in the plan. And I also want to acknowledge that I have heard from the public, concerns about, this being a deregulatory scheme. And I am sensitive to that because we are not operating in a vacuum. I think on its face, this plan, you wouldn't see it on its face. There's no deregulation here, and I understand anything that would happen in the future, it would be, many, many years in the making, and there's lots of processes. But I am sensitive to what I've heard from stakeholders because of, some of the things that I read in the previous plan. And I will, note that I myself, one of probably my biggest concerns, was wanting to avoid a situation where we see permitting streamlining or, a move toward, making permitting easier by reducing some of those standards that we have here. So, I do appreciate the change in 1.2. It was very important to me. I think in the last iteration, I made it very clear that I did not think it was appropriate to do an assessment of the Tanner Act, particularly with the analysis in the appendix that really focused on, the very few community protections that we had in the Tanner Act, which are, in my mind, not adequate. But that was where the attention was on the last analysis, and so it did raise some flags for me. And so I definitely appreciate, working with DTSC over the past couple of days on removing, reference to the Tanner Act, and then also including and making sure that as we look at, exclusions, that we are really putting a highlight on public health, and community protections, and embed that into that recommendation. So I very much thank DTSC for working with me on those revisions. So I think I'll leave it there. I do look forward to hearing from the public, and I look forward to having more conversation with the board after we hear from.
Thank you very much, Member Brostrom. For Gomez or Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker?
I'll be happy to give my beginning thoughts, and I do want to hear from the public to conclude my remarks afterwards. But I also want to acknowledge the DTSC's team in terms of working with the community, working with us, and really reframing and reshaping this new draft. Want to acknowledge that. One of the things that, and I echo everything that Ingrid has stated, actually, so I won't repeat, but one of the things that I was pretty clear from day one and related to this conversation, and I continue to really hold on to, is the benchmarks that are still absent from this draft, that were really critical for me. It's in the legislation in terms of what should be incorporated, but yet is still very much silent. And I hear staff in terms of the why. But one of the things that I'm struggling with is that particular piece that is missing, and it's pretty significant. From someone that comes from the EJ movement, from an EJ community, from the advocacy world, benchmarks are what we hold on to as advocates, as a community member that lives in EJ, still lives in the EJ community. So to not have that, that is the accountability, the target work in which we're stating this is what we're going to strive for. So that's something that I'm still struggling with, that we're absent. And I want to hear from the public, and perhaps this will be a very lively conversation today, but yeah, so looking forward to the future conversations and how all of this shapes up as we move forward. But yeah, that's where I'm at this moment. And but I do want to acknowledge DTSC staff, and I see the director here in the audience, so thank you. And I'm only hoping that we can only do better. As I stated, I'm coming at this conversation, I'm coming as a board member from an EJ lens, and I will always come from that perspective. So the fact that that's not incorporated, we shall see. So thank you.
Member Gomez? Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker, and then I'll provide my reflections.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. Thank you to Director Butler and Deputy Director Bain and their team for working with us so intensively. I'm reflecting on the fact that in just 3.5, 4 months, we'll be looking at the next hazardous waste management report. And I've been thinking about what it might contain and how do we begin to look at the focus of that data gathering effort to inform implementation of whatever actions DTSC takes going forward after today. I'm very much looking forward to the public comment we're going to hear, and thank everyone who took the time to prepare such thoughtful comments, which I know all of us have taken very seriously. One of the things that I'm interested in is taking some of the more, maybe they're contentious or controversial, but some of the more complicated elements of the plan, and I'll pick one, for example, the wet test, and going about what happens with looking at the wet test in a couple of ways. One, I think it's always important after the long history that DTSC and its predecessor agency has in implementing the hazardous waste program, that we look at ways that might need to be modernized. They may just be citations, they may be other developments in the field, but I do think that it's important to continue to push on the science of it and whether we are up to date and doing what we should be doing. But how we go about doing that matters greatly to me. And I think that in this and a couple of other examples, if we could embrace the notion of doing this in a public forum, possibly something that this board and DTSC would co-host in a forum like this, where you can be present in person, you could be present online, but we would convene a panel of experts on the wet test to talk about what it is and how it works and what recommendations they may have for updating the wet test. What would be the consequences of doing that? What are the shortcomings of the current element of wet test implementation? I just think that we could lift up our shared understanding of that and together get to a different place on whether or not the wet test should be updated and what that would mean. But I would rather do that rather than having the sort of classic route in which an agency forms its own internal work group and does its thinking and then brings a recommendation to the public. I would rather that we were part of that conversation at the front end on this, for example, and able to have people in the audience submit questions to the experts that can be answered in real time. It doesn't guarantee an outcome, but I would rather change the process so that we can have a more informed conversation around some of the items in this plan where people are concerned that it will lead to a deregulatory outcome or a negative outcome. And I would rather pick out some of those and say, we, the board, will provide the venue. We can invite the experts. You can suggest the experts. Let's have an informed conversation around each of these in a discrete way and move forward. So I would like to try and shape the implementation of the plan going forward in a more public way like that. Another example of that for me is how we deal with lithium-ion batteries. I know there have been communities that have been much affected by storage of lithium-ion batteries. I feel like there's so much happening that I'm unaware of in the industry. But what if we had a panel of experts from around the country around what is possible with lithium ion? What if we started with a panel of experts and used that to then inform DTSC's decision making around that? I just feel that when I look at the plan, the timeline that is likely is almost 2 to 3 years of implementation. And by that point, there may be a whole series of other battery technologies that leave our work being slightly less relevant than we want it to be. So I would love to, at an appropriate time, suggest how we might inform early 2025 implementation of certain actions that are key to board members and DTSC, and try and do that by hosting a different way of going forward. So with that, let me turn it back to you, Chair Rakestraw.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. So I guess I will go ahead now and provide my reflections in a bit different way. I've actually kind of scripted out, I really thought through some of the things that I'd like to say here. So if it appears that I'm reading, I partially am. So I'd like to first start by thanking the director, her team, and all of the DTSC staff that have been involved in this effort. I'd like to really appreciate the board staff and the board subcommittee for really digging into this issue. This has been a really long process, and I would like to also acknowledge the changes that have been made between the prior draft and this one, both in terms of the structure as well as the substance. And I also like to thank the stakeholders who provided, many of which are in this room, who provided an enormous number of comments. And I can assure you that I have read each and every one of them and have really thought through many of the issues that were raised within those comments as well. So here I'd like to talk about what's in the draft plan, what I like in the draft plan, what I don't like, and what I think should come next here, assuming approval. So on what I like, so first, I do like that the plan now prioritizes reducing generation and increasing diversion. This reflects the comments from both the public and the board. Second, I also like that the plan removes the previous recommendation 7.2 on alternative management standards for non-RCRA soil, also following feedback from the public and the board. Third, the plan, in my view, does meet the statutory requirements in SB 158, the 12 statutory requirements that are in there. Fourth, I do appreciate that the plan is more neutral in its language on certain contentious issues, such as testing methods to determine toxicity. So there is definitely a difference between the prior version, which assumed certain outcomes in certain instances, as compared to this version, where these evaluations are more neutral in my view. I do think this is a subtle but important shift. And then finally, on the things that I like, I do particularly like that I think it's the end of the first paragraph in the introduction to Goal 2 now does include text that explicitly states that recommendations included in this goal are related to the identification of hazardous waste, management methods that reduce health impacts, and identification of waste that may be managed under different standards while remaining as or more protective. So that was, to me, a really critical addition, the while remaining as or more protective. That applies to the entirety of everything that's in Goal 2. And I intend for the board, in its oversight role, to hold DTSC to the standard that it's set for itself. So on what I don't like, this is echoing some of the other comments that I've heard. First, it does read like a series of tasks rather than a complete vision for the future of hazardous waste management in California. For example, much of Goal 3 is a data gathering exercise. After many discussions with DTSC, I understand why this is the case, and that DTSC has been reluctant to commit to things prior to gathering data and doing the analysis. So I understand why, but I'd still like to point that out. Second, similarly, the plan does not include quantitative reduction or diversion goals, echoing the comments from Member Gomez. Again, I understand why this is the case, and I think this is related to the first issue, but I still do think it's a shame. Third, there's no timeline for implementation or indication of which activities have started, which activities are planned, and which activities require additional funding. So kind of given all this, what I propose, assuming approval on what comes next, first, I'd like the board to retain oversight authority in terms of how this plan is implemented. That could take a number of different forms and different ways. So for example, we could ask that the board develop an implementation plan on kind of and provide it to the board in the early part of 2026 that speaks to these issues of what happens next, how are they funded, and which of the 27 recommendations are prioritized. Similarly, I'd also ask that DTSC regularly report to the board in written and verbal comments on its efforts to implement this plan. And then finally, in terms of the oversight role, I do think that the board should play a role in oversight of at least certain of the particularly contentious recommendations. So we can anticipate what those are, and we've heard significant public feedback on those. So those include recommendations 1.2 and recommendations 2.2 to 2.5. So, I mean, I welcome other board members' comments, but I do think, it could be useful for the board to work with DTSC on the specific implementation of these and other recommendations that the board members are particularly interested, similar to what Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker has indicated as well. So I'll stop my comments there. Those were kind of my initial reflections and reactions, but like others, I'd really like to turn to the public comment and hear public's feedback and reaction as well. I understand there's quite a lot of public interest. So are there any other board member comments or discussion before we turn it over to Courtney to facilitate public comment? Okay, thank you. Please, Courtney.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. We're going to open up public comment for agenda item number 4, DTSC's 2025 Hazardous Waste Management Plan. Yes, and we'll go ahead and have Faith line up. To be fair to all those who wish to comment today, we are limiting comments to 3 minutes. The timer will be displayed on the screens in the room. If you anticipate your comments will be longer than 3 minutes, we invite you to submit your comments to us in writing at besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. If you would like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation. We are going to start with those that are joining us in person first and who wish to comment. If you do wish to comment and have not yet received a number, please raise your hand and we will pass out a number to you. Okay, great. And then we're going to go ahead and after Faith, we're going to ask that the numbers 1 through 5 line up in the aisle after Faith. So we'll go ahead and kick things off. So Faith, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
The board, thank you. You guys have just been really fabulous, and thank you for looking after us. And this is just, I mean, what my comment will be probably will be the same comment of our colleagues. So we ask you not to approve the hazardous waste plan today. The board has already done the job. You made sure a plan was submitted, but you do not need to vote for a plan that is not ready and not good for the people. I think basically, you know what the chairman, Vice Chair Alexis have said. I really agreed on what they're saying. And if we can, and this is what the National Diversity Coalition and most of our members are really asking, to remove the recommendation 2.2 through 2.5 and 1.3 from the plan. We have to do a lot of more studies, right? I mean, the experts of this, like the wet test, you know, what's that really mean? What will be truly the effect of these people? We are serving a lot of the medical providers and they're just throwing a lot of hazardous waste. And them also, they're not even educated. I think a lot of plan is needed on the marketing and outreach and education. You know, let's work for a better plan, one that reduces toxic waste, cleans up contamination, and truly protects the health of California people. The DTSC, I appreciate all the work, and I know it's not easy to create a plan, and I know it's not easy to find a balance on what's right. But I think for the board to oversee this, and I truly appreciate also that this is the first time I think I've heard that the BES is really taking the authority of the DTSC plan. And DTSC, if they can do more one-on-one outreach, you know, people that can really understand what it means, not just changing the words, but then it would be the same result. So speak the language of the people that are on the ground, right? The minority groups, the tribal communities.
15 seconds.
So, you know, we're here, we've been here, and we'll still continue being here for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. The next round of commenters, if you've received numbers 1 through 5, you can go ahead and line up in the aisle now. We'll proceed with the next commenter. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, Kirsten Kopicki on behalf of the California Council for Environmental and Economic Balance, or CEEP. I appreciate the opportunity to provide the following comments to you as you consider adoption of the draft Hazardous Waste Management Plan. Given the lack of dedicated state resources to advance elements of the plan, and the overall complexities of hazardous waste control laws in California, the draft plan rightly attempts to focus on some near-term initial foundational efforts to serve as the basis for broader, longer-term goals and objectives related to hazardous waste generation, classification, management, remediation, community impacts, and costs. We believe ongoing engagement of stakeholders will be important to ensure clear understanding of the recommended goals and objectives, the level of workload and cost to advance them, and what is reasonably achievable in the near term before the plan is required to be updated and released again. To that end, SEEB and its members urge board and department to consider the following with regards to source reduction. SEEB and its members appreciate the deep interest and priority of reducing the generation of hazardous waste. However, real complexities and challenges exist to meaningful reduction. Further, with ongoing increases in generation and handling fees, there is a clear incentive for generators to reduce whenever and wherever possible in their processes. Nevertheless, generators across sectors are continually testing the waters for new processes, recycling, reuse, and other strategies to reduce generation, but not all efforts and pilots ultimately work out. Sustainable funding. SEEB continues to have concerns with long-term sustainability of the current DTSC funding structure. We look forward to continued engagement with the department and board on ensuring a well-resourced department while minimizing ever-increasing fees on the regulated community and diminishing hazardous waste permitted facilities. Ultimately, SEEB urges the administration and the legislature to commit resources from the general fund for the purpose of advancing the elements of the plan and other important DTSC functions, given the broad statewide benefit and impact much of this work encompasses. Water code updates. While SEEB hears the concerns raised regarding waste classification and alternative management standards, hazardous waste characterization and management for soils and inorganic solid waste is complex and warrants additional discussion and detailed analysis in the coming years. Cross-agency collaboration and efficiencies. SEEB urges the department and board through the goals within the plan to leverage existing knowledge, study IT systems, and regulation by other states and state agencies to ensure maximum efficiency in its work and reliance on the best science wherever possible.
15 seconds.
SEEB urges the department and board to establish a stakeholder advisory group made up of a cross-section of regulated entities, community representatives, and environmental organizations with the goal of providing guidance and constructive feedback on the next iteration of the plan. And finally, SEEB believes that the draft plan is a fair starting point and urges the board to adopt the plan presented, albeit with full recognition that much work is left to be done in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can people hear me? Okay, great. All right, good morning. Hi, my name is Ivana Castellanos with Physicians for Social Responsibility, Los Angeles. Before I dive into the plan, I want to re-ground ourselves on this board's purpose and role as we consider what it means to accept or not accept this plan. The board's operating plan states that it will use the precautionary principle to serve its core mission, which is to oversee DTSC's reform. It also reminds us that the board members represent the public's interest, particularly disproportionately burdened communities, and that the board acts to protect public health and reduce risks of toxic exposure. The board also defines principles for how it will approach this work, building a culture of transparency, driving accountability, and rebuilding public trust. So with this in mind, let's return to the plan. In listening and reading the many comments shared over the year, and that I'm sure we will keep hearing today, it's clear that environmental justice communities and advocates have raised many concerns about this plan that were not addressed in the revision. The revision also does not address much of the feedback provided by the board itself. The revision may at first glance appear to be more balanced by updating language to say they'll review or evaluate instead of encourage exemptions or weakening standards, for example. But this is a thin veil. The recommendations are virtually unchanged, just reordered and with alarmingly fewer details. Without stronger recommendations or additional research provided to substantiate the updated language is reflective of an actual shift in DTSC's interests, I remain concerned that this plan continues to focus on capacity as the driving problem it wants to address, rather than reducing risk to public health, preventing exposures, reducing generation of hazardous waste, and cleaning up communities. Instead, this plan invites future deregulation efforts by advancing initiatives that are, again and again, asking the wrong questions, which will usually lead to the wrong answers, many of which I suspect may be predetermined and were already shared by DTSC in its first draft of the plan. And who gets to refine or answer these questions? Many of the recommended collaborations include various industry stakeholders, but don't engage impacted communities, public health, or occupational health experts. So we're continuously asking the wrong questions to an incomplete panel. The revision continues to be inadequate on source reduction as the first draft, and it lacks any meaningful strategy related to addressing contaminant mixtures or other emerging contaminants. I know this has been a long process, and you are probably feeling worn down, and you may not be sure what even happens next if you don't approve. But these are simply not good enough reasons to approve this plan. Instead, let your own mandates and principles guide you.
15 seconds.
Does this meet its requirements? Does the plan live up to its purpose to serve as a comprehensive planning document? Will accepting this plan reduce risk of toxic exposure? Will accepting this plan improve public health? Will it improve transparency or drive accountability? Will it rebuild public trust? You have the opportunity today to demonstrate to the public and overburdened communities you represent that this board has the willingness to do the difficult and often inconvenient work of oversight.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Please don't approve.
Next commenters. Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, BES. My name is Andrea Loera, and I'm an attorney with Urge Justice. And I'm here today to quickly summarize a letter that we signed on to and submitted to you last week, just in case anybody didn't have a chance to read it. So last week, we submitted a letter. It was over 20 environmental justice coalition groups and community members. We submitted a letter asking you to please vote no on the plan. And a big reason we want you to vote no on this plan is because we find this plan to be extremely deregulatory, and I want to go into what we mean when we say deregulatory. Before that, though, I do want to highlight that we do not think this plan is progress, and we do not think this plan is visionary. This second draft is virtually unchanged from the first draft, and I think we all know this. Deputy Director Mandy Bain at the October 29th hearing or presentation where she spoke about the plan, she explicitly said that the language was largely the only thing that was changed. She said that the recommendations were largely untouched. DTSC mostly focused on simplifying the language. We don't need a simpler plan. We understood it the first time around. We appreciate that it's easier to read, but that's not what we need. We need a plan that actually protects frontline communities. And this brings us back to the fact that we find this plan to be extremely deregulatory and paving a path for DTSC to adopt more loopholes for industry. And I'm going to take us back to recommendation 1.2, formerly 9.2. 3 of the board members here did previously express displeasure with this recommendation, right? And now DTSC has changed the language. They are no longer considering whether to adopt these exclusions, but whether they are now reviewing these exclusions. And we want to highlight that review, using the word review, does not change DTSC's general strategy of wanting to roll back existing protections. We already know that recycling is a dirty business. We already know that we need more oversight, not less, as evidenced by Exide. The plan assumes that recycling exemptions and exclusion could advance the goal of reducing hazardous waste, but this is a fallacy. Excluding hazardous waste from the law does not make hazardous waste dangers magically disappear. And that is what these loopholes would essentially do. Why does DTSC need to devote 3 years of research, review, time, taxpayer monies to reviewing exemptions that would essentially make it easier for industry to adopt exclusions that the federal government has adopted? It is not the time right now for us to stand on par with the federal government as Trump tries to dismantle hazardous law protections. And your mandate, I know you know, is to stand with vulnerable communities. The organizations that submitted these letters, we are the communities or allied with these communities. And we're asking you to vote no. This plan does not protect our communities.
Thank you for your comments. The next commenters and those that have the numbers 5 through 10, you can line up now in the aisle if you would like.
Hi.
Hi, you have 3
I want to
minutes.
first respond. My name is Jenny Knack with Parents Against SSFL. I want to first respond to some of the things I heard the board saying before public comment. And the first one was about BES in the future, assuming approval, redefining what progress is. that sounds very dangerous. To me, progress should have been laid out in the plan by DTSC for you to evaluate. If they can't give us a plan, I'm highly suspect of their ability to meet whatever those guidelines were that you were going to lay out in the future that we won't be able to, help you with. Nor should the BES have to redefine what progress is or help DTSC decide how they're going to develop the plan's implementation. The work plan, or at least some type of explicit plan, should have been included in this plan as opposed to a loose outline, I'll say. I beg you not to accept excuses or assurances because the plan and an inclusive work plan should be explicit, not forever forthcoming at some future rendition of the plan in the future. I'm also concerned because we can't implement and imply weaker standards as done in other states or as the federal government is planning to do. That is dangerous. I understand it's the easiest thing to do, but I think California can stand strong right now. We should stand strong. If we roll back, it's laying out more work for us in the future. We already have enough work to do. Let's not go backwards. I do think that this plan simply is a pathway to deregulation. There was a discussion of an expert panel being developed. I'm concerned about that because every expert panel that we've been able to meet with that DTSC has devised has always been hired by the contractors of the responsible parties. They're never scientifically independent. DTSC claims that there's a data gap in their ability to identify hazardous waste. I want us to just think about that for a second. The Department of Toxic Substance Control is self-identifying a data gap in their own ability to identify hazardous waste. I think that that is completely disingenuous. At our site, we have seen the explicit refusal to strengthen sampling methodologies.
15 seconds.
I wish this plan was more explicit in its goals and outlined goals that are going to be met. It hasn't done that, and I think that we should, I beg you to vote no.
Thank you for your comments. Those that have received numbers 6 through 10, we invite you to go ahead and line up in the aisle now so we can make sure everyone gets an opportunity to comment. Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Melissa Bumstead with Parents Against Santa Susana Field Lab. And first, I'd like to thank Member Strauss-Hacker for her idea of creating the work groups. That is something that, as a community, we have for a long time advocated for more independent science being actually incorporated into DTSC's decision-making process, as well as meaningful community conversation. I think Jenny is correct in what she said, that needs to be safeguarded. But if it can be done purely and properly, I think that would be extremely helpful to have these conversations in a meaningful way. And I think we've said that through many, and we've heard you say that as well, that we need to work together instead of decisions being made and forced onto the community. So thank you for that. The Santa Susana Field Lab is kind of a prime example of how this is happening with what we're seeing with this hazardous waste management plan. Given the opportunity, these polluters have a lot of money at stake, and they will use any loophole, any soft ground to do insufficient testing, to have influence over what is classified as hazardous. They will misclassify hazardous waste and take it to frontline communities, into our municipal landfills. We're seeing that now again with the Santa Susana Field Lab. They will be testing 1 out of every 10 dump trucks of soil. Boeing has preemptively said they will classify 85% of it as non-hazardous and send it to the Simi Valley Municipal Landfill without any justification. This is what the kind of worst case scenarios that we need you to have the toughest and most stringent and most specific plan possible to prevent this kind of situation from happening all across California. This plan lacks measurable commitments to reduce hazardous waste generation, to strengthen enforcement, or address contamination. And I'd like you to just consider for a moment, having to justify your vote today to the elected officials who put you on this board. And then imagine bringing your conversation to your local city council, where maybe you have a landfill and why that waste might be coming to your landfill. Imagine explaining it to your family, justifying it to your children, your grandchildren, to all of California. And can you say it to us, the members of the EJ, where many of us live near either hazardous landfills, some people here, or even municipal landfills that are at risk of hazardous waste? Because we want you to remember that we're real people. You know, we are not statistics. It's so easy to look at a plan and forget the faces of the people who are impacted behind it. And this impacts our kids, our communities, and especially our future and
15
future
seconds.
Californians. And I would just like to ask, how many passes did DTSC get? It's like an elementary school kid who can't read or do math, but they just keep getting pushed to the next grade because it's easier, right? But is that good for the kid? Is that good for our community? Is that good for California to just give DTSC another pass?
Thank you for
And I
your
would
comments.
ask, whatever it takes to protect California, do that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Number 7 through 10, if we can go ahead and have you line up behind the microphone. And if you could please speak directly into the mic to make sure all of our participants in person and in Zoom can hear you. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Great. Hi, my name is Aleja Crutcher. I'm an attorney with Communities for a Better Environment. We're a place-based environmental justice org working with communities in Richmond, East Oakland, Wilmington, and Southeast LA. As this board knows, Southeast LA is home to a staggering number of hazardous waste generators. One of the worst is the infamous Exide facility, now home to the largest environmental cleanup in the state's history, a cleanup required only because DTSC failed to hold them accountable for so many years. Many of our members live near the former Exide site and are still dealing with a decade's worth of lead pollution in their yards. Even so, our members show up to every Exide technical advisory group, provide public comments, and voice their concerns for the Exide working group. Our members in the city of Southgate have to deal with toxic metal pollution from the former Central Metal facility. Again, hazardous pollution that exists due to a lack of meaningful regulation. Even so, our members showed up, they door knocked, and advocated for the LA County Green Zones Ordinance to prevent the development of facilities like CMI. I bring up work on these two sites because even though our members have been failed over and over again by DTSC, they still work to make things better. One such example is our members advocating for SB 158. The idea was that there would be this board that would represent their needs, and there would be this plan that would be proactive and protective of their health. Instead, today we're looking at a plan that takes a deregulatory approach, a plan with no measurable outcomes or any actionable recommendations that would lead to accountability. The new version of this plan has virtually the same recommendations as the first draft. And what are goals without meaningful steps to achieve them? Nothing. Both the first draft and the current version of the plan fall extremely short of what SB 158 requires. However, we do still have this board. I urge you to vote no on this plan. Member Bhatia noted that this plan should be used as a stepping stone. I think if we're analogizing it as a step somewhere for those most affected, it's a step in the wrong direction. I also heard some sentiment that you could work with DTSC staff to fill in the gaps later. I don't think that's how public participation and public protection should work. People on the ground harmed by hazardous waste mismanagement have worked tirelessly to improve things, and they deserve a plan that contributes to that improvement and not hinders it. I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Commenters up through 10. Any other numbers through 10? Oh, great. Hi, Caroline. All right, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Caroline Farrell. I'm with the Environmental Law and Justice Clinic at Golden Gate University, and I've submitted some comments on behalf of National Diversity Coalition, Green Action, and the California Environmental Justice Coalition throughout this process. And I incorporate our comments from April 24th, May 15th, and August 13th. And then there was another letter that was submitted by a coalition of groups on November 12th that I also incorporate. The board should reject the hazardous waste management plan because it hasn't changed substantively from the original draft. It's been rewritten. The plan is not comprehensive and it does not focus on protecting public health and the environment as the legislature intended. The plan is a list of activities that has not undergone CEQA review to even determine if these are the best or environmentally protective alternatives that the DTSC should be prioritizing. And to adopt a plan in anticipation of an implementation plan illustrates that there's no measurable outcomes in the plan itself. To approve it in the first place, I think, is kind of putting the cart before the horse. Rather, the plan focuses on reducing hazardous waste by exempting waste, changing protocols, and finding ways to reclassify waste as hazardous. Changing the label without plans to reduce the danger to low-income communities and communities of color living near hazardous waste generation, storage, transportation routes, and disposal sites. The legislature anticipated this type of gamesmanship in SB 158 for contaminated soils in Health and Safety Code 25135D325B. The legislature prohibited DTSC from claiming reductions in hazardous waste solely by reducing removal of contaminated soil from sites. Paper reductions do not count as reductions under SB 158, regardless of the waste stream. DTSC's limited time and resources should be spent on identifying reductions to remove hazardous materials throughout the life cycle of waste. This first plan the state has produced is important, and approving an inadequate, non-compliant plan is bad precedent and undermines public confidence that waste reduction goals of SB 158 will ever be achieved. The BES should reject this plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenters, any others 5 through 10 or up to 10 that have not commented yet but received that number? Okay, then we'll go ahead and move to those who received numbers 11 through 15. If we could please ask you to go ahead and line up behind the microphone in the aisle, please. Thank you, and Sheena will go ahead and take your number. Thank you very much, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you, board members. I'm going to make it simple and short. My name is Chris Abad, a member of National Diversity Coalition and an owner of Ohana Senior Care Agency. So basically, we work with seniors, work with home health, hospice, laboratory, and pharmacy. So because of the people that we work with and we help, we cannot support this plan, right? This plan does not clearly protect our communities. It has, on my own view, it has no strong goals, no real actions, and it weakens safety rules. It also brings back ideas that were already removed, including changes that could allow hazardous soil to be sent to regular landfills, right? So we are not against the planning. We just simply want a strong protection and plan that keeps our family, especially seniors in our communities, right, to be safe. So we respectfully ask you to reject and delay this plan and work on one that really protects California and our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenters that have numbers between 11 and 15, if you could please come up to the microphone, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment. Thank you.
There's chair and members, Rodney Wilson, Realtor with Century 21, advocate for the National Diversity Coalition and father. So I wanted to share just with the families I serve as a realtor. Many of them live next to hazardous waste facilities and landfills. When toxins migrate off of, outside of those facilities, two things happen. Our kids get exposed to, toxins, and home values collapse, especially historically those in overburdened communities of color. Many of those, are left holding the bag. I was encouraged to hear some of the board's comments on the EJ community and those communities of color that have been impacted. That resonates with this. As the board considers next steps, I think any future plans considered should have a few things considered. Number one, zero offsite migration of hazardous constituents. Two, mandatory cumulative impact reviews for any future permits for facilities near homes or schools. And three, mitigation funding to ensure that impacted communities aren't left holding the bag. This could be, programs that, not necessarily just monies, but programs that, help address, some of the consequently, the things that are just gonna happen, come out of these communities. So as a dad, I don't want to see our children breathe someone else's poisons or otherwise be exposed to hazardous toxins. That's a given. As a realtor, I don't want to see the communities and the families that I serve lose their biggest investment to weak oversight and lack of metrics and concrete standards. Again, I'm encouraged by some of the board's thoughtful comments around the departure from any metrics or standards in future plans. I believe that the word deregulation is a very strong one. It should not be used lightly. But moving forward, I think, you're the experts, you know what to do there. So the board has a choice today to maintain the integrity of the hazardous waste tests. I was here to comment in July. So moving forward, I ask that the board please adopt the
15
strongest
seconds.
protections our kids in health and our home equity count on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter for numbers 11 through 15. Perfect. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. My name is Audrey Perot. I'm with the National Diversity Coalition. I'm also a local realtor and a longtime housing advocate. I've actually been in the housing advocacy space for over 30 years. I represent many low and moderate income homeowners, communities of color, seniors, working families, and members of the EJ community. I ask that you vote no on this hazardous plan today. It is not ready. It does not protect the people and their health. It has an impact to potentially harm equity in the communities that I serve. This plan is missing key elements. It does not have clear, measurable goals or outcomes to reduce hazardous waste, nor clean up pollution or enforcement capability. It does not focus on protecting communities. It also brings back ideas that have previously been discussed. I was here in July as well. Now it's called studying the wet test, but that is just another weakened protection. Changing the test this means more than just talking about it. What we're concerned with is not just, we're concerned with if you have a liner, we're still concerned with dust. We're concerned with poor air quality. In the communities I serve, there's a lot of people that have respiratory conditions, so that's a concern. And we're also concerned with other harmful conditions and the impact that it has on property values. I ask that you remove recommendations 2.2 through 2.5 and 1.3 from the plan. And if you want to study the rules in the future, engage with the community and the public health advocates from the onset and not after the plan has been prepared. I also ask that there be cross-agency collaboration like with Cal Recycle and the Water Board working together alongside so that there's community engagement from the onset. We want to work with you. We are not against planning. We just want there to
15
be
seconds.
community engagement involvement from the beginning to the end. So I thank you for your time and thank you for taking this matter under advisement and consideration today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Those that have additional numbers between 11 and 15? Yeah, thank you so much. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello. Oh, sorry. Good morning, everyone. Members of the board, thank you. My name is Jake Kelsey, member of NDC as well, and also a small business owner in Victorville, California. Right. So, which is also one of the underserved communities down in South California. With respect, we cannot support this plan in its current form. We urge board to remove the recommendation 2.3 through 2.6 and 1.3, which could reopen hazardous waste exemptions and put communities at risk. Strong, consistent standards protect small businesses like mine and safeguard local facilities such as the Victorville landfill from unnecessary environmental and financial burdens. We respectfully ask the board and to reject or defer this plan and develop one that truly protects communities and the environment. Lastly, we are not opposed on this plan. We are opposed to lowering the standards and ignoring community input. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next round of commenters. So if you have numbers between 11 and 15 or even 16 and 20, please come on up. Thank you.
Hi, board. My name is Daniel Telemontes. I'm with the Clean Air Coalition, North Whittier and Avocado Heights. While the framing of this plan has changed, the picture is more or less the same. The plan codifies status quo. I echo the board members and much of the community's concerns. A lack of a substantial performance index or a quantitative effort for measuring source reduction at its best is problematic. But this isn't just about technical issues. It's about values. What is important, the hazardous waste plan under consideration today will set a critical precedent for how California protects or fails to protect communities from contamination and pollution for years to come. Like pollution, injustice is cumulative. If this plan is the core of an effort to improve the impact of hazardous waste, then it is likely to go the way of harm experienced in frontline communities. Communities across the state deserve a comprehensive plan that prioritizes public health, environmental justice, and regulatory strength. Approving an incomplete or flawed plan risks embedding deregulatory loopholes and weakened oversight that will be much harder to fix in the future. Please vote no.
Thank you for your comments. Next round of in-person commenters. Any numbers up through 20, we'll invite you up. Thank you so much. You'll have 3 minutes.
That's good. Hi, my name is Matt Holmes. I'm here with the California Environmental Justice Coalition. We represent about 100 member communities and technical allies across the state of California. This plan really matters to us. I can kind of give you an idea of the scope. I was doing a mapping exercise for the Air Resources Board landfill methane rulemaking that'll happen in this room later this week, Thursday. And landfills aren't next to everybody. They're next to second-class California. We've been denied equal protection under the law for decades. And so that's really was always the promise of this board, is that this board was going to help us look back and address that history and recognize that hazardous waste everywhere isn't equal. And so I'm really worried about the plan right now being the first task for this board and for it to be approved in the current condition that it is in, because it doesn't address our problems. We still have unsettled Title VI settlements at Avenal. I gotta say, I was really troubled to hear that like small steps are acceptable or that our input needs to be triangulated. Our input is lived experience. These are factual clusters of cancer. These are factual low infant birth weights. And into I think it's illustrative that you can see who supports this plan and who doesn't. Those of us that live next to this plan, live next to these facilities, want you to reject this plan because we want to protect you. We want this board to have a meaningful role moving forward with really the most unresponsive state agency that I've ever worked with. It should come as no surprise to you that when I was asked to help identify offending facilities across the state of California for multi-agency reporting for US EPA and Cal EPA, your parent agency, most of the facilities are originally regulated entities by DTSC. So there's really a lot to be lost by not being bold and not taking our time with this plan and not getting it right. There's very little to be lost by rejecting this plan, so I urge you to vote no.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other in-person commenters that would like to comment before we move to our Zoom participants? Okay, great. We'll go ahead and move on to our Zoom participants, and we will start in which the order the hands were raised. If you would like to comment and don't have your hand raised yet, you can use the *9 button on your phone or raise your hand on your Zoom toolbar. So the first commenter we have, Rebecca Overmeyer Velasquez, we're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, good morning. You can hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
I don't know if you can see me, but hi. Good morning. Hi, my name is Rebecca Overmeyer Velasquez, and I am the coordinator of the Clean Air Coalition of North Whittier and Avocado Heights. Well, here we are, near the end of 2025. And you, the board, are about to make a decision about DTSC's first ever plan to manage hazardous waste in California. After 4 hearings and a webinar, you have heard and read scores of comments provided by the public about the draft plan, comments that came with the hope that the final draft would be the best possible plan for our state. As your own website states, the Hazardous Waste Management Plan, quote, is a roadmap for improving how hazardous waste is handled in California. It will use research and public input to identify current challenges and create strategies to manage hazardous waste more safely and efficiently. The plan will guide decisions on how to manage hazardous waste responsibly to reduce harmful impacts on public health and the environment. The website, unquote, the website also states, quote, the purpose of the plan is to serve as a comprehensive guide for managing hazardous waste in California. The plan will inform and direct state and local efforts and help shape future policies to make waste management more effective and safer for human health and the environment. Like many of us, unquote, like many of us speaking today, I wonder where that version of the plan is. And I have many unanswered questions about this final draft. Where is the research that clearly identifies current challenges and proposes clear strategies to manage hazardous waste safely? How did DTSC actually use public input to revise the initial draft when the current version before us today is basically the same as that first draft? Where is the comprehensive guide for managing hazardous waste? And there are more questions. What are DTSC's measurable goals that prioritize community health and well-being? Where is the hazardous waste in California? How much is there? How much can be reduced? What is the timeline for this reduction? What happens if DTSC does not meet its waste reduction targets? Where are the various lithium-ion batteries in use in California? How many are there? How many of these can be reused or repurposed? How many will need to be recycled? Where will recycling take place? Using what processes? How will DTSC prioritize community health and well-being in the management of the lithium-ion battery waste stream? What are the steps DTSC will take to complete the new SB 673 permitting rules that include a cumulative impacts risk assessment? What is the timeline for completing these rules given that they are almost a decade overdue? We know the consequences for communities that remain unprotected by these new rules. What are the consequences for DTSC when it
15 seconds.
its legal obligations? What are the consequences for DTSC when it does not meet its legal obligations? We are counting on the BES to hold DTSC accountable. Our questions need comprehensive answers. Reject the hazardous waste management draft plan and tell staff to start over, please, with a real plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, Elizabeth, we're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Elizabeth Esquivel with the California Manufacturers and Technology Association, representing various manufacturing sectors statewide. We thank you for the opportunity to provide the comments on the draft plan. CMTA does appreciate that the plan recognizes both the absence of dedicated state resources and the significant complexity of California's hazardous waste laws. At the same time, the plan should not move forward by placing additional burdens on permittees who are already subject to very high and continually rising fees. We support the plan's emphasis on near-term foundational actions that can guide broader longer-term goals around hazardous waste generation, classification, management, remediation, community impacts, and cost. We do believe that continued robust stakeholder engagement will be essential as the department implements the plan. With respect to source reduction, we note that while rising generation and handling fees create strong incentives to reduce hazardous waste, achieving meaningful reduction is often far more challenging than it may appear. We also remain concerned about the long-term sustainability of DTSC's current funding structure, and CMTA looks forward to working with the department and the board to ensure that the agency is adequately sourced while limiting the need for further fee increases. Given the broad statewide benefits of DTSC's work, general fund support should be a part of that solution. Hazardous waste characterization and management are highly complex, and updates to the waste codes will require detailed analysis and discussion in the years ahead. We also encourage the department and the board to strengthen cross-agency collaboration and make full use of existing studies, IT systems, and regulatory frameworks, both within California and in other states, to improve efficiency and reduce cost. Finally, we urge the establishment of a stakeholder advisory group composed of regulated entities, community members, and environmental organizations to provide ongoing feedback as future iterations of the plan are developed. CMT believes that the draft plan is a strong starting point and encourages the board to adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And we have about 13 additional commenters in the queue. So the next commenter, Ambar Rivera, we're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation and you'll have 3 minutes. Okay, Amber, you have 3 minutes. Thank you. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amber Rivera. I'm a researcher at CBE, an environmental social justice group here in Southeast LA. First, I urge you to vote no on adopting the Hazardous Waste Management Plan as it's currently written. This plan still fails to provide specific, comprehensive, measurable benchmarks to manage hazardous waste, let alone an equitable public health protection plan. The plan is vague and opaque language, quote unquote, data gaps that leaves frontline communities vulnerable to hazardous waste exposure and continues to favor industry over people. Not to mention, the plan still falls short of implementing an EJ framework, furthering harm in communities already facing a disproportionate amount of toxics and hazardous waste exposures. The plan wants to regulate hazardous waste, but there continues to be a lack of monitoring and enforcement processes, including meaningful public participation. Hazardous waste can be toxic to human health and the environment, and at times, depending on the mix of chemicals, a carcinogen. Exide Technologies in Vernon is California's biggest polluter, exposing over 10,000 homes to lead contamination, and Southeast LA communities continue to be impacted by highly toxic soil. This plan would only continue harming communities who have been advocating over a decade on a complete community cleanup and an equitable hazardous waste management plan that protects all EJ communities. Now is not the time to go back and loosen regulations and oversight. We have to move forward and think of future generations. The board has the authority to vote no on this plan, and I urge you to vote no and hold DTSC accountable in protecting our communities and our future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter online, Vanessa Vasquez, we're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation and you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Good morning, BES members. My name is Vanessa Vasquez, and I am with Communities for a Better Environment. I urge you to vote no on adopting the Hazardous Waste Management Plan as written. I have family members who live within and just outside of the Exide PIA cleanup boundaries in communities that have historically experienced cumulative impacts from nearby industrial land uses. Some of those relatives developed cancer. The disaster caused by Exide was made possible due to decades of facility violations that went unaddressed for far too long. Moreover, exposures to chemicals like lead have been prolonged due to a series of missteps with cleanup efforts that are still ongoing. Occurrences like these are no stranger to the communities of color and low-income communities that CBE organizes in, especially the community of Southeast Los Angeles. Southeast Los Angeles has been overburdened by nearby industrial facilities, including the former Exide and Central Metal facilities. Residential areas and frontline communities near these sites are still contaminated, and families are unable to fully enjoy their homes because of the fear of being made sick in a country where healthcare costs continue to rise. The updates made to this plan blatantly fail to center the cleanup and protection of environmental justice communities. This plan fails for many reasons, some of which include its inability to center environmental justice communities, its failure to prioritize source reduction, and its dangerous proposal of pathways that will lead to deregulation. First, the plan fails to center environmental justice communities because it notably removed explicit mention of environmental justice, which had previously been included in the earlier draft. The plan also curtailed its draft recommendations that would have helped facilitate the participation of environmental justice communities in future hazardous waste management efforts. Now, the updated plan lacks sufficient details on how DTSC will improve access to information amongst diverse audiences. These changes are concerning for disadvantaged fence-line communities who deserve the ability to meaningfully contribute and substantively impact the management of the waste that pollute the communities that they live, work, play, and pray in. Second, the plan fails to prioritize source reduction. The plan does not adequately push industry to switch to non-hazardous materials as alternatives to the substances that we know are harmful to human health and the environment. DTSC missed its opportunity to take a preventative health-focused approach. Lastly, the plan dangerously proposes pathways that will lead to deregulation. One of the ways that it does this is by opening the door to federal exemptions and exclusions that could dangerously narrow what is defined as hazardous waste in California. Although the language is not as explicit as it was in the draft plan, and the new language shown today is also vague, DTSC made it clear during its recent webinar that it wants to apply such policies in California. Regardless of adjustments that DTSC makes to the exemptions and exclusions that it seeks to incorporate, such adoptions will weaken California's hazardous waste management standards. For these reasons, we ask that the Board of Environmental Safety vote no on adopting the plan. It is your job to protect public health and reduce risk of toxic exposure in vulnerable communities. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next commenter, Adil, we're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Good morning, board members and DTSC members. My name is Adil. I'm a Chief Legal Officer and Research Analyst with National Diversity Coalition. Previously, I have submitted comments before the board. I urge the board to vote no as the plan as written right now. There are 3 issues primarily on the hazardous waste management plan as written. Firstly, the spirit of deregulation still exists in the plan as recommendation 1.2, although the wording is like review. It is the DTSC have a clear objective or a goal to look into review and exemptions as a way to lower the standard. That is what community fears. And that spirit is, although the 7.2 of earlier plan was removed, it still haunts how they are trying to look into loopholes in order to lower the standard. And the goal of deregulation, or the effect of the deregulation will always be much more impactful on the local communities and the communities of color, because they will be the one who bear the brunt of any kind of hazardous waste impact. The second issue is that the plan does not have any measurable outcome, and the impact of lack of measurable outcome, even in the good recommendation like recommendation 2.8 or even the source reduction mentioned in 1.1, there is no measurable outcome DTSC proposal. We understand that the lack of the capacity to create such a it is not the creation of benchmark is not that they have to achieve it in 3 years, but what it gives is that at the end of the 3 years, a community will be able to evaluate what DTSC had done when there's a measurable outcome, and the lack of it allow the DTSC to escape accountability at the end of 3 years, because we don't know what is the benchmark in source reduction or in the recommendation 2.8 in creating a permanent cleanup. So the absence of that makes it very difficult to hold DTSC accountable after the end of 3 years. And the third point is that there is no prioritization of community health or environmental protection as a goal in a context of that we understand the data integration, the data gaps are important to identify where the hazardous waste is there. But if we don't prioritize the community health, at the end of the day, it will impact a large scale of people. So the deprioritization of the community health or environmental protection is another issue which NDC have with the current
15
plan as
seconds.
written. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next commenter we have on Zoom is Bradley Angel. We're going to invite you to unmute Bradley, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Good morning. This is Bradley Angel, and I'm the Director of Green Action for Health and Environmental Justice. And I want to echo the really excellent and really compelling and important comments of my environmental justice colleagues across the state who have testified this morning. I have dealt with DTSC along with our community partners across the state since DTSC was born decades ago. And unfortunately, this draft hazardous waste plan really should be called a mismanagement plan or sticking your head in the sand plan. First of all, and we very much echo the call to vote no on this defective plan. And I want to give a few specifics. Now, one is DTSC, along with Cal EPA, continues to be in bold and clear and indisputable violation of the law of Senate Bill 673, as well as the Kettleman City Title VI Civil Rights Settlement that Green Action and El Pueblo of Kettleman City reached with DTSC and Cal EPA years ago. And both the state law, 673, and the federal civil rights settlement under Title VI of the Civil Rights Act required, it wasn't optional, it required DTSC almost 10 years ago to adopt criteria, regulatory criteria to consider the impacts of cumulative impacts on permit decisions. It still doesn't exist. And that needs to be one of the first points in the DTSC plan. Come into compliance and actually use cumulative impacts as required by the law and the federal civil rights settlement. Now, why is this important? Because this plan, draft plan, is an early holiday gift to the waste disposal industry, both for hazardous waste and solid waste, both in California and in other vulnerable communities in nearby states, and to industrial polluters who are not being held accountable to reduce toxic waste. DTSC has made improper predetermined permit decisions on the Kettleman City and Buttonwillow hazardous waste dumps, continuing the pattern and practice of dumping on some of our most vulnerable communities and not coming up with a plan B. There are no teeth to the source reduction. I don't even want to call it a plan. It continues giving the blessing to dump California toxic waste on vulnerable communities in Arizona and Utah. And these are communities that we know very well. We work with those communities. And DTSC also has failed to do adequate work to remediate toxic contamination in communities across the state from the
15 seconds.
From Santa Susana to Laytonville to Treasure Island and the Hunters Point Shipyard. So in sum, we respectfully ask you to reject this plan and let's do it right. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next commenter we have on Zoom, we have Jaime Sanchez. We're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment. Jaime Sanchez, if you're there, perfect.
Yes, I'm here.
Great, we can hear you. You can go ahead and proceed with your comment. Thank you.
My name is Jaime Sanchez. I'm a resident of Los Nietos and a member of Neighbors Against Fibertech. As we speak, democracy is under attack at the federal level and at the state level. How is this possible? Consider DTSC as an example and their failure to fulfill their mandate. Who here can deny that DTSC has failed to protect the public, communities, and the environment in favor of the toxic substances industry? Who here is blind to the fact that the hazardous waste management plan is weak, rolls back protections, proposes deregulation, and the elimination of manifest requirements? Who here has no clue that DTSC has ignored all BES and environmental justice concerns in the final version of their proposed hazardous waste management plan. I ask BES to close your eyes and imagine that you are in this idyllic setting where you can actually visualize DTSC and the public working together to address this problem, and where in the end, BES simply approves the plan. Now I ask BES to open your eyes and see the truth and recognize that in fact, the opposite is true. That interacting with DTSC is nothing more than an exercise in futility, and that the only protection remaining is your oversight. BES, take a moment to look around you and look into the eyes of the public who you too are mandated to protect. Apply your acumen to this scenario and recognize that democracy does not exist where a public entity fails to represent the people, fails to fulfill their mandate. BES, you are faced with a decision whereby you either cut the baby in half as a convenient solution by promoting the fallacy that such a compromise is fair, or you lead from the front by being bold enough to acknowledge the truth that the hazardous waste management plan is unacceptable and must be denied. Therefore, be principled and bold, fulfill your mandate, because DTSC continues to fail in theirs. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We have about 9 additional commenters on Zoom, and the next commenter, we have actually 2 commenters under CBE community, so we're going to invite that first one on the panelist list or participant list to unmute. Please accept our invitation, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment. Under CBE community, if you could accept our invitation to unmute. Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes. ¿Sí me escuchan? Hola.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Necesito traducción, por favor.
Thank you. This is the interpreter. I'm going to provide our Spanish-speaking member with some instructions. Hola, aquí habla Marco Gutiérrez, su intérprete. Le voy a pedir, por favor, que hable en frases cortas y que pause, así yo puedo repetir todo lo que usted diga, por favor.
Dice que tiene que hablar en frases cortas.
Y diga su comentario, por favor.
Buenas tardes, miembros de BES. Mi nombre es Irma López y soy residente de Carajay, en el condado de Los Ángeles, y soy miembro de CBE.
Good afternoon, BES members. My name is Irma Lopez. I live in Carnegie, LA, and I'm a member of CBE.
Junta de Seguridad Ambiental, ustedes son el enlace entre nosotros, que somos la comunidad, y el personal del DTSC, y garantizarnos una transparencia y un enfoque comunitario.
BES, we let you know that you are the link between us and DTSC personnel and that you owe us personal help and transparency.
Les pido que no se salgan de esa línea.
We ask you please not to forget that responsibility. Do not
Junta de
cross.
Seguridad Ambiental, se debe priorizar la buena salud de nuestras comunidades con un plan específico y acciones concretas de cómo reducir al máximo la fuente de contaminación permanente.
So for our Environmental Protection Agency, we ask you to please continue looking for ways to protect the environment. We need to protect it from this unmeasured contamination and from these sources that are affecting our communities because of this contamination.
Con una exhaustiva y permanente y responsable supervisión, donde la línea de prevención sea específica y prioritaria, enfocada en la salud y la justicia ambiental.
And we ask you to do this by an exhaustive supervision process of oversight in which we can make sure that public health and environmental health takes priority and precedence at all times.
La tierra está contaminada en diferentes comunidades. Instamos a que tomen seriamente, responsablemente, la recomendación para limpiarla.
Our earth is contaminated in so many different ways and so many different severities throughout all our communities. So we need you to take seriously your your responsibility to clean it up and to do your part to protect it.
Particularmente he vivido muy de cerca el impacto de vivir en una de las comunidades más vulnerables con el vertedero tóxico Exide y Yuhul.
I personally have lived in my own life the danger of being next to one of these dangerous landfills, Exide and U-Haul.
Con la muerte de amigas y vecinos de cáncer y constantemente nuevas personas diagnosticadas con cáncer y diferentes enfermedades, lo cual es muy alarmante.
We constantly live with news, and I personally have seen the death of many friends, neighbors, people who died because of cancer and because of other health problems that have come up. In fact, the frequency of the diagnosis now for cancer and some of these other illnesses is so alarming.
Lamentablemente, estas son las consecuencias de que el DTSC priorizara a la industria sobre la salud, ya que Exide pudo operar con tantas infracciones durante tanto tiempo.
And honestly, and unfortunately, this is a consequence of DTSC prioritizing an industry over health. That because we saw that Exide was able to operate while having so many violations for so long.
Estamos actualmente lidiando con los impactos de la exposición al plomo.
We're currently dealing with the impact and the effects of being exposed to lead.
Junta de Seguridad Ambiental, les pido más tiempo para sugerencias en este plan y voten no al plan de gestión de residuos peligrosos. Escuchen a nuestras comunidades, por favor. Gracias.
And so to our Agency of Environmental Protection, we ask you, please allow more time, listen to the suggestions regarding this plan. Please vote no at the moment, and please listen to our communities. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you very much for your comments, and thank you to our interpreter, Mark. The next commenter we have on Zoom is also under CBE community, so we're going to invite that commenter to unmute. And if they could accept our invitation to unmute.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes.
Thank you. Yes, we can hear you.
Good afternoon, BES members. My name is Elsa Barrios, and I am a resident of Cudahy. I am a member of CBE community. I urge you to vote no on adopting the Hazardous Waste Management Plan as written. DTSC and the BES old community that have been burdened by the toxic waste for too long. A comprehensive and preventative plan. There is nothing in the plan that creates actionable and measurable goals to reduce waste on and protect us. And for that, I urge you to vote no on adopting the Hazardous Waste Management Plan as written. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. The next commenter we have, Deja McCulley. We're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Deja McCauley, and I'm with Physicians for Social Responsibility Los Angeles. Just want to thank everyone for their comments today, and thank you to the board for your insightful comments and engagement with the plan. Despite the revisions, the Hazardous Waste Management Plan still falls far short of its stated goals. It lacks a clear vision, meaningful strategies, and the protections necessary to safeguard vulnerable communities and public health. For the past 7 months since the original draft was released, we and many others have consistently raised concerns that the plan fails to strengthen safety for vulnerable communities. Yet, even after extensive feedback from both the public and the BES, the updated plan prioritized simplified language instead of addressing the need for stronger protections against hazardous waste, which should be the plan's core purpose. It was deeply concerning to see the updated plan largely disregard public input, remove its explicit mention of environmental justice, and maintain most of the original recommendations, including pro-industry exclusions and exemptions that could further harm communities. Today, I heard some members of the BES say that the plan does a good job of centering source reduction However, I disagree. The plan continues to lack a meaningful focus on source reduction. Although it defines source reduction clearly and mentions it frequently throughout the plan, it still does not explain how source reduction will be achieved. For example, Goal 1 states that DTSC will pilot source reduction technologies and activities, but does not specify what those technologies are or how they will reduce hazardous waste generation. The recommendation to develop a hazardous waste reduction grant program also raises major questions. Will DTSC be giving money to hazardous waste generators to incentivize them to reduce their own waste? If so, why is public funding being proposed for industry practices that should already be required? These elements of the plan are confusing and need far more clarity. The plan lacks measurable goals, leaving the BES and the public with no way to evaluate whether any progress has been made in 3 years. How will we know if source reduction has occurred? How will we know if, how will effectiveness be assessed? How will we know if communities are being protected? Without metrics, the plan offers no accountability. At some point, we must stop relying on remaining hopeful that DTSC will do the right thing when given vague, broad discretion. Hope is not a regulatory strategy, and it will not protect our communities. You do not need to approve this plan in order to continue in your roles and provide oversight, offer direction, or continue collaborating with DTSC on strengthening public health protections and advancing genuine source reduction. I urge you to vote
15
no
seconds.
on this plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. We have about 6 additional commenters on Zoom. So next commenter, Veronica, we're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Good morning. Again, I'm sorry, it's not good morning anymore. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Veronica Aguirre. I'm a member of the Avenel community and a community organizer with Green Action for Health and Environmental Justice. I'm here today to urge you to vote no on the adoption of the hazardous waste plan. As has already been mentioned, hazardous waste impacts are not fair. And coming from a frontline community, I have a front row seat to this unfairness. I have family and friends in Kettleman City who can attest to the injustice. Some have survived cancer. These are real people facing real problems, and these are problems that can be prevented with your leadership. Frontline communities are being left vulnerable, and we are here today pleading for the health and safety of our families. Please send this plan back, reject it, and do not move forward in its current form. Please vote no. Respectfully, I ask that you please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, Ariel McCarty, we're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation and you'll have 3 minutes for your comment.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Ariel McCarty. I'm with the National Diversity Coalition, and we represent low to moderate income communities statewide and nationwide. We ask you not to approve this hazardous waste plan today. The board has already done your job. You made sure a plan was submitted, but you do not need to vote for a plan that is not ready and not good for the people. This plan is missing clear goals to reduce hazardous waste or clean up pollution. Moreover, it does not focus on protecting our communities, and it brings back the idea of putting hazardous soil into city landfills, something this board has already removed last year. The same concept has been reintroduced under a new label by shifting focus to the waste extraction test and related toxicity criteria. We ask the board to please remove recommendations 2.2 through 2.5 and 1.3 from the plan. We also ask you to remove recommendation 1.3, which opens the door to new exemptions and exclusions that undermine the integrity of California's hazardous waste standards. If you want to study waste rules in the future, please make it public with community voices, experts, and agencies like Cal Recycle and the Water Board working together. We want to work with you on a better plan, one that reduces toxic waste, cleans up contamination, and truly protects the health of California's people. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. The next commenter on Zoom, Karen A., we're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Good afternoon. I'm Karen Abud
from the National Diversity Coalition. First, I want to say that I agree with board members on the importance of integrating community cleanup effort that is in the direction we should be moving forward. We are finally getting closer to the vision we are all share, a state that does not only manages hazard waste, but actively works to clean up past contamination and protect impacted communities. SB 158 was very clear. California must pursue hazard waste reduction goals based on real data. We set a goal as a state. We are committed to it. That means reducing the creation of hazard waste itself, not finding a new pathway, exceptions or disposal options that weaken environmental protection or shift the burden into already over-impacted neighborhood. Unfortunately, this draft plan does not align with those reduction goals. It opens the door to policies that could increase risk to communities like mine in Los Angeles County, communities that have long been exposed to toxic sites, landfills, industrial waste, and environmental injustices. Any proposal that allow contaminated materials, even under certain conditions, to be sent to facilities that were never designed to manage them safely is a step backwards. Instead of loosening standards, we should be strengthening oversight, investing in safer technology, and prioritizing reduction at the source. California should lead in environmental protection, not compromise the health of the communities who have historically carried the greatest burden. I urge the board to reject this draft plan and bring forward version that is fully consistent with the AB 158 that centers community cleanup and that genuinely protects public health and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, also listed under CBE community. We're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation and you'll have 3 minutes.
Buenas tardes. ¿Me escuchan?
Thank you. We'll have our interpreter. Oh, thanks, Mark.
Buenas
Indeed,
tardes.
thank you. Yes, we'll provide them the same instructions. Hola, señora, aquí habla Marcos, su intérprete. Le vamos a pedir, por favor, que hable frases cortas y que pause para yo repetir todo lo que usted diga. Por favor.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Rosa. Resido en el área de Walnut Park, cerca de las áreas más contaminadas por los vertederos tóxicos como Exide y U-Haul.
Good afternoon. My name is Rosa. I live in the area of Walnut Park, very close to the areas most affected by landfills like Exide and U-Haul.
Les insto a votar en contra de la adopción del plan de residuos peligrosos en su forma actual.
I urge you to vote against the plan as it's shown in its current form.
A causa de eso, me he visto afectada yo y mis hijas, 2 de ellas diagnosticadas por asma y problemas respiratorios.
Because of the situation in which we're in right now, myself and both of my daughters have seen ourselves with many health problems. Both of us diagnosed, all 3 of us diagnosed with asthma and other respiratory issues.
Familias afectadas por diagnósticos más severos como lo son el cáncer.
There are other families affected by even more severe diagnosis like cancer.
El plan no prioriza la salud pública.
The plan
Ni
does
la
not
justicia ambiental.
prioritize, mis disculpas. The plan does not prioritize environmental justice or public health.
Al carecer de justicia ambiental, al carecer de prácticas de limpieza a los terrenos contaminados.
Why? Because it's lacking in EJ practices and it's lacking in cleanup measures for the affected lands.
El plan no responsabilizó a Central Metal y ahora las casas de la gente están contaminadas por el plomo.
The plan did not ensure that Central Metal took any responsibility for the actions, and because of this, our homes are now affected by contaminants such as lead.
Sin que se deslumbre ninguna limpieza, y la única limpieza que se realizó fue en el propio terreno.
And of course, there's been no cleanup efforts for the homes other than the cleanup that was done on the actual property of land.
Dando paso a más contaminantes industriales.
And this, of course, is creating or opening the way to even more industrial contaminants.
La justicia ambiental y las comunidades más afectadas se ven obligadas a lidiar con la tierra que nos afecta y nos enferma.
Our EJ communities and those who are most impacted are now forced to deal with the effects of this land that's contaminated, that's affecting us so horribly.
¿No debería este plan priorizar la limpieza y protección de nuestras comunidades?
Shouldn't this plan prioritize cleanup and the health of our communities?
La contaminación de tóxicos en nuestro medio ambiente es la causa de miles de muertes en nuestra vida diaria.
The toxic contamination in our area is the cause of thousands of deaths in our area.
Niños y escuelas están rodeados de este tipo de tóxicos contaminantes que los matan y envenenan.
Our children, our schools are surrounded by these toxins, these contaminants, that poison them and even kill them.
Ellos están constantemente en contacto haciendo deportes al aire libre y eso los expone más.
They're constantly in contact because they participate in open air sports, and that leaves them even more exposed.
Les pido voten en contra del plan de gestión de residuos peligrosos.
I ask you please to vote against this hazardous waste management plan.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and for our interpreter, Mark. The next commenter we have on Zoom is Jennifer Elkins. We're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Elkins. As a community member who's directly impacted by hazardous waste at mismanaged landfills, I urge you to vote no on the current plan as it is written. We must do better. I also urge you to ask for public input within communities as we are the ones being most impacted by these decisions. Most community members that I know have no knowledge of this hazardous waste management plan or that you're even meeting today to vote on it. Community outreach should be a priority. Please vote no on the hazardous waste management plan as it is currently written. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, we have Jane Williams. Jane, we're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Jane Williams. I'm the Executive Director of California Communities Against Toxics. And I live in Roseman, California, which is the site of one of the state's worst childhood cancer clusters, mainly due to the illegal disposal of hazardous waste. And what I wanted to tell you today is that back in the 1990s, in the mid 1990s, during the governorship of Pete Wilson, the state of California grappled with many of these same questions: what to do with California's hazardous waste. We had gone through throw it in the ocean, dump it in the rivers, bury it on the land, try to recycle it, all these same questions. The regulatory structure update was a 3-year-long process that looked at head to toe California's hazardous waste management superstructure. Many of the same ideas that are in this plan that is before you were examined, chewed on, and in the end, roundly dismissed. And the reason was precisely what you're hearing now, is that we could not change California's hazardous waste management planning and its infrastructure without damaging environmental justice communities. The only way to do a better job than what we're doing now is to do it with new technologies and pollution prevention. And I spent 3 years over at the California Air Resources Board working on the chrome plating rule. That chrome plating rule will reduce, if not eliminate, the production of the PFAS fume suppressants that are used to suppress the hexavalent chromium in the boiling vats, and dramatically reduce the state's production of hazardous waste from this industry. That was not part of the regulatory reason we did that, but it is part of the regulatory outcome. So I feel like I'm at Groundhog Day with this lengthy process that the state has undertaken that spit out the same answers. Adopt the transfer-based exclusion. Oh, get rid of the wet test. Oh, let's recycle hazardous waste into fertilizer and asphalt shingles. So
15 seconds
please vote
remaining.
no on this. There is so much better that we can do. We do have new technologies that we did not have back in the mid-90s. And I will be happy to serve on an advisory committee to talk about all of this. Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk today.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, Thomas Helm. Thomas, we're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. My name is Thomas Helm. I'm the co-founder of Valley Improvement Projects in the Northern San Joaquin Valley, also the co-coordinator of California Environmental Justice Coalition. Here to stand in solidarity and echo many of the points that were made by many of the environmental justice advocates that you heard from today. Valley Improvement Projects was started because we had at the time one of the 3 trash incinerators in the state of California, which was built just a few years after the state of California commissioned the Sorrell report, which talked about if you want to site a waste facility to look at low income, low education communities, specifically mentioning rural ranching and farming areas where Catholics live. And then the incinerator in West Stanislaus County began to be built in an area that's about 80% Latino communities, many farm workers in that area. And not only that, DTSC allowed the incinerator to put its toxic ash from burning trash into the local landfill. Now, in December of last year, almost a year ago now, the incinerator stopped operating, and we were glad to hear that there wouldn't be any more toxic ash going into our local landfill. And then we were made aware of this plan to look for ways to take contaminated toxic soils to those local landfills. And we were worried that we were going to have another source of toxic waste going into our local landfill, which is right next to where the incinerator was operating in western Stanislaus County. We do appreciate that after a lot of advocacy that recommendation 7.2 was taken out of the plan, but it appears that it might have been in name only, because a lot of the other exceptions that are put into this plan are looking for a way to reclassify something as not being toxic instead of actually reducing the toxic waste that we produce and making polluters that create this toxic waste responsible for the cost on communities and the cost of cleanup. I stand in solidarity with the others that have spoke to say that this plan should be rejected. No plan is better than a bad plan, and we need to start over with the recommendations given in the numerous comments and letters submitted by environmental justice organizations. And start over with a new plan, and I'd be glad to be a part of those conversations.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the final commenter we have on Zoom, and if we can also just double check with our interpreters that there's no one on the Spanish channel, or if there is anyone on the Spanish channel that would like to comment, we'll double check that. But then we have Jeff Ellsworth. Jeff, we're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Ellsworth. I was the mayor of a small town in Napa Valley, Napa County, that saw significant problems with our local landfill with contamination and fires, and also impacts to the workers. And so I'm now with Cal LULAC, which is the League of United Latin American Citizens. And what we're trying to talk about is the contamination incidents as relates to not only the larger community, but the workers as well, and the workers being part of that general public that these agencies are mandated to protect. What we recently saw was a hearing and an audit of Cal OSHA that was brought forth by Assembly Member Liz Ortega that brought forth significant deficiencies at the OSHA process. And so the workers' complaints and concerns regarding hazardous and toxic materials weren't coming forward. So we're trying to talk to agencies about making sure there's proper portals and with things like the hazardous management plan for worker complaints and concerns to come forward and not just being deferred to frankly, a broken OSHA system. So my comments today pertain to this item. I won't be on for the environmental justice item, but these comments also pertain to that. And I'm going to submit something as well that's going to be a request for an agendized time for us to do a presentation on the nexus between what we're seeing as ongoing California Latino waste worker fatalities and impacts, and this pertains to all waste workers, associated civil rights complaints and environmental water quality impacts relevant to the water and air boards, as well as the Department of Toxic Substance Control. So a nexus between that and the recent Assembly Senate joint audit and hearing related to the deficiencies at Cal OSHA, and how these all tie together as a problem where those folks who are the boots on the ground, the workers, their concerns and complaints are not coming forward. We're seeing significant comment today from folks with concerns, and we know that those workers are really in the face of it. So I'll submit this, and hopefully we can find a time to agendize this, because we think you need more information that can come from these folks who are actually working in those conditions, and that might help you see a better pathway to coming up with a really full plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. So that concludes the comments on Zoom. We do have an additional in-person commenter that would like to make a comment at this time. So we'll go ahead and invite Angela up to make a comment.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Angela Johnson-Mazzaro, Senior Attorney at Earth Justice. Today's statements are not on behalf of any particular client. Today, I'm feeling betrayed. Here we are in Sacramento. It's 12:30, and it's this distant and sheltered place where this board decided to vote on a plan meant to establish the direction of the department's efforts for years. Now, the powerful manipulating time and place to suit the needs of the powerful, of course, is nothing new. Nevertheless, sometimes it feels important to state the obvious. Rarely is there a moment when it is clear that a decision will mark an inflection point. And this, I believe, is one of those moments. The plan before you today embraces DTSC's status quo. The director and the deputy director set this plan before you and us, having made their decision about the path forward. This plan answers the calls for change with timidness and tasks and whispered stories about the department's challenges. This plan ignores a simple truth. This is not the time or the place to center DTSC's challenges. Rather, this is the moment to inhabit the challenges experienced by real people living on the front lines of California's hazardous waste management failures. This is a moment for problem solving and focus and for courageous leadership. This choice is particularly jarring because in this moment, those who embrace the use of power to strip dignity and safety from those deemed unworthy are pushing for the change they want to see nationally and here. For decades, California has mostly refused to embrace the federal project of adopting exemptions, exclusions, and industry-friendly workarounds to the mandates central to the hazardous waste law. Ensure protection of health and the environment from the ravages of hazardous substances. But DTSC staff, focusing on itself, is failing to respond with the vision and the leadership that's needed in this moment. In SB 158, we were promised that this board would be the people's allies in nudging, guiding, and when necessary, dragging DTSC off of the path that it has been on for far too long. The people turned out to voice the reality of how hazardous substances this department is charged with managing impacts them, their loved ones, and their communities. And we testified and we chanted and we wrote letters and we had meetings and we called for change. And for a moment, you were moved to leadership. You were skeptical about the plan's direction and you asked the director and the deputy director to rethink it. And after months, they returned with essentially the same plan, but they extracted a penalty. They removed timelines. They obscured what lacks funding. They struck language that provided insight into their intentions as if we should unsee what we've already seen. Building into the plan the excuses that they'll later use. There was no money. Oh, we're still in progress. And like before, this plan lacks a vision for how DTSC will make real people's lives better. As 23 organizations from around the state pointed out in our most recent letter to you, all of the recommendations in the March plan are included in this October plan, save 4. 1 was removed by you, and 3 of the 4 tagged as solely related to environmental justice. This was not the change that we were promised, and it is definitely not the change that we demanded. Rewriting the goals without changing the recommendations isn't change, it's defiance. So that's what I'm thinking about. But what about you? Are you excited to vote for this plan? Or were you more resigned to hearing angry 3-minute statements from the people most harmed by the status quo and their allies, punctuated by the cooing comfort from the regulated entities telling you that this is all very reasonable? Did you rehearse statements about why it has to be this way? And did you think to yourself about how you were going to assure us that later, next time, someday, somehow in ways that you really can't describe but truly long for, there'll be change? Is this really progress? Yes, this work is urgent. Yet somehow we have 7 years and counting to wait for SB 673 regulations, but no time to wait for a clear, coherent plan about hazardous waste management from DTSC's leadership. Time, including misplaced urgency, is a tool of the powerful and those who refuse to be courageous alike. You have the authority to prevent DTSC from going on this path. The board should vote no on this plan because it does nothing to make communities safer. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Board members, in addition, we do have 3 comments that were submitted in writing with the request to be read out loud, so I'm going to proceed with those comments now. The first commenter we have that submitted the comment in writing is Andrea Ventura, and it begins, Clean Water Action, representing thousands of Californians, urges the board and environmental safety to fulfill its mission to hold DTSC accountable and protect public health by rejecting this hazardous waste plan. Clean Water Action was deeply involved with the passage of SB 158 because the need to reform DTSC was vital. The department's failures to enforce industrial permits, reduce actual hazardous waste generation, and remediate existing environmental contamination have real-world consequences as whole communities suffer both the health and economic burdens that come with exposure to hazardous substances. SB 158 particularly created this oversight board to guide the department toward needed reform and to hold them accountable when they did not live up to their obligations. This plan represents the latter situation. It does not ensure real progress in reducing human and environmental exposures. It does not incorporate community-based recommendations. It instead reflects the very departmental culture we saw when we were working on SB 158, including the Caltrans in taking meaningful actions that bring results within a specified timeline. We will offer 3 examples of how this plan, which is all show but little substance, fails. DTSC should have done its homework before developing this plan. This document should be a list of implementable actions and not a research project. DTSC was tasked with identifying specific steps to reduce hazardous waste, remediate contamination, and prevent further community exposure, not to compile data gaps. Communities have long shared their knowledge that can inform priorities and strategies. DTSC should build on that expertise to propose real measures now, then refine future plans as new data emerges. Number 2, California must lead, not follow deregulation. The department should remember that it does not represent the federal government or industry. It serves the people of the state. The recent election showed rejection of the federal rollback agenda. Reviewing federal recycling exemptions is out of step with the public will. Instead, DTSC must make a broad view of what constitutes hazardous waste and act boldly to eliminate its sources and clean up contamination harming fence-line communities. In addition, the department must mirror the legislature's rejection of advanced recycling, which are just incineration by another name, as recycling. Number 3, budget constraints have been constant excuse for inaction. However, the state should only fund programs and plans that outline meaningful goals and strategies to achieve them. This plan fails that standard. DTSC must implement a robust enforcement plan with penalties and direct those monies to addressing needs of fence-line communities. Lastly, when budgetary constraints do legitimately limit the department's capacity, there must be a transparent process by which priorities and timelines are realigned with public input. DTSC's credibility problem runs deep, and this plan, by ignoring community input, only widens the trust gap. We urge the board to demand a new plan that delivers measurable, tangible health improvements for California communities. Say no to this plan. Andrea Ventura. The next commenter we have to read out loud, we have from Brendan. My name is Brendan Rorhe, a resident and business owner operator in Southern California. I urge you to reject the current DTSC proposed hazardous waste management plan. As a concerned citizen active with the Clean Air Coalition, I have followed its progress for many months. Although I have no doubt that your technical team has worked tirelessly on this issue, my opinion is that the plan does not sufficiently address environmental concerns raised by the public currently being harmed by local polluters, and doesn't do enough to help improve public health protection and reduce risk from toxic exposure. The proposed changes to the hazardous waste standards will allow harm to continue to residents and workers in communities all over California near recycling facilities, landfills, and sites generating or containing hazardous waste. Board, please stand up and do the right thing for the people of California. Send this plan back to the drawing board and demand better. And that concludes that comment. The final comment I have to read out loud today comes from Duncan McKee. And it begins, the hazardous waste management plan must definitively define lithium-ion batteries as a hazardous waste that is permitted, regulated, processed, and the hazardous waste that is generated, disposed of under RCRA guidelines. The plan should include requirements that facilities that process these and other batteries be sited where communities and the environment are not at risk. Exide and Quometco are textbook examples of where DTSC and SCA QMD fell short. And to the Exide case, taxpayers are footing the bill for a cleanup that should have never been necessary and is likely unattainable. Conspicuously absent are provisions to implement adequate financial assurance requirements for facilities that DTSC and the SCA QMD permit to pollute our communities. DTSC must include a plan to monetarily penalize violators, fines that shall be at the maximum that is permissible. DTSC would take in revenue that would be used to hire additional competent people to help with better permitting, enforcement, corrective action, and post-closure. This monetary incentive will result in big polluters implementing new technologies, better control measures, and a significant improvement to the unacceptable status quo. The isotopic analysis should be included in the plan to help determine the source of the lead, arsenic, chromium, and other toxic substances discharged from facilities. This, along with examination under electron microscope, TEM and SEM, which will gather data on the texture and composition at high resolution to provide information on the properties and microstructure, size, and morphology of the particles which can be associated with the source. In addition, simple analysis on an ICP-MS analyzer will give a clear picture of the relative concentration of the other metals associated with a particular source, including orphan sites. These are just a few examples where the hazardous waste management plan needs to be more robust in specifics, and therefore we urge BES to ask DTSC to come up with a comprehensive and responsible plan to vote on. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment. And that's from Duncan McKee. So with that, in confirmation there are no additional comments in Spanish, this will officially conclude the public comment period for the 2025 Hazardous Waste Management Plan, Agenda Item 4. Chair Rakestraw.
Thank you very much, Courtney. And thank you to each and every one of the commenters. I really, truly appreciate all the thought that went into each of those comments. So what we're going to do now is we will take a brief 15-minute break. At this point, I'd ask the board members to start thinking through motions. We will reconvene at 5 after. I know we're like well into lunch hour, and I apologize for that. At 5 after, we'll reconvene as the board. We'll consider a motion with regards to the hazardous waste management plan. And then at that point, we will take a lunch break, probably a truncated lunch break, and there's some time that we have built in later in the day that we can make up. So let's take a 15-minute break right now. We'll reconvene here as a board at 1:05. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. It is 1:15, and we maintain a quorum by having all board members present. Chair Rakestraw, we are ready to proceed with agenda item number 4, DTSC's 2025 Hazardous Waste Management Plan.
Thank you very much, Courtney. So what we'll do right now is our executive officer, Sharma here, has been taking down a lot of the comments that the board members have been proposing. And so she'll provide a brief recap of that to kind of synthesize some of the discussion to date. And then Firdaus will speak to the board staff's assessment of the discussion so far, at least. So that's my understanding of, so over to you, Executive Officer.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to recap what we heard from the board members earlier today and what their folks' desires are for implementation, as well as the next plan and what these next 3, 6, 9, 12 months, 2 years look like. So some of these items that we heard repeated from multiple board members, so apologies if I misspeak and give credit to one board member over another, but from board member Bhatia, we first heard that you'd like to continue reoccurring subcommittee meetings with DTSC, led by Deputy Director Mandy Bain, to get line-by-line action lists within the plan to understand what progress is being made, how to accelerate progress, and where progress can be measured. To also use the subcommittees to refine the definition of progress and bring it back to the board and to the public. You would also like the board, you also feel the board should translate the plan's progress and overall hold DTSC accountable of its implementation. We heard from board member Brostrom that you wanted to have the plan have a numerical goal and a reduction goal that is more data-driven. You would like to see an aspirational goal setting the course for what we want to see as a state, develop a vision for where we want to go as a state. Embedded in it is public health and community protections when making recommendations for evaluating exclusions. You would also like to see an advisory body to the board to help with this plan, an implementation plan. You would like a public and transparent process, and also echoing what another board member had said, independent experts invited by the board to present on specific topics that are most contentious at board meetings, and also set source reduction goals. We heard from board member Gomez that you would like to see benchmarks in the plan and also to continue EJ as a lens for implementation, but overall have more and have source reduction goals within the plan. From Vice Chair Hacker, we heard that you would like to have a panel of experts to discuss the wet test and lithium-ion batteries and where we should go from here on some of those issues. You would also like a public forum with DTSC to discuss the science aspects of the plan, such as the wet test, and you would like to shape the implementation of the plan in a more public way. From Chair Rakestraw, we heard that you would like to retain oversight authority on how this plan is implemented in the early part of 2026 and what happens next. You would like regularly report outs at board meetings with written verbal comments on the department's efforts to implement the plan. And you would also like the board to play a role, particularly in contentious issues such as 1.2 and 2.4 through 2.6, and work with DTSC on specific implementation. And you would like DTSC to work with the board to implement the above 3 recommendations. Was there anything that I missed?
Thanks very much, Executive Officer. Firdaus, please, over to you.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. I want to acknowledge and appreciate all the public comments provided today and previously at our various hearings and meetings with community organizations. Many of the comments mentioned today echo the same concerns the team has heard previously, and I want to assure you all that the technical team has evaluated and considered all of the comments when making our recommendation. I would like to make clear that this plan does not make any changes to regulations that would weaken standards and make things less safe, but rather it proposes to evaluate testing methods and other processes for the purpose of being more scientifically up to date. Any regulatory changes proposed would be after an analysis is conducted and would occur years from now. As the plan states, recommendations that relate to the identification of hazardous waste and management methods would remain as or more protective. I also want to remind everyone that this is an iterative process, and a new plan will be presented to the board again in a couple of years. Therefore, the technical team's recommendation still stands to approve the plan, with the understanding that the board will play a part in overseeing the implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Firdaus. Okay, so board, we have had our board discussion. We've had our initial reactions to the plan. We have heard public comment. Executive Officer Sharma has summarized the board members' feedback, in particular on implementation. And Firdaus has provided an updated tech team recommendation. So does anyone want to jump in and speak to either a motion or respond to any of the other concerns or issues that we've heard today? Batya, please.
One reflection that's coming up for me is that I've heard today that the plan requires more specifics in terms of what gets implemented, when it gets implemented, how is progress going to be measured, all of the things that actually we're also seeking. So I'm fully in agreement that we need to get there. I think where the discussion we're having now is how we get there. Is the plan in its current form allowing us to take that baby step towards that path, or is the plan fundamentally not even? I personally feel like there's this plan at least gives us and to get an objective set of data that allows us to take those steps. I feel like we're not disagreeing in terms of where we need to get to. We're trying to figure out what is the path to getting there in terms of that we require so that we can hold DTSC account. I feel like that's been some of the work we've been trying to do in the subcommittee construct, which is sitting on the DTSC. And I do feel like this will not be sufficient. Subcommittees and make sure that we need more to do more. However we accomplish this, I'm pushing, I would, as a subcommittee, keep doing that work and bringing it back, because without that, I don't see how we can.
Thank you. Member Brostrom, please.
So I want to start with, some of the concerns that I started out with, and I think were reflected in a lot of the comments today about this plan. Starting with, and I mentioned this early on, but the fact that there is no benchmarks and goals as envisioned by SB 158. So I heard that loud and clear. If we don't know kind of where we're trying to get to, it's very hard to get there. So not having some of those goals, to me is a pretty fundamental flaw with the plan. And I also, as I mentioned before, share the concerns about deregulation. Even though on its face, I don't think this plan reflects deregulation. I don't think it's fair to ask the public to look at this plan in isolation. We have a history, we have previous documents, and I think looking in totality, there is a real concern, that we are taking the first step, let's say, to deregulation. And I think very fundamentally, even starting with the plan, the report itself, to me, there hasn't been a clear problem statement in terms of what we're trying to address, but you can read themes throughout the documents we have received that seems to imply that one of the unstated goals is we need to build capacity in the state, disposal, treatment, and recycling. And if that is a goal, then you can see some of these internal pressures, there's many ways to increase capacity in the state, and one of which is to reclassify waste. That is all to say that I share a lot of the concerns that I heard brought up today, but I want to be very specific in terms of, those provisions. So my specific concerns are with 1.2 and recommendations 2.4 through 2.6. So those are the ones that are, giving me the most heartburn. So when I came today and in thinking throughout this weekend, about what I think is the best path forward. I've been thinking about the different options. And so fundamentally, I thought about what do we gain as a board, by not approving this plan today. And I do believe it would send a strong message to DTSC. It would allow us to, provide more direction. However, it's not clear to me that if we don't approve the plan today, that we can compel DTSC to change course. DTSC has complied with SB 158 when it submitted the plan to us. And so while we can, make requests of DTSC, it's not clear to me what we gain by not approving the plan and making these requests when we also have that same ability, because we are starting the next iteration of this in March next year, when we are going to see the next report. So then I think, what do we lose by not approving today? And so what I think we lose if we decide not to approve today is we lose that ability to provide oversight to DTSC. What's apparent to me is that DTSC has independent authority for most everything in this plan. And that it has in fact started some of some of these measures are already in progress and process. They do not need to be part of this plan in order to move forward. And so what I fear is, if we, basically allow DTSC to move forward without the plan, we have simply removed our oversight, our ability to provide transparent mechanisms, and our ability to continue to be part of shaping the implementation of this in a way that really addresses the concerns that I've heard that multiple people on this board have. So, so the question for me is having this plan worse than having no plan at all? For me, the answer is no. Because as I mentioned before, it is very important to me to start really diving into the source reduction. I want that to move forward. To me, it's one of the most important pieces of this plan. And I agree that we need more specifics. And so, along with, where I sit now, which is I see, it more strategic to meet the goals that I've heard today and my own around some of these concerns. It's not going to be just simply a vote for this plan. It's going to be also, I plan to make additional conditions that are important to me, if we do move forward today, that I think will lay the groundwork to address the concerns from the public. And I know we can talk about those when we get to the motion part. But for me, yeah, it'll have to be conditional on some very strict guardrails and involvement on the board and public transparency and policies to address the very valid concerns I heard today.
Thank you very much, Member Frostrom.
Excuse me, Chair Rakestraw, can I just interject very quickly, just a reminder to speak directly into the microphone to make sure everyone on Zoom is able to hear. So thank you.
Thanks, Courtney. Member Strauss-Hacker, Member Gomez, any reflections before we get to the motion part of our discussion?
Yeah, I'll share reflections. I don't think I continue to be torn, but at the same time, I'm not torn. I think I'm clear. And perhaps I have a different perspective, different, but not too different. One is, for me, the way that I'm looking at this is that the legislature is pretty clear on this particular exercise relation to this plan, which is, it does cover the research. It does cover perhaps different approaches, but one where it's silent is on the measurable goals. And I think we all acknowledge it. But to me, that's really important. as somebody that comes from the EJ movement, as somebody that sits here representing those communities, that is practically everything. And I was pretty clear in the last board meeting. I was pretty clear in the previous discussion around this particular topic in terms of what I wanted to see. And yet it's not there. And to me, I'm not afraid that we're going to lose oversight, because I think we're part of this. We're part of making sure that DTSC does right for the state of California, that it does right for the communities that have been the host of these facilities, both production and the waste side of things. But I think the exercise that we have of this board is to ensure that DTSC is meeting the EJ issues that have not been met for the many decades. And this plan is missing that opportunity. So because of it, and I get it, and I get the challenges, I'm not dismissive of those challenges that DTSC is faced with right now. We need it needs more resources to be able to do this. I get all of that. But at the end of the day, the intent of why we were created, and I say this respectfully because one of the people that worked really hard in creating this board sits here, is to really address these decades of ignoring what our communities are living with. And I think this is one of the first meaningful ways to get there, but we're not. And because of it, it is unconscionable to me to even consider adopting this plan, because we're not getting there. And it's not like, I get that we're not going to get there tomorrow, but it's setting the foundation of a new tomorrow. And if we're silent, then we're not doing our job. Yeah.
Very much, Member Gomez. For Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. For me, the plan is a glimpse at challenges that DTSC has committed to tackling in the years to come, and the board is committed to engaging with DTSC, both the hard work of the subcommittee and our staff, the board's interest as a whole, and in bringing it to the public through our regular board meetings. There is a host of other vital functions that happen within DTSC in all different aspects that are not part of this plan, that are also important in environmental and public health gains. And we as a board have responsibility in a number of those areas. I think that we can all do both. I think we can support implementation of this plan, which I support adoption of this plan. I know it doesn't meet the expectations in many ways that have been articulated, but I would rather put my energies into supporting key of certain activities and bringing it forward to the public in this setting. I had mentioned convening expert panels. I would be keen to work on that to make it happen in this setting, because I'd like us to pull off some of those actions early into 2026. I know we have a big year ahead of us, but I do think that we can bring a great deal of credibility to the process and honor the work that the DTSC staff and managers have done to date by investing in those. I think also it's realistic to come to our January meeting with having worked through with the DTSC team, what might some of those early implementation actions be? ones will the board be very engaged in supporting? So following your comments, I'd like to make a.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. So just from my perspective, I just want to say I hear you and I understand the source of much of the concern, the deep frustration of many decades of engaging with DTSC. So I would like to really start by acknowledging that. I have heard both at this meeting and in meetings before serious concerns that the results of the evaluations called for in recommendation 1.2 and 2.4, 2.5, and 2.6 will necessarily lead to outcomes that are less protective for public health. And what I'm saying here right now is we as a board, our mandate is to ensure that that does not come to pass. And so that when I talk about oversight is a core component of that. Is retaining that oversight authority to ensure that we don't head in that direction. And so, that can take a number of different ways, many of which Swati had covered earlier. And similar to Ingrid, I think we have the choice here of whether to approve or reject this plan. Approval provides the board and therefore the public with the ability to influence how DTSC implements these activities. And that's really what I'm most focused on. And rejection, I do think calls into question what happens next, given that DTSC does have the existing authority to do a lot of these activities and is in fact doing some. So I think the effort here is to to provide oversight of those that are kind of most at risk of heading in the direction of being less health protective, while also kind of building up and providing a push to those recommendations that are most important for many of the efforts and source reduction activities that many of you spoke to. So that's at least where I am at the moment. So I'll pause there. I think Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker said that you have a motion to put before the board.
I do, and I offer it as a way of getting into the process of seconds and amendments. So I move that we accept the staff recommendation to approve this plan.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Is there a second? I will second, and then I'll turn it to Member Brostrom, who I think.
I feel uncomfortable having this. To me, I would want the approval of this to be coupled with some of the other guardrails. I am uncomfortable with decoupling and having them as separate because to me they're conditional. My vote would be conditional on whether or not we can add some guardrails and a bunch of these things that talked about earlier.
Thank you very much, Member Brostrom. So is there an amendment that you would like to offer to Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker's motion?
Yeah, I mean, it'll need to be wordsmith, but some of the things that I would need to see is one, I would like to condition this on having a hazardous waste management plan advisory committee to the board. So basically it would be an advisory body working with us on the implementation of this. I actually would like to condition this on DTSC subsequently coming up with an implementation plan that puts more of these details in with timeframes and, more specific actions that DTSC intends to do with this plan. I would like to condition it on, for me, it's 1.2, 2.4, 2.5, 2.6, that the analysis that is talked about under those recommendations, that is done in conjunction with a public process with the board and with the inclusion of independent experts that we can get guidance from members of the public and other stakeholders on who that ought to be, but that we're bringing in independent experts to help us with that analysis. And then also I would also like to condition this on the agreement that DTSC will develop a numeric hazardous waste reduction goal, in the next iteration of round 2. And sorry, I also would like the board to be involved with 1.1, the planning around the hazardous waste reduction program. It's very vague on what that would look like, and that is such a fundamental piece for me that I also would like the board to have continuing engagement on 1.1.
Can I make a suggestion that maybe you have, as we did earlier, have 2 different motions, only because there are things such as the advisory body that we need to look into and see, do we have enough funding or not? And we just need time. So we won't be able to answer that. I think we can do it, but we shouldn't necessarily have that hinge on the plan. So would it be a possibility to have 2 different motions, one on the plan and one on these, the 10, 15 things that I listed that the board members have? I can add that to it, but only because I think some of these are going to require some ongoing discussion, at least for our teams to look into what it would take for the board to have an advisory body.
Executive Officer, I don't know, Member Brostrom, if you want to respond to that question?
Well, the order matters then for those motions. I would want the guardrails to be voted on before.
Thanks very much. Are there any reactions from other board members on Member Brostrom's amendment?
I have a clarifying question. I'm not sure I tracked every part of your recommendation, but what I'm trying to get to is we already have some of the discretion to do these things in the subcommittee. Your intent is to codify it more clearly, and with the exception of like having that a separate expert body. I think the rest of the things we are already able to do, or do you feel like they're?
I don't see any of these as being part of the subcommittee work. Implementation plan, that would come from DTSC. The advisory committee would be something new. The public processes for, 1.2, 2.4 to 2.6, that would be done here in front of the whole board. I'm suggesting that be a board process. And then at numeric hazardous waste reduction goal, that's more for DTSC. I don't know what we could do of these in the subcommittee.
This is a minor point, so we can move on, but my interpretation of my ask from earlier was similar, which is going line by line with DTSC to understand what is the implementation framework, timelines, goals, and so on, and then bringing them back to the full board meeting. So it's not very different from what I think you're recommending as part of 1.2 for those specific things. If you're calling them out, I'd like to see that across the board. But I think my lens is that we co-develop and shape them with DTSC based on the emerging science that's coming up. But again, I think we're not differing in terms of the outcome we want to achieve, which is very public process of what that implementation is going to look like, what the outcome is going to look like.
I could envision us getting to a point of consensus with 4 of your 5 contingencies. I think that creating the advisory committee begets a whole bunch of logistical issues that allow our executive officer to explore and report back. And if the board wishes to create one, the board can create one regardless of whether the board opts to act on the plan to approve or to disapprove. I do think that the other 4 items that you suggest all have to do with how we engage with DTSC in implementing the plan if the plan is approved by the board. And so I could see how we could fold those into our motion, or as our executive officer suggests, put them in an accompanying motion. But I hesitate on the first one in terms of wanting to give her the deference to explore the logistics of that.
mean, I don't think we can come up with the structure and everything today. So I certainly think more needs to be done. But I certainly think in terms of, having some sort of advisory body, it is doable. There's a way to get there. I think where the research really is how do we get there? So, I mean, I guess I would like to see a commitment from the board that we're going to find a pathway to a body that can provide advice on the implementation of this plan.
One thing we could do, though, is we could give our executive officer the time to explore the concept and how that would unfold. I mean, we don't have 2 years to create some advisory committee, and it's not what you're suggesting by any means. So if there was a nimble way to put together advice coming to the board, it might not be the same group of advisors on any given topic. It might be something that's more informal on a given matter, but she could come forward with options for us in a public setting, a future board meeting. And I would rather do that than right now, given the work we have and the desire to move forward on some of the implementation actions. I think they can be brought under the board's umbrella to do with DTSC.
Just one reminder that when we last reviewed the hazardous waste management report, this was one of our key recommendations, is for DTSC to come up with some sort of an advisory committee of like academics and industry stakeholders and community members to be thinking about the future of hazardous waste. So this is not very different. However, I think the lens here is we're saying we are going to establish that versus DTSC establishing it.
Ingrid, I'm trying to kind of turn your text into emotion language here frantically, so just give me a moment. Okay, so I've just kind of like played around with some of the language. I just want to see if this something like this could work. So something along the lines of like the board will retain oversight of the implementation of the hazardous waste management plan. Period. This includes, but is not limited to. I think the issue of the advisory body, we could get around the kind of the certainty of it by saying exploring the establishment of an advisory body for the hazardous waste management plan. That would be bullet 1. DTSC developing and submitting to the board an implementation plan for the hazardous waste management plan. For recommendations 1.2 and 2.4 to 2.6, DTSC engaging the public and independent experts in their implementation. Fourth, the board remaining involved in the implementation of recommendation 1.1. And then finally, DTSC developing a numeric reduction and/or diversion goal in the next hazardous waste management plan.
I think the only amendment would be for the transparent public process, that it would be in conjunction, like at a board, a public board meeting.
Reflections or reactions, I can kind of read it out loud again. Greg.
Nothing. I was just volunteering to share my screen if you wanted to try and use that as a mechanism to help to refine this. I've been, like you, trying to document and keep track of emotion. So
Oversight, implementation. I think it's BES. Right. I think let's leave it vague on the. Should we just?
For the, maybe you want to say next iteration.
Well, is it for the implementation of the hazardous waste management and the creation of the next one?
Yeah, I think that's what I put there, the last part.
Yeah. And Ingrid should be doing us. Should I get her up here? Mm-hmm.
I could share my screen then.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think so. I don't know. Is it the establishment between? Let's just leave it. Let's just say for the HWMP, and then we want it to be explicit for the next one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
I think that's what we proposed.
Great.
So I think we'll ask Greg to screen share, and if it wasn't any more clear that these meetings are not pre-scripted ahead of time, now should be a pretty good indication that that's not the case. So Member Brostrom, I understand that this is generally along the lines of what you had proposed for the first of the two motions that we are considering here today. I'd like you to read it, and then other board members to do the same, and then we can have a discussion.
I'm trying to unpack why we have called out just 1.1, 1.2. I recognize that these were the sub-action recommendations that were called out by the community today, but sort of my ask was, we are going to engage line by line on all of these items to get into the definition of success and also progress against them. So can we not couch it as all topics, including these things?
Yeah, I mean, I think you should feel free to make an amendment to add something about the role of the BES subcommittee effort as well.
For example, in item 3, DTSC engaging the public and independent experts at BES meetings in implementation of all recommendations, including those after recommendations, including.
Including but
out
not
the
limited.
line above, in the line above. No, we don't need all those words, Greg, just
Okay.
including. And then go up and take out, after experts, comma, take out including.
Okay.
At the comma.
All right. All right.
So now my question is, how is 5 adding value beyond 3? Can we consolidate and simplify?
Member Bhatia, I think that would probably be best addressed by Member Brostrom. I'm not sure how you feel about that.
I mean, yes, I think the public, and it should be a public process for 1.1 as well, so we can add it to that list. I see a difference between the, kind of the issues where we have a particular concern around deregulation and the desire to bring in like independent experts and transparency, and 1.1, which is more about building that a shared vision on what we want the program to look like. So, I mean, I think they're slightly different in what they would look like in front of the board, but I'm fine with that.
So it sounds like we can combine. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
But add 1.1 to the list.
Okay.
Number 3. With that, Chair Rakestraw, I could, depending on our procedures here, I could restate a motion, or if it's, because we already have an amendment, so what would be best?
Yeah, please, Director Butler, of course.
Okay, thank you. Also, thank you to all the public who commented. Many of the comments resonated with me as well. As was already discussed, I don't want to belabor it too much, but we did have a very collaborative process to lead to this point where board staff and our DTSC staff met to revise the plan. And as I was listening to the comments, it did really strike me how DTSC's original goal 1, stating reducing environmental health and advancing environmental justice, it was removed. Many of the recommendations, however, were not removed, and they're still in the plan. It was reorganized in that way. But I could see how that change may have a different representation than it was intended to have. Because in the draft plan, our leadership and our team and felt very strongly, and we still do feel very strongly about that goal 1. And it wasn't a mistake that it was goal 1. So I wanted to make sure that was clear in our intentions. Because in the current plan, it clearly states as the sentence before all 3 goals that the intention is to protect health, safety, the environment. And that is the lens in which we look at this entire plan. That being said, I am absolutely happy to honor and respect policy direction, more collaborative direction, more implementation direction from the board. And thank you for that. There's many elements of these conditions that absolutely we can work together on. But I also honor the need for public engagement and collaboration on this kind of extensive motion. So I ask that we come back at a future meeting with language that's pre-drafted, that our experts can weigh in on, that the public can weigh in on properly before it's voted on. So that's my request to the board.
Thank you very much, Director Butler. Appreciate that. So how does that change, I don't remember, Brostrom, how does that change your view of the original motion here? Also think about it.
There's two different motions right now on the table. There's the motion for approving the staff recommendations to approve the plan, and then there's a second motion on the board's oversight.
I think that would make it hard to make one conditioned on the other by basically coming back a different day. You know, I appreciate the desire to get it right. And so I just wonder if there's a way of you know, capturing the intent or the outcome we want while providing space to kind of put the meat on the bones to get this motion right. I don't feel comfortable doing nothing or just kind of saying like, hey, we'll figure this out later. I don't feel comfortable with that approach. I do feel like it would be okay for us to get more nuanced in how we want to word this. But I would like there to be some vote today that kind of captures what we're trying to do with this.
Thanks. Batya, please.
I just want to reflect on our intent for being here and for passing this hazardous waste management plan. I think we all want to take action that ultimately drives health protective outcomes. I fundamentally do not believe that words on a page are what translate to outcomes. I think it's taking the action, implementing some recommendations, learning along the way, making continual improvements is what drives the health protective outcomes. So I'm a little bit concerned about, again, punting to the future and not taking action on the no regret moves, some of which are already included as part of the plan.
Can we vote on something like this with the recognition that we'll, you know, kind of develop a more fleshed out version of this? But I mean, this kind of captures to me, the intent. It doesn't, obviously all of these need more details to figure out like how best to operationalize it. But to me, this does capture the intent.
Question? One way forward would be to vote on the first motion, which is to approve the plan, including the updated language in 1.2 that was shown on the screen with red line strikeout, and then to act on the second motion, which is this language here, with the understanding that would work with DTSC regarding this language. And if there were things that the director wished to bring back to our January meeting with regard to this second motion, then we would have a full public discussion around that. But I would like to vote on the plan today.
Okay. I think that sounds like a reasonable way forward. I don't know if Director Butler, there were specific alarm bells in here that you wanted to speak to. Okay. So I mean, I think I agree with Vice Chair Strassacker. I think this is necessarily an incomplete set of activities that the board would like to work with DTSC on. And so I do think that obviously an enormous amount of additional work will be needed to flesh out the details and then of how this happens, when this happens, and perhaps there's additional activities at the board, or perhaps there's things in here that are just you know, not possible for whatever reason. We need to come back and reconsider. So I'm open to that possibility as well. But I am hearing quite strongly from Member Brostrom that including this as part of the kind of package of the motion is very important to you. And so I understand that. So I think maybe with that kind of context in mind, that BES staff will work with DTSC on this, how it's done, and then we could kind of report back to the January meeting on, you know, what makes sense in light of those discussions, with the idea that this is kind of signaling the intent of the areas where we'd like to work most closely together. I think that could hopefully meet both of the concerns kind of the board as well as the concerns that the director had laid out. So why don't we go ahead and we'll kind of with that context in mind, we can, I think, move forward with this. So I don't know if Member Brostrom, you want to restate this motion, or I guess this is the amended version of the motion. I think, did we already have a second, Greg? We already had a second. Okay.
You were the second. I made a motion to plan with the updated language in 1.2. You, pardon me, I'm talking about the first motion. Seconded. And then Member Brostrom offered an amendment that could become the text of it. Have up on screen.
Could do is if there's a second motion on the implementation, and pretty much have a vote that the next board meeting you will come back with more specifics on what this implementation oversight looks like. So you keep it a bit more open-ended until our teams can do a bit of research, collaborate with DTSC, see what's possible, because there's, as I listed earlier, there's about 12 things that board members listed earlier that are not captured here. And so this list can become longer. And so I would ask that you all give us a bit more time to see what may be included in this. And perhaps this is a future vote, because as I mentioned earlier, there's about 12 things that are not included in this.
I think one more thing I want to acknowledge is that the first point here about the advisory body, we previously also talked about perhaps DTSC setting up the advisory body. There's already many forums that DTSC runs. There's now EJAC, and we haven't quite figured out the operating model across what exists. What are the gaps in the forums that exist that we're trying to fill with a new body? Does it make sense for the board to create that body? Does it make sense for DTSC to create the body? A new body is an existing body that's repurposed. I would really like to do the discovery, because we are an, what, 9, 10, 12 person board team, the logistics of standing up an advisory body can be Herculean. So I just want us to have a more informed decision based on what does good look like.
Thanks. So from what I understand, Swati, what you're basically saying is that effectively this work right here, kind of the level of oversight is necessarily an incomplete list based on what various board members have said. So I think what we could do here is basically we retain oversight of the implementation of the 2025 Hazardous Waste Management Plan. That's kind of that's the chapeau. And BES, and you can add something basically says, and we'll report back at our January board meeting on how to achieve this. Such issues could include, but are not limited to, the following. I think that's what I understand. So that captures the kind of the core concerns of Ingrid. It leaves the door open to adding additional issues to the table. And then it kind of then allows us to separately approve the plan.
I guess just going back to, the board already has authority on so many of these things, so I'm not even sure you need a vote on some of the specifics. I understand the need to make a statement about it, but you already have a lot of these authorities, so that's all that I'm raising is.
I don't know that is clear to me, particularly around some of these, standards updating, that's going to be done here. I don't know that I couldn't in that.
Right.
Okay, so Greg, can you please go ahead and share your screen with with the motion up here? Okay, so where we are right now is we have had a motion from Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker and with a second and then an amendment from Member Brostrom. Is there any additional discussion on the motion that's up on this screen? Give the board members another chance to take a look.
I don't see how 2 and 3 are very different. 2 is saying implementation plan, 3 is saying implementation plan at public board meetings.
Sushma, I would imagine that an implementation plan from the team would address the 27 recommendations, not all of which require the same level of independent experts and vetting in a public forum. And DTSC could come back to us by saying, these are the kinds of things we're moving forward on. We don't think they require the same level of public engagement, but they're things we need to work on. So I wanted to sort of acknowledge that some of them really merit a different.
Is there any other board discussion? Courtney, can you please go ahead and let's go call a roll call vote on this particular motion?
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. We're going to proceed with a roll call vote. Member Bhatia?
I'm sorry, I just have a clarifying question. What about the first motion?
The first motion,
Oh, we're doing this first, okay.
have the motions been merged? Or are they two separate motions?
They're now two separate motions now.
And are we voting on the first or the second one?
Right now we are voting on the motion that's up on the screen at the moment. We'll have to take up a second motion on the approval of the plan with the amended 1.2 immediately following this.
So this is the second motion that had been proposed by Board Member Brostrom.
Correct.
Okay. Was it seconded by anyone? It hasn't been seconded by anyone. Because it came as an amendment to my motion.
Have to introduce it as.
So I can make this motion.
My suggestion is that we do the first motion first, and then this needs to be proposed as a motion and seconded and then called for a vote. So could we please, Chair, call the first vote on the first?
Okay, so right now, it's a bit confusing because we have two different motions that are on the table right now. Well, actually, no, I take that back. We have one motion on the table that has been amended, and it was amended so much that it has now become an entirely new motion. Okay, so we have a proposal from Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker to go ahead and go back to the original version of the motion as proposed. And then presumably we would then follow that with Member Brostrom's motion here as well. So I think that seems like a reasonable way forward to me. So why don't we just cross all of our T's and dot all of our I's, and if Member Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker, if you would restate your motion, and then we can get another second and we can kind of restart the process because it's all becoming a bit muddled here as well.
All right. Chair Rakestraw, I move that we accept the staff recommendation 2025 Hazardous Waste Management Plan. The one edit to the plan is shown on the screen as an edit to Goal 1.2 with the strikeout and insert of the red text.
Thank you very much. Are there a second? Is there a second?
I second.
Second from Member Bhatia. Is there any discussion or amendments? Okay, Courtney, please call a roll call vote.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. Member Bhatia?
Yes.
Member Brostrom?
Aye.
Member Gomez?
No.
Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker?
Aye.
And Chair Rakestraw.
Aye.
Thank you. So for motion number 1, we have 4 ayes and 1 no to approve the staff recommendations with the DTSC's 2025 Hazardous Waste Management Plan with the amendment to 1.2. So Chair Rakestraw, we can now move on to the second motion.
Thank you very much. Okay, so Member Brosnan, would you like to go ahead and introduce the second motion that's up on the screen now?
Make a motion that the BES in oversight of the implementation of the 2025 Hazardous Waste Management Plan, including but not limited to the following issues. 1, exploring the establishment of an advisory body for the implementation of the Hazardous Waste Management Plan and establishment of the 2028 plan. 2, DTSC developing and submitting to the board an implementation plan. 3, DTSC engaging the public and independent experts at BES meetings in its implementation of all recommendations, including 1.1, 1.2, 2.4, 2.5, and 2.6, and DTSC including a numerical reduction and/or diversion goal in the 2028 plan. And the board will report at its January meeting on its progress, including discussions with DTSC in this regard.
I second the motion.
Thank you very much. There's a motion and there's a second. Is there any board discussion or amendments to the motion that's up on the screen right now? Okay, seeing none. Courtney, will you please go ahead and call a roll call vote? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. Member Bhatia? Yes. Member Brostrom?
Aye.
Member Gomez?
No.
Vice Chair Strashacker?
Aye.
And Chair Rakestraw?
Aye.
Thank you. There are 4 yeses and 1 no to proceed with the oversight of the implementation measures as Member Brostrom shared earlier. So that was for motion number 2. Both motions pass. Thank you. Chair Rakestraw.
Thank you very much, Courtney, and thank you to the board and members of the public for your patience as this went quite a bit longer than at least I was expecting. So we will now, at this point, we will take a 45-minute lunch break. We will reconvene at 3:05 to continue with our agenda. Between then and now, we'll kind of look at the agenda and see if there are ways to cut things or speed things up a little bit. But almost certainly we'll have to go a bit over time. We do have this room for beyond 5 p.m. So we would aim to keep you here no later than 6 p.m. So we do have some wiggle room, but we'll try to figure out exactly how to use that additional time between now and then. Thank you all so much, and please enjoy your lunch.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw, and thank you, everyone. It is now 2:22, and we will be coming back at 3:05. We will reconvene with agenda item number 5, Director Butler's leadership report. Thank you. Good afternoon, and welcome back, everyone. It is now 3:08, and we maintain a quorum by having all board members present. Chair Rakestraw, I'll turn it back to you to continue today's agenda.
Thank you very much, Courtney, and hope everyone had a good, if abbreviated, lunch. So we are obviously running a bit behind schedule. So I'd like to propose that we both aim to take up our items in as quick and efficient way as possible that are on the agenda, and then also that we remove a few of the items from the agenda here. The ones that we would propose removing are items number 7, or item 7, which is the Hazardous Waste Facilities Operating Permit Decision Status Report for the EcoBat facility. We would then also postpone consideration of the review and the approval of the minutes from our 2 most recent board meetings, and then we would also postpone the review of action items. And then we will ideally cut the break, but we can kind of see how that goes. So that should put us more or less roughly back on track, or at least add hopefully no more than a half an hour to today's board meeting. So with that, we'll now turn to item number 5, which is the DTSC leadership report. And so I'd like to introduce DTSC Director Katie Butler, who is here to provide us with her leadership report. After the DTSC leadership report, DTSC Deputy Director Serlene Grant and DTSC Environmental Justice and Tribal Affairs Manager Andres Martinez will provide a training presentation to the board on environmental justice. It's after that agenda item where we will hear public comment on both the DTSC leadership report as well as the environmental justice training items. So, Director Butler, over to you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. Thank you, board members, for this opportunity to give an update on DTSC's activities. We have a lot of good things going on at the department that I'd like to report out on. Next slide. All right, we can just go to the next slide. I'll dive right in with the first topic is Toxic Crusaders. Next slide. Okay, great. So Toxic Crusaders is DTSC's STEM outreach program, and it's led by our environmental chemistry laboratory. And we just completed our 6-week curriculum, and it was very successful. It's wildly popular with the Southern California high schools. And this program has really grown from just being a 1-day course to now a 6-week course where students, they're provided with 5 weeks of virtual workshops, and they have a workbook that they're given, sort of a 101 to hazardous waste topics, other science experiment topics related to our work here at DTSC. And so this year we were privileged to host 254 students in our lab from 19 different high schools. And this is at our environmental chemistry laboratory in Pasadena. This is really a treasure of our department to have this in-house laboratory capacity. So we're really happy to share that expertise we have in-house with local students. And this year, the students, they learned how to collect air samples, collect samples from soil, how to analyze for metals in the soil, and for other compounds in the air. So big kudos to our lab for having another successful year. Last year was the first year we also took this program on the road to high schools across the state. So we intend to do that again this year. So you'll be hearing more about that next calendar year. Next slide. So in mid-September, we co-hosted the 6th annual California Land Recycling Conference, along with the Center for Creative Land Recycling. And this event has been a critical outreach tool for us at the department to bring together leaders from cities, counties, environmental advocates, academic experts, environmental consultants, developers, regulators, so that we can constructively, productively discuss the future of land reuse in California. And we heard earlier today from environmental justice advocates just how important that is to reuse land, to clean up properly contaminated land, and then be in a position where it can serve communities and no longer be a blight for environmental justice communities. So that's the goal with this conference, is how can we break through barriers to do this? Because it's not for the faint of heart to clean up and redevelop contaminated land. There's a lot of partners that have to come together for these projects to be successful. And one of the major highlights from this year was the summit for our ECRG program, or the Equitable Community Revitalization Grant Program. So we had an opportunity to hear from the ECRG grantees on their projects, their lessons learned, the highlights, the challenges that they face. and take those lessons learned, apply them more broadly to our work at DTSC. Partners can hear those lessons learned, apply them to work that they do. And this really had, these stories had a positive impact, not just on our staff, but our partners, to see what's possible. We talked about earlier today the importance of having that vision and being able to strive for that vision to make our communities healthier and thrive. And so that was really at the heart of this ECRG summit, and I had the pleasure to attend. Here's our team, the DTSC team at the conference, and big kudos to our Office of Brownfields, where they're really leading the way in this work. Next slide. So while we're on the topic of the Office of Brownfields, we have a few projects to highlight that really tell the story of the success of this program. So highlighting just a few of these, in early August, I attended the groundbreaking in Anaheim at the Lincoln Beach project. This was long a vacant site on a corridor in Anaheim that has traditionally been under-resourced, underinvested. And so through our grant program, we awarded $1.3 million in funding to conduct the cleanup of this site, which was recently completed. And the property will soon become the site of 47 affordable housing units for seniors and transitional aged youth. So really providing those wraparound services, so important for public health. The second item here, the Northgate Gonzalez Market grand opening, was a very joyous celebration. It was almost 20 years in the making. This site that was formerly a gas station turned into now a full-service grocery store for the community, bringing much-needed food services, fresh food services to what once was a food desert. So again, illustrating how investment in these formerly contaminated sites really serves the community. And for that one, they received $5 million in funding through our ECRG program. Also last week, on Wednesday, I attended the groundbreaking for the Algarve Apartments in San Jose. And this is downtown San Jose, where we provided $3 million through ECRG. And this was really instrumental in unlocking funding from the Department of Housing and Community Development. And this will provide 90 affordable housing units for the downtown San Jose area, formerly a dry cleaner, now affordable housing. And hopefully in 2 years, that project will be complete. So they're moving fast to develop that, what was once a vacant lot. And then I'll go ahead and go to the next slide. All right, for our Safer Consumer Products program, we earlier this year initiated a formal rulemaking to list microplastics on the candidate chemical list. And in the initial public comment period, we received nearly 200 comment letters. So a lot of interest, rightfully so, in this topic, most of the feedback being positive, supporting the state's leadership in this area to really look closely at microplastics and opportunities to regulate microplastics to prevent them from, in the first place, even coming into our waste streams. So listing of microplastics as a candidate chemical would effectively allow DTSC to potentially regulate products that contain or generate microplastics. So we're in the very early stages right now of researching, identifying consumer products that would release or contain microplastics. And we're holding a workshop on December 11th where we'll present very early screening research. And one significant value of this workshop is for us to hear from stakeholders. And we invite the public to provide input at this workshop. And this engagement is a real key component to our research process. So we've heard from a number of groups who already have interest, as I mentioned, And we hope to continue this scientific dialogue with the manufacturers, with the innovators, researchers, and advocates, beginning with this workshop, but definitely not ending with this workshop, because we'll have many more opportunities for public comment and input beyond this December workshop. There's a number of other updates from Safer Consumer Products related to the director priorities, and I'll touch on those in a minute. For now, next slide, we'll move on to the metal shredder fees, which is an emergency regulation development effort. This last item under departmental news pertains to us implementing Assembly Bill 2851, which requires air districts to develop requirements for facility-wide fence line air monitoring at metal shredder facilities. So metal shredder facilities are required to monitor hazardous waste constituents and report those results to our department at DTSC. DTSC is required to collect, analyze light fibrous material, which is the material that sometimes is emitted from metal shredding facilities, and determine what is the potential for release of hazardous waste. So more routine sampling, monitoring, and tracking of any light fibrous material coming off of metal shredders that could negatively impact the surrounding communities. That light fibrous material often contains lead, which, as we know, is an extreme hazard for families, people living and working nearby. So under these regs, DTSC is required to collect an annual fee from metal shredding facilities to fund our oversight costs, as well as oversight costs by OEHA. We partner with OEHA on evaluation of the health aspect to implement metal shredder oversight. So we've scheduled this workshop for January 13th. We encourage folks to participate, and we'll be soliciting public input on the proposed regulatory concepts, specifically related to the fee administration, the fee schedule, the specific reporting requirements that we propose to put in place, and of course, enforcement and penalties that come along with those requirements. Next slide, please. Okay, great. So I'll touch on the director priorities and the progress we've made so far this fiscal year. Next slide. And at the last board meeting, I made a commitment to continue to report out on fiscal year 24-25 priorities. And I understand and I appreciate the board's focus on this and request for us to do this to hold our department accountable to report out on these deliverables. So there were 13 deliverables from the previous fiscal year that were marked as either partially complete or delayed. 5 of those were carried over into the current year priorities. That means we continue to track implementation of 6 of the other ones, and 2 are now complete, with an exciting update on the 3rd. So let me break it down. The completed deliverables, we did establish the climate change unit within site mitigation. That unit is now fully staffed. The ECRG outcomes report, and that's a holistic, comprehensive report. You see the report cover here on the slide, from pollution to possibility, where we summarize the outcomes of that Brownfields grant program I talked about earlier. We did publish that report. It's now available on our website, and I encourage all of you to take a look at it. We have some helpful case studies there, metrics, how over 50% of those projects have resulted in affordable housing, which is a much higher percentage compared to the other projects that we're working on in our cleanup program at DTSC. So I think you'll find the metrics there interesting in that report. Let's see. Okay, what's not on this slide, because it is new information since this slide was created. is that our implementation of Senate Bill 673, the Track 2 Community Vulnerabilities regulation package, is moving forward. We submitted the full reg package to OAL. The reg package is based on the 3 informational sheets on our website. It's very consistent with what we've rolled out publicly on the conceptual frameworks for the regulations, and we anticipate that the public comment and the regulations themselves for 673 will be released November 21st. Next slide. Fiscal year 2025-2026 priorities. So for this year's priorities, progress is underway. And we did provide under the meeting materials for the public and for the board members specifics. Thank you to my Chief of Staff, Grant Hassau, for his diligence in providing descriptive narratives there under each of the priorities and their progress. I do want to highlight 2 deliverables that are already complete, both from Safer Consumer Products Program. One is the formal information requests. On October 15th, the Safer Consumer Products Program issued formal information requests to 16 manufacturers of products that treat textiles and leathers and contain PFAS. So we've previously tested these products and we've found that they contained fluorine, and that can often be an indicator of the presence of PFAS. So we're seeking more information to more fully evaluate the potential presence of PFAS. And then second here is the nail products containing toluene compliance report, which I'm very proud of our SCP team for taking my enforcement priorities seriously. For SCP, that translates to compliance assurance and publishing these reports on regulated products. So we have the hard data to understand whether our regulations are being followed or not. And so I'm happy to announce that of more than 500 nail products purchased and tested through this compliance effort, DTSC confirmed that 95% of the products had little to no toluene. And toluene in nail products is a chemical product combination that we started regulating a couple years ago. So now we have the data to show those regulations have been effective. And it really illustrates how, that effective regulation combined with working with manufacturers, working with information from stakeholders can result in this positive outcome for our SCP program. Next slide. Okay, so I'll briefly touch on some permitting updates. Next slide. For the EcoBat final decision, we're anticipating that to be released this Friday, November 21st. And we do have one other final decision coming up, which is the Tesoro Carson Refinery, and that's a post-closure permit also in LA County. And this we're anticipating later this year in December. Next slide. We have an upcoming draft decision, and this is one we anticipate next month for Veolia Technical Solutions. This facility is located in Richmond and is a small storage facility. This accepts hazardous waste from a variety of industries, and so we'll be issuing that draft decision and opening the public comment period shortly for that as well. Next slide. Okay, the Exide update here actually is in response to a specific question, and thank you for allowing me to provide a short update on Exide. Next slide. Board Member Gomez, thank you. Last meeting, or maybe it was earlier this year, you asked more specifically for how appropriations for Exide cleanup are going to be used. So we wanted to provide clarity on the breakdown here for that. And so DTSC was given the flexibility to use 75 million for residential or facility cleanup. And so this really allows the department to focus 5 million of that 75 to be used for ongoing proper management of the facility. What that means is things like site security, utilities, landscape, stormwater management, basically the kind of like basic operations and maintenance. Because recall, the facility itself, DTSC took measures to stabilize it, demo those buildings. So we're in this stage of stabilizing and then just light maintenance on the property, making sure we're still compliant with all the permits. And then the bulk of that 70 million will be used to continue the residential cleanup until the third quarter of 2026. This funding will allow for cleaning up approximately 500 properties, addressing lead levels at properties around 155 parts per million and above. So right now we're at around 190 parts per million, and this will allow us to go even further to clean up more properties. Until now, we've conducted 6,000 residential property cleanups, and we've completed all of the cleanups at the schools, parks, and daycares in that preliminary investigation area, the PIA, totaling 139. So I will acknowledge there was also a request, I believe, from the board to provide even a more detailed update in January when we have some more time. So we'll be prepared to give that update at the January meeting as well. I'm happy to take questions at this time.
Much. Director Butler, are there any questions from board members? Vice Chair.
Thank you for the progress on many fronts, including permitting. Given the board's action earlier today on the administrative record, what can we do to help, given the important permits that are being finalized in the coming few months? What can we do to help make?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Our staff have been preparing for these admin records for some time, using our existing records to do whatever we can. And I understand it's been frustrating and it's taken longer than any of us would like. But we have to appreciate what the extent of these admin records really are and really look like. And we've invited you, and some of you have come to our file room to see in person what we're dealing with. And this is an ugly symptom of the backlog of permitting that DTSC has been contending with for decades. So we are dealing with it with the resources we have. That being said, we could always use more resources to digitize and deal with it faster. Absolutely. So, we'll continue to explore options. I hope to do that collaboratively with you all. And thank you for your support with that.
I have one question. Thank you for the report. The workshop that you mentioned about the microplastics on December 11, would that be in person or a hybrid virtual? Just curious.
Yeah, I believe it's hybrid.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
In fact, our
virtual?
ombuds sent us a link to the workshop.
Oh, it's virtual only. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I had it wrong. It's virtual.
Just from my end, I appreciate the update, particular on SB 673. I think that's really encouraging that the package is with OAL and about ready for public comment. So congratulations to you and the team that has worked to get us there. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more, like what happens next. So it goes public comment, and then if you could just kind of explain a little bit more of the details of what the OAL process looks like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we'll hold a 45-day public comment period, and we will have a public hearing. And that public hearing is not scheduled yet, but as soon as we have it scheduled, we'll be sure to announce it. Yeah.
Thanks so much. Are there any other board member discussion on this? Okay. I think we're all tired from this morning. Well, thank you so much, Director. Really appreciate
Thank you.
that. So before we turn to public comment on this item, we're going to go ahead and do the EJ training presentation. And then after that item, we'll take public comment on both the director's presentation as well as the EJ presentation, like I had mentioned at the beginning here. So okay. So we'll now move into agenda item number 6, where I'd like to invite DTSC Deputy Director for the Office of Environmental Equity, Serlene Grant, and DTSC Environmental Justice and Tribal Affairs Manager, Andres Martinez, to provide a presentation on DTSC's environmental justice training. Serlene, over to you.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. As the agenda states, we're going to provide you with a preview of the internal trainings for the that we're doing regarding environmental justice for DTSC staff. We're presenting this now because a few months ago we shared with the board that we were going to do this type of training, and there was expressed curiosity and a number of questions about it. So this afternoon, we will not go through the actual training, but we will give you more details about the who, why, how kinds of information. Next slide, please. So this training is important to us, DTSC as a whole, and specifically the Office of Environmental Equity, because we see our unit, those of us who are working on this, as the corporate conscience, if you will, of our department. We see our charge is to make sure that our colleagues understand and are knowledgeable of equity and environmental justice, and realizing that it's a supporting base to all the work that we do. And we have so many people coming from so many disciplines that we want to make sure that people understand why we're doing this work, the concepts, and the language. And as the stated purpose on this slide, our primary goal is to broaden the staff knowledge and commitment to EJ, to develop awareness and knowledge, to better equip our team members across the board to work with environmental justice communities, and continue with the committed leadership support and find and identify, as I said, where the foundation, these places where it's very applicable, and that it becomes part of the corporate, for lack of a better word, corporate culture of our department. So it's not an add-on or an afterthought. So this training is under the guidance of our Environmental Justice and Tribal Affairs Unit, for which Dr. Andres Martinez is the manager. And so Andres is going to walk you through the training, how this came about, what we're doing, the different modules and all of that. So I'm going to turn it over to Andres now.
Great. Thank you, Serlene. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for providing the time and agenda item for this topic. My name is Andres Martinez. I'm the Environmental Justice and Tribal Affairs Manager, and I'll go over the rest of the presentation today. So this training initiative is primarily guided and supported by these 3 components. First, our strategic plan, where we were guided to create and implement an internal training for programs on environmental justice for all project leads and made available to all staff. Our Environmental Justice and Tribal Affairs program is in the Office of Environmental Equity, which has a common commitment to communicate and engage. And our program's mission to broaden departmental transparency, address any identified inequities. We seek out fairness. Environmental justice for myself and my team is not just an issue around air, land, and water. It's a dynamic idea that includes both environmental burdens, public health, vulnerability, social, educational, and economic injustices with community at its center. And finally, the work that we have started directly supports our mission at DTSC to protect California's people, communities, and environment of harmful chemicals through our programs by bringing in a focus with an environmental justice lens and address the concerns of our most vulnerable communities. Next slide, please. So we've developed 3 major focused outcomes for the training, and these 3 are internally for trainees to be able to gain the skills and knowledge and understanding of the history, principles, and best practices around environmental justice as they relate to DTSC's work and the broader community impact that we have. Adopt common language and communication around environmental justice with communities to better prepare staff to communicate and collaborate with EJ groups and their community members. To have tools to reflect critically on the role of DTSC in resolving environmental inequities and injustices impacting these communities. Internally, for our organization, we seek to gain a better understanding and what kind of data or information is needed for projects and initiatives so that an EJ-focused engagement is addressed early and incorporated structurally within our department. We also want to use this opportunity to identify topics and opportunities within our programs needing further exposure and follow-up discussions and development for EJ-focused work. Externally, what we're hoping for is we should see an improved communication, relationship, and collaboration with environmental justice groups and community groups, which will then turn foster stronger relationships with these groups and community leaders that are rooted in trust and accountability. And these relationships should assist DTSC staff with understanding the most effective ways to interface with these EJ communities and foster our partnerships. Next slide. Thank you. And I wanted to highlight our environmental justice group, and our programmatic mission directly supports the protection of people and environment with an EJ focus. Our team is dedicated to enhancing the capacity to promote and support healthy, sustainable development in the communities that we serve by first increasing transparency and sharing in the decision-making process of DTSC's programs. We want to improve the access to DTSC staff and provide assistance with information sharing, and develop trust by attending conferences, workshops, or community events organized by EJ organizations or community groups, which allows us to actively listen to the concerns that these communities may have and where they reside. And also identify data and information from these EJ groups that can better inform how DTSC makes its decisions and elevate environmental justice and community involvement. So given this programmatic mission, we're responsible in leading the development of an environmental justice training. Next slide, please. Thank you. For our training, we have 5 proposed plan modules, which include foundational EJ topics, community capacity building, collaborative relationship building, accessibility, and analytical EJ tools. With the first module drafted as a slide deck for presentation and a script, the other modules are outlined in a set of slides and will be taken feedback from participants when the first training is complete to better cater to trainees and their learning with their outcomes. I'll provide more details and example of sets for module 1 later here in the presentation. Next slide, please. So here's an overview of module 1 curriculum topics. We begin with a level-setting introduction on why environmental justice training is being provided and outcomes similar to those that I shared earlier with the trainees, followed by a word from Sarlene to set the intention of the training and why we're doing it. We introduce historical events, and the primary outcome of this section is to establish a starting point with staff. We'll highlight that EJ was built on previous events that involved the environment, which includes people, industry, and government responses. And like many other movements, the EJ movement was built up over time across multiple events in history that lead us to how we understand EJ as we see it now. We then emphasize community perspectives, and as we introduce environmental justice and its history, we share with the participants the need to have a unified definition of what we are referring to when we're using the term environmental justice. We share the government code for what environmental justice is, since a regulatory agency like DTSC can refer to it and determine how our mission supports the advancement of it. We'll listen to EJ advocates from various parts of California as they share their perspective of environmental justice from their experiences. We also highlight the role of government regulatory agencies like DTSC and how they played in the development of environmental justice and use specific historical topics such as systemic racism, redlining, and the role of equity and equality and how it plays a role in defining environmental justice. We finished this first module with an exercise to review then the 17 environmental justice principles developed from the People of Color Conference. Understanding that these principles are not directly applicable to DTSC's work, we plan to use these as a discussion point where participants will be assigned a breakout group, will be asked to take on 3 to 4 principles, rank them according to their applicability to DTSC's work, and discuss how they can modify these or those that aren't as relevant, and how they can modify it so that way they are. The group will then come back together, create a list of those that are most applicable, and use these as a similar exercise among themselves and their peers to discuss environmental justice. Next slide, please. So I wanted to finish up with an example of slides from Module 1 that we've developed with help from our partners at California State University Sacramento Ongoing Education Program, and interviews from some community members that we've partnered with to provide their direct response on how they define environmental justice. This material is as close as we have arrived so far to introduce how the governmental definition of environmental justice is useful and needed, but also how it's applied and interpreted is based on who we interact with and where we can readjust our focus as a regulatory agency. Next slide. So here's an example of one of the slides. And as we continue our learning about environmental justice and its history, it's important for us to have a unified definition of what we are referring to when we use the words environmental justice. A key piece of legislative language was placed in the government code and is a definition for EJ, since regulatory agencies, again, like DTSC, can refer to it and determine how our mission supports its advancement. So we'll take a moment to read it. We'll look at how the definition from the perspective we can also look at the definition from a perspective of environmental injustices, where we can think about the disproportionate impact of pollution on low-income communities and communities of color. So lead me to the next slide, please. So I'll follow up the review of the definition of environmental justice with an exercise with the group and ask the trainees. As we learn from the history of environmental justice and the government code definition, we can ask ourselves, what is environmental justice? And more specifically, what does it mean to you in the work that we perform at DTSC? The training group will be asked in a few words or a sentence to take a few minutes and add to the chat or speak aloud about how they've developed their definition of environmental justice in the training so far. Next slide, please. And now that we have discussed what environmental justice is from a governmental perspective and taken some time to develop our own definition of environmental justice on DTSC's work, we take a look at some of our community leaders in the areas that we serve and how they define environmental justice. So we'll listen to environmental justice advocates from various parts of California as they share their perspective on the definition of environmental justice. We'll ask trainees that while our community members are speaking, that they hear for words, examples, or phrases that reflect what we've already talked about as a governmental definition. We'll first hear from Miguel Alatorre, who's founder and member of the Unidos Network in Kettleman City. So hopefully the audio comes off clearly, but next slide, please.
It's the fact that there are places that generate the same amounts of money and they have certain infrastructures or certain programs. And then there's other areas who generate the same money and don't have anything to show for that. There's also the fact that there's communities that have certain burdens that other communities do not have to face. And we can see that there's a pattern of what those communities look like and what kind of people are affected by those types of projects, by those types of inadequacies of infrastructure development. And we can see how it manifests in real time and what it does to people. It affects them emotionally, physically, spiritually. It's really terrible to live in a town where you're seen as the last option or you're seen as just a dumping ground. And so environmental justice, what it means to me personally, is having the same opportunities for clean air and clean water and a clean life that all the other communities do.
Thank you. Next slide. So Miguel highlights historical disparities that led to the disproportionate burdens in communities, inherent economic inequities, and subsequently opportunistic disparities as well. So referencing our governmental definition, he emphasizes inequity in terms of fairness. The portion of the governmental environmental justice definition, he also mentions this historical disparity in the form of disproportionate burdens on communities and inherent economic disparities. And as a result, opportunistic disparities as well. And now we'll hear from another community leader, Ms. Margaret Gordon, from the West Oakland Environmental Indicators Project.
Ms. Margaret Gordon, founder and co-director in transition from West Oakland Environmental Indicators Project. When I say pollution number one comes from the inability for government and industry to develop safeguards of that particular business to protect the most indigenous people while they are making money, and not having a structural system to make money and protect people. So that could be either through air, water, or soil issues, refineries, agriculture, mining. It could be any of those things that that is a foundation for an industry. Have not been very proactive in the beginning to support health while they was doing their business.
Thank you. Next slide. Thank you. So the focus for Ms. Margaret's response touches on another major component of the governmental definition that addresses those disparities that Miguel brought up in the first example. Often there's a result of failure of both government and industry to establish safeguards to protect people's health while pursuing profits. Many industries have historically been slow to support health initiatives as they conduct their business, and government agencies must take a significant role in prioritizing these communities' health, and only then can communities be better protected from the injustices with input from its members and support from regulatory governmental agencies like DTSC. And the last video, we'll hear from Kavan Page from Planting Justice in Oakland.
Change, equality, and just certain things that's kind of doesn't happen when you get in some of these areas, because like we spoke a little bit earlier about like this freeway back here behind us, and the reason why it's down here and there's none of that going on up on 580 is because people up there have the money and the resources to fight against something like this, when people down here don't even have either the time or you know, the money or even the know to figure out what they should be saying or should be worried about. Because like I said, most people around here are struggling, single family homes, and it's just like a lot going on to where people don't fully understand what's going on and why we have this freeway here, the trains all around us, and why other areas don't. So what it would look like to me is just like more information and resources to people in these low income areas, in these urban areas, to know why it's even happening. I was dropped in here and I've been here ever since. And so that's why I'm so passionate about seeing this place change and just at least just having equality for everybody, not just certain areas and people in a certain tax bracket, but environmental justice and the environment should be clean and clear for everybody.
Right, next slide. Thank you. So the other important component in understanding and defining environmental justice is that when reading and understanding our proposed definition, there's a significant intersectionality between environmental issues and disparities that the communities experience and how they are interconnected with the social, racial, and economic issues within a community, focusing on development and implementation of laws and policies so that communities who are already burdened environmentally, but are also encountering disparities regarding time, finances, and knowledge, to have an equitable opportunity to participate and advocate for a more just and healthy environment. And that is the end of the current content that we have so far in the example in this presentation. Next slide. And as a review for the goals of the training, our ultimate outcome of this training, as Serlene mentioned at the beginning, is to provide DTSC staff with background and information to better support their interaction with our EJ communities. We want to provide a diverse set of topics that are relevant and applicable to the work that we do, and plan to have the curriculum script and module 1 completed by the end of the month of November, and start working internally with our training office to help promote and advocate for participation. Next slide. With that, thank you for your time in this agenda item. I look forward to your feedback and discussion on the environmental justice training that we're developing.
Thank you very much, Andres and Deputy Grant. So we'll now open it up for any board questions or comments or discussion on the presentation that we just received. Member Brostrom, please.
Oh, just maybe I missed it, but in terms of some of the the logistics, I thought it was going to start in November, but what is the timing? How many people are going to be taking it? You may have
Yeah,
a quick
so
overview of some of the logistics.
yeah, we have a partnership with Cal State Sacramento. They're going to help us get the script cleaned up by the end of November. Our intention is to have all project manager or project leads take it and have that started being trained. The training starting beginning of January 26th, but the content should be done by the end of the month.
Thanks. Maybe just a follow-up question, and you might have just answered it. Who is expected to take this training, and is it a mandatory training within DTSC?
Right now, we're looking at all project leads to take it, and if applicable, I think we can record it and then share it with all other staff, and then managers, unit chiefs, branch chiefs can determine who should take it.
Thank you. Do you have a plan in place to update this on a regular cadence? Is it every year, every 2 years? And if yes, what is the plan for soliciting feedback and using that input to inform the updates?
Yeah, thank you for that. That's a good point. For us, I anticipate this training to have a shelf life of maybe about 3 years or so. For those new staff members that are coming on, that they can watch it since it'll be recorded. So I would anticipate that. And if it's something that the department is advocating and supporting for us to be able to revisit some of those topics and modify the videos at that time. But right now, this was a one-time thing. It was part of our initial strategic plan, our own programmatic mission to just get this rolled out. I think based on the response and the feedback from trainees and leadership, I would see it being an ongoing, continuing effort.
And can I add that the rollout the intent is to have the first one and the first one done and the second one almost done. So we can roll them out and keep them going and not have to roll one out and wait another year before there's number 2, another year before there's number 3. So we want to have a continual flow.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate the presentation. I don't see any other board member requests to speak. So we'll go ahead and open up the floor for public comment now. So Courtney, can you please open the floor for public comment for both agenda item number 5, which is the DTSC leadership report, and item number 6, which is the environmental justice training presentation that we just received. Courtney, over to you.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. As the chair mentioned, we're opening the floor for both agenda items number 5 and number 6. I'm going to start with our in-person participants first. If there's anyone who would like to make a comment in the room, please raise your hand and I'll call you up to the microphone in the aisle. Please, I think Angela had her hand first, so we'll have Angela come up first. Great. If you'd like to be identified for the record, please state your name and affiliation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Angela Johnson-Mazzaros from Earth Justice. I've got 3 things to note. So first, I wanted to make sure I understand the director's report about SB 673. I think that what the director is indicating is that the cumulative impacts portion of 673 will be coming out on November the 21st. And I'm just wondering, what about VSP? They released a rulemaking packet, a draft rulemaking packet in February of 2025, and we haven't seen or heard anything about it since. And so I'm also wondering about VSP. On the EJ training, happy to see that moving forward, and would appreciate an opportunity to see the full training once it's completed. Obviously, to the extent that the staff is talking amongst themselves, we don't anticipate wanting to see that, but it would be great to be able to see the full training. I think it could have been helpful for public input on that, but it is what it is. And then the third thing is I wanted to revisit this question about the permit from Quorum, which I understand that you're not going to hear that item today, but in the agenda, it noted that the permit will be released also on November the 21st. And just building on the conversation we had this morning, I think it would be appropriate to not release the permitting decision until the administrative record is complete. I don't know where they are with all of that, but as we all know, that is a permitting decision that's been going on for quite some time. And releasing the permit without the full administrative record just puts us back in the same place we already are. So yes, this is urgent, but this is actually, it's not a time-saving measure to release the decision without the AR, because we still have to go through the AR process. And so now that you're not going to hear the item, obviously it came up in the director's report, so I felt it appropriate to raise it now, but I'm not sure how or if there's a way to address that issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter. Oh,
Wait for a second. There was one more thing. It's been a long day, and I just ate lunch. And anyway, I wanted to also note on the director's priorities. I heard you say this morning that SB 673, it's always later, right? So there'll be something, I guess, in her priorities that will come up in January. But I just wanted to note that it's not clear to me how these priorities interface and overlap with this plan that you've just approved. And further, I know later there's this thing about the metrics. It's not clear to me how all of these things go together. And I think we've raised that before, and I think it's still a concern.
thank you for your comments. And next commenter, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Ivana Castellanos with Physicians for Social Responsibility, Los Angeles. I wanted to comment on the regulation package that was submitted on SB 673 Track 2. We had repeatedly requested that the draft regulation package be released to the public prior to the formal process. There were multiple comments shared where the information sheets, I think, were difficult for people to digest, difficult to understand how they work together. And so I am very glad to hear that there's been progress on those regulations, but I am disappointed that there isn't more public engagement with the draft regulation package. And I also think that a 45-day public comment period starting on November 21st with the holidays, it absolutely feels like it's in bad faith, and it feels like there's an attempt to kind of circumvent deeper public engagement on this, which I do not appreciate. So that's my comment on that, and thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I thought that Katie would be excited to tell you
that our corrective measures study on soils from the Boeing company had dropped. According to our 2007 consent order, that cleanup was supposed to be completed by 2017. So we're 18 years, and we finally got the remediation for soil plan from Boeing, who is in charge of remediating 80% of our site. So I'm sad that she left that out, but I'm going to take 2 minutes to tell you about it. So it relates to the plan that was passed today in a couple different ways, and I know that remediation is different than hazardous waste, but once that excavated soil comes out and is put on the staging area, it is then characterized. And we have a huge problem with the characterization methods. I'm going to back up just a minute because during the Area 1 burn pit emergency remediation, we were told that the waste characterization methods that we were so worried about were just a symptom of the emergency order, that they had to streamline it, fast track it, but they were going to come back to this area during the general soil cleanup. Our cleanup documents from Boeing propose the exact same waste characterization methodologies. They're just as weak. When we got on a Zoom during the Area 1 burn pit with, I think, a couple of you and DTSC, we begged. We said, look, these are not health protective. We gave actionable solutions. They said, that's not the way we do it. Now we've got a waste management hazardous plan that still doesn't tell us that they're going to do anything different than what they have done. And we're watching the polluters propose the same characterization methods that they did during the emergency action, which we were told wasn't going to happen. So it isn't the only lie that's been told. But we're concerned because we've just passed a plan. They're going to put the shovels in the dirt next summer. And we're worried that a good portion of our hazardous waste is going to be underclassified or misclassified and going to be disposed of improperly at municipal dumps. We know that because Boeing, in the same plan, estimated that 85% of the waste would be characterized as non-hazardous or not radioactive. When DTSC pushed back asking for more information, they said, oh, it's a cost estimate. 15 seconds. I'm going to be continued during general comment, I think. Thank you for your comments. Any other in-person commenters? Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yeah, Matt Holmes, California Environmental Justice Coalition. I'm going to let Ginny's comments settle in for a second. I just wanted to comment briefly on the environmental justice education training component. I salute that. I think it's a great direction. Those are all my friends up there. They know what they're talking about. I'd highly encourage you to consult cyclical groups of hyperlocal activists each time you try to develop this training. But for a training that's supposed to be some sort of a certification, there's a whole world of literacy assessments, activities, trainings that have been developed by professionals, and I would encourage you to just put out a bid and seek professional design.
Thank you for your comments. Any other in-person commenters on agenda items 5 and 6? Okay, we're going to go ahead and move to our Zoom participants. If you would like to comment on this item, please raise your virtual hand on your Zoom toolbar or press *9 on your phone. And for our interpreters, if you wouldn't mind letting me know if there's anyone in the Spanish room that would like to comment on this item. Okay, seeing none and seeing no hands raised on Zoom, that concludes the public comment period for agenda item 5, the DTSC leadership report, and agenda item number 6, the environmental justice training presentation. Chair Rakestraw.
Thank you very much, Courtney, and thank you to DTSC and all the public commenters. I'll note that our ombuds is taking down action items and follow-up requests based on many of the comments that we're receiving. And I know there are a number of questions that were contained in there. So we'd ask our ombuds to follow up on those. So we'll now turn to item number 8, which is the public forum. So this is for items that are not otherwise on the agenda. So BES staff, again, will record any action item or items for consideration that are raised during this public forum. They'll share these also with the DTSC leadership team and then report back on progress of these action items at a subsequent meeting. So we'll now open it up for public forum for comments that are on items not on the agenda. Courtney, please.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. And thank you to those that submitted written comments to us in advance of today's public forum. Those comments have been forwarded to the board members for their awareness, and they've been shared with the board ombuds and added to the official record. Please note, due to time limitations, we are shortening our public forum period to 15 minutes. We're going to open the floor, and for those that would like to submit comments or questions that might exceed 3 minutes, you can always email us at besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. I will start with our in-person participants first, so if you would like to make a comment for items not on the agenda, please raise your hand and I'll call you up to the aisle. Thank you very much, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Good afternoon. I'm Melissa Bumstead, again with Parents Against Santa Susana Field Lab. I wanted to update you that Parents Against SSFL, we are one of the main plaintiffs in a CEQA lawsuit over the Santa Susana Field Lab, and we will find the verdict of that CEQA lawsuit this Friday. Obviously, my community is hoping that we will come out with the victory on that because we see it as our only meaningful tool to get our cleanup back. And once that happens, we will be looking to our subcommittee for any intervention or oversight the BES can provide our community and help with that. I also wanted to let the board know that Boeing's corrective measure study, or CMS, has recently come out, and it is a death of our cleanup by 1,000 paper cuts. And this has been done with DTSC's not only knowledge of the way that our cleanup has been reduced, but with their support. It is especially concerning as shovels will be in the ground next summer. And me as a mom, my daughter's a 2-time cancer survivor. We recently updated our cancer map for children. We've tracked over 100 children in our community who've had cancer. And I believe that many, if not all of those cancers were preventable if we had had the cleanup of the site. One problem that I'd like to bring to your attention is on the CMS PDF page 114. Is a generalized human health risk assessment conceptual model. And on it, it lists different pathways of exposure, and it's kind of a justification of how thorough the cleanup needs to be. When it came to the off-site pathway that they were showing in this chart, Boeing left it completely blank, meaning that Boeing does not believe that there is any off-site migration from our community. However, we have federally funded, peer-reviewed, independent studies that have tracked contamination off-site, in addition to sister agency data, such as the Water Board, who has fined Boeing over $1 million for Santa Susana Field Lab polluting the LA River. So clearly this comes off-site, and again, DTSC is well aware of these studies. However, DTSC's toxicology made no comments on this glaring, obvious lack of study. All the other exposure path routes were considered for hypothetical residents, but as soon as it came to offsite, it was completely left blank. And not blank with a will come soon. It was just assumed that it did not happen. And again, I was very disappointed in DTSC's toxicology when they had an opportunity in the SMOU to demand that that be reconsidered or reevaluated. The Water Board did make a comment that Boeing's cleanup will not protect water, but DTSC was silent. As mentioned earlier, Boeing has estimated that 85% of the soil will be deemed non-hazardous, non-radioactive, with no scientific justification of that number. DTSC asked why, Boeing said because, and it was left at that.
Thank you for your comments. Your time has concluded.
I just want to let you know that this is happening on DTSC's watch and with their understanding of our criticism, but it is continuing to move forward.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next in-person commenter, if you'd like to come up to the microphone. Yeah, go ahead and come on up, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Trying to make it fast so other people have time too, and I hate to steal the time, but we're trying to tag team on the story because Katie didn't tell you, so we're going to tell you. Take it back to the waste characterization issues. What we're seeing at our site is what we deem a strategy not a data gap. It's not they can't identify it. It is a strategy to avoid identifying it so it doesn't have to be remediated to a licensed site and it can just go to a landfill. And I think the claim that there's difficulty in identifying it is a bit disingenuous. We see modeling at our site being used to, for instance, we have a thing called MLE, multiple lines of evidence. We don't have enough time to go into it, but it has been the strategy that DTSC has used to claim that our background studies of chemical contamination must, due to this modeling that's been created by DTSC, must mean that half of those samples, those background samples, must be false positives. So we have to throw out what was a pretty decent background study that everyone has agreed for the past 10 years is good and we were going to go forward. It is a strategy to let the responsible parties remediate less contaminated soil at SSFL. And if you look at our CMS documents, it's not one thing. It's from the beginning to the end. From how are we going to identify, where are we going to take it from, and if you look at our confirmation sampling, if you look under confirmation sampling in that document, it says, oh, see the settlement agreement, 2022. Most of us are too lazy. I have to admit, I looked at that 3 times until I said, fine, I'll bite. Went, found this, opened the settlement agreement, found, the citation, and it said that samples for confirmation sampling can be taken from adjacent areas. So the idea is you're supposed to take a confirmation sample to decide when you're going to stop digging, right? But if you get a clean sample over here and say, oh, we're going to mix these together, I guess it's clean, we're out of here, that is one of the strategies they're using to avoid comprehensive remediation at our site. It's a mess, and I'm worried with the plan that you just passed, what's going to happen when we get to the remediation plan. They're not forthcoming about the loopholes that they retain and exploit that we ultimately have to read the consequences of. So I'm hoping at our next plan, I feel like we really lost an opportunity today to try to hold them to account, and I'm sure that you did try. I think we need to do something different on the remediation plan because they're not going to tell you the tricks they use. We have to, and that's a problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Was there any other in-person commenters? No. Okay. Well, unfortunately, due to time, or was that in the item before? Oh. Go ahead, come on. I'm sorry, I was confusing all my items together. Please go ahead and come on up. Yeah, I apologize for that. I'm sorry. It's like, wait, okay. I'm so sorry, Angela. Yeah, okay, you have 3 minutes. I'm so sorry.
So I'm not going to take 3 minutes. I don't know. I probably will. Okay, so I wanted to raise to the board's attention a rulemaking that DTSC is working on right now for the exemption of hazardous waste from manifesting in what they would call a very particular circumstance. And I wanted to raise this to your attention for 3 reasons, because I always do things in 3s. First, based on the conversation we were having this morning about how review just means think about, but it doesn't actually mean doing, because we're not going to roll back protections, I just want you to know that they've already done a packet on, and we've already submitted comments on August 29th for a rulemaking to roll back protections by creating an exemption to manifesting requirements for hazardous waste movement. The second thing I want to do is implore you to please go and look at that packet. Look at our comments and the comments that were submitted on the packet. What you'll see is DTSC telling us that creating an exemption actually makes the environment safer. What exemptions do, particularly to manifesting, is it makes the pollution invisible, because then you can move pollution around and there's no way to know that they touched it, that they moved it, where it's supposed to go, where it did or didn't end up. Manifesting is the bedrock of the hazardous waste laws. And for DTSC to tell us that this exemption is just a small one, we shouldn't really worry about it, is deeply problematic. Please look at the record for that exemption, read the letters, note who is standing where relative to that decision. The third thing I just want to note is after the public comment period, we submitted a Public Records Act request for information about how DTSC determined that it was going to undertake this rulemaking. And after request after request after request, we've had silence from DTSC. They gave us copies of the letters that were submitted, but none of the documents were requested. This is not a transparent operation, and their assertions that they would never do anything to roll back protections are manifestly false when you look at their existing behavior. 18 seconds.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, thank you very much. You'll have 3 minutes.
Just Matt Holmes, California Environmental Justice Coalition, just in keeping with our conversation this morning about going BES, having oversight and going through line by line through the implementation of the hazardous waste plan. One issue that I want to make sure everybody packs their lunch for is the export of hazardous waste out of state. I mentioned multi-agency reporting this morning. I will be working with US EPA to get reports and administrative histories out of the facilities that receive California's trash. They seem very interested in poking holes in the regulatory framework of California's posture around regulating hazardous waste. And many of our members, like our friends up at Laytonville Rancheria, who have been ignored for 40 years while we do an exhaustive speciation of every soil sample in the region, they've reached out to the Trump administration, and so will other members of our coalition, because even though they're crazy, crazy can't be worse than consistent, cool indifference. So help us with the DTSC board on that, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We do have 3 hands raised on Zoom. Are there any other in-person commenters? Okay. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and move to Zoom now. James Williams, we're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks to the board for this opportunity to present comments today on the 2025 Draft Hazardous Waste Management Plan. As noted, my name is James Williams. I serve as Executive Director at the Environmental Technology Council in Washington, D.C. ETC is the leading trade association that represents all sectors of the industrial hazardous waste management industry. Our member companies must comply with the safety, security, and environmental regulations of the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, the Department of Transportation, the Clean Air Act, and the Risk Management Program, just to name a few. As part of their business practices, ETC member companies are continuously engaging with the communities in which they operate to ensure that their facilities are operating in a responsible, safe, and secure manner to protect against environmental injustices and to protect human health and the environment. I want to quickly talk about the plan and note that on page 14, first paragraph of the plan states that the national capacity for incineration is limited, and this limitation is a barrier to proper management of incinerable waste. ETC and its members respectfully disagree with this assessment. It appears that DTSC is basing this assessment on the staff's review of the United States Environmental Protection Agency's 2019 National Capacity Assessment Report, and not the agency's more recent 2024 report. Currently, national incineration capacity continues to grow. In December of 2024, ETC member company Clean Harbors opened its new RCRA permitted incinerator in Kimball, Nebraska, which will have a total capacity of 70,000 tons per year once fully operable. In addition, ETC member company Veolia North America will also soon open its new RCRA permitted incinerator at Gum Springs, Arkansas, which will have a total capacity of 100,000 tons per year. It is also worth noting that in our opening statement, EPA requires risk assessment to be performed at ETC member company facilities, and if these assessments find unreasonable risk, that those wastes shall not be incinerated. These combined actions help to reduce and in some cases eliminate held concerns for communities near RCRA-regulated facilities. In closing, ETC respectfully requests that the board require DSTC to update its 2025 waste management plan to reflect information provided in EPA's 2024 National Capacity Assessment Report.
15
It is
seconds.
important for the information that the DSTC shares with the community. It is important that that information be accurate. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. And if there are any questions, I'm more than happy to answer those.
Thank you for your comments. The next Zoom commenter we have is Philip Chandler. We're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation and you'll have 3 minutes. Philip Chandler, if you're able to unmute, please accept our invitation to unmute. Okay, we'll go to the next one and come back. Duncan McKee, we're going to invite you to unmute for the public forum period. Please accept our invitation and you'll have 3 minutes.
Very good. Thank you. My name's Duncan McKee. I'd like to reiterate what Angela's concerns on the manifest and the gentleman who spoke before about exporting hazardous waste, because we know Wometco over there has been exporting a lot of their hazardous waste over to Beatty, Nevada, so they don't release it in California. But they also import hazardous waste from all over the world to process at that facility. And I'm not sure about some of their other facilities in the US, but we really need to be keeping track of what's coming in. US EPA 20 or more years ago, when they found 330 some odd thousand parts per million lead on that property, expressed concerns about them importing hazardous waste from all over the world. So our community should not have to bear that burden. In addition, my understanding is the parent company RSR owns the old Whitco Richardson battery facility that is directly adjacent. So we're really concerned about that. DTSC has cited them for illegal or violations of storage of hazardous waste in train cars there. And my understanding is that some of the testing has shown some materials that shouldn't be there. In regards to the incineration of hazardous waste, I mean, they're incinerating plastic and rubber battery cases that are contaminated with acid and lead and chromium and cadmium and all kinds of other things over there. And it's wrong. Those are where a lot of the cancer-causing chemicals are coming from. DTSC shouldn't be allowing them to do this, and they are. South Coast Air Quality Management District's letting them get away with it, and they're not capable of of responsibly regulating them. There's a lot of things here that DTSC really needs to get on top of and tighten up in regards to the hazardous waste. And I'm really concerned about just pretending like it's not hazardous, and what people are calling deregulation is a direction that we do not want to be going. And I think I'll leave it at that for now, but thank you very much for the opportunity to comment. And I hope DTSC can start stepping up to the plate and protecting us like we are entrusting them to do, and we're entrusting the board to give good oversight of that. Thank you again.
Thank you for your comments. It looked like our last commenter on Zoom actually lowered their hand. So that does conclude the public forum agenda item number 8. That concludes the public forum period for items not on the agenda. Chair Rakestraw.
That's right. All right. Well, thank you so much, Courtney, and thank you to the public commenters. So we actually only have one item left on the agenda for today, which is item number 9, the Hazardous Waste Management Program Performance Metrics. So we now move to this agenda item number 9, where the board will consider whether to approve the board subcommittee's recommended performance metrics for DTSC's hazardous waste management program. In accordance with SB 158, the board, after consulting with the director, will adopt clear performance metrics for the department and each of the department's programs. This is the first time the board is considering metrics from one of DTSC's programs, and the board is currently also working with DTSC to develop metrics for the Safer Consumer Products program. I'd like to introduce Linda Ocampo, the board's staff senior engineer, who's joining us remotely to present the subcommittee's recommendations for performance metrics. We will also hear from Member Brostrom as she shares an overview of how we got to this point, as well as Member Bhatia on next steps. Linda, please, over to you.
Hi, thank you, Chair Rakestraw and members of the board, and everyone still with us. Can you all hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
Thank you. All right, I will now present the metrics subcommittee's proposed performance metrics for DTSC's hazardous waste management program. A more detailed exhibit of the metrics can be found in the board's meeting packet. Next. All right, in this presentation, I'll provide a brief metrics introduction covering the purpose and how we plan to use them. Then I'll go over the 6 proposed metrics for permitting, enforcement, and Office of Criminal Investigations. Finally, I'll outline the subcommittee's planned activities for 2026. Next. Before diving into the metrics, I want to provide an overview of the subcommittee's work completed so far. The Hazardous Waste Management Program metrics subcommittee consists of board members Ingrid Brostrom, Sushma Bhatia, along with Executive Officer Swati Sharma, and myself, Linda Ocampo, in the capacity of Senior Board Staff Engineer. SB 158 tasked the board with developing performance metrics in consultation with the director and through a public process. For the program's metrics setting, we followed a 2-part approach. First, we worked closely with the program leadership to understand program operations and evaluate the feasibility of metrics identified by the subcommittee. That collaboration shaped the set of metrics proposed today. The second part consisted of external engagement to receive public feedback on the proposed metrics. The initial set of metrics were revised in consideration of comments and recommendations received during the workshop and board meetings. We also received valuable input on the importance of qualitative metrics. And while we continue to explore the feasibility of qualitative metrics, today the subcommittee recommends moving forward with the proposed quantitative metrics as a starting point. Next. All right, I want to start with what we mean by metrics. Metrics are tools we use to measure how DTSC is performing. Instead of just describing activities, metrics give us numbers and trends we can track and assess over time. For example, rather than knowing that DTSC process permits, metrics provides us information to measure how many permits are processed on time, how many are overdue, and where process bottlenecks are forming. That way we can see progress clearly and consistently and identify what is working and can be improved. Next. The proposed metrics will be shared on public web platform and at board meetings when requested. The metrics will also inform the director's annual progress update to the board and the board's annual performance update to the legislature. These metrics will also support the evaluation of long-term goals related to permitting process efficiencies and implementation of enforcement activities. Next. All right, to get context to this set of metrics, the Hazardous Waste Management Program is organized into 4 divisions. The metrics proposed today were developed for 3 of these divisions: the Permitting, Enforcement Emergency Response Division, and Office of Criminal Investigation. These are core operational areas the subcommittee is looking to bring transparency and accountability to with the set of metrics. The Policy and Program Support Branch is a fairly new unit and will be assessed in future iterations of the program metrics. Next. Okay, now I'll go over the 3 proposed metrics for permitting. These metrics are intended to provide a clear picture of whether the division is meeting permitting processing timelines, where delays occur, and permitting process efficiencies. Next, please. Okay, the first metric is continued permits. This tracks how many permits remain in continued status after a year from permit term expiration. This matters because facilities operating without an updated permit decision, sometimes for years, delays the enforcement of updated environmental protections and community input. By tracking these metrics, we can clearly see whether the current outstanding permit decision backlog is decreasing over time and progress on upcoming permit renewals. Also provides insight into the number of facilities operating with continued permits and how far DTSC is from the ultimate stated goal of 0 continued permits. The data will be reported continuously as permit decisions become overdue. Next, please. Next, we'll look at the on-time permit decision metric. This metric tracks whether permitting is issuing permits within the statutory deadline. It's reported as a percentage of final permit decisions made within 1 year of permit term expiration, compared to all final decisions issued in that fiscal year. We thought this metric should be included in the initial set because it ultimately allows us to see whether permitting is made the statutory requirement and provides visibility into how many permit decisions are becoming overdue. We do want to note that while DTSC's interpretation of on time aligns with the statutory timeline, the subcommittee intends to request for evaluation information on permit decisions made prior to this deadline. Next, please. This graphic is just to show how metrics 1 and 2 work together to track DTSC's performance on permit decisions. Under the statute, DTSC has 1 year after permit fixed term ends to issue a final decision. These decisions are captured in metric 2. Once a year mark passes, those permits move into the overdue category, which are tracked under metric 1. These metrics provide the board an opportunity to monitor permitting's performance around addressing permit backlog and meeting its statutory obligations. Next, please. This third metric, timely application reviews, tracks the efficiency of the technical review process, which is resource intensive and often leads to permit decision delays. It's reported as a number of technical reviews completed within 140 days compared to all initial technical reviews completed in the fiscal year. When these reviews are completed within a 140-day timeframe up to the first notice of deficiency, it significantly increases the likelihood of a timely permit decision. And importantly, this metric helps identify permits that are at risk of becoming continued as it highlights early delays in the process. Next, please. Okay, the slide illustrates major stages of the permit application review process. The highlighted yellow section shows the technical review phase. Metric 3 tracks whether the technical review phase is completed within the 140-day timeframe. Reviews longer than this timeframe may be an early indicator that a bottleneck may be forming and permit might need additional attention. So in summary, the 3 permitting metrics report on permitting processing performance, and together they provide a structured and consistent way to assess and improve DTSC's permitting process. Next, please. Right, now we'll move on to Enforcement Emergency Response Divisions, or EERD, and the Office of Criminal Investigation metrics. These metrics focus on understanding compliance trends, enforcement effectiveness, and equity. Next, please. This metric tracks the number of supplemental environmental projects, or SEPs for short, applications submitted and how often they're used over time. We will track the number and dollar amount of SEPs funded, as well as the number of applications received and evaluated. Next, please. So SEPs turn a penalty into a tangible community benefit. For example, a community air monitor, a park cleanup, or a neighborhood educational program. This data will inform us on whether DTSC needs to increase community outreach to generate more eligible SEP applications, and whether facility owners are utilizing this opportunity to provide community benefit when available. Next, please. Metric 5, compliance rates, is foundational to assessing enforcement effectiveness. It tracks the return to compliance rate, which is the number of violations corrected compared to the total violations issued. We are breaking down this data to provide a deeper understanding of compliance across 3 angles: the type of violation, class 1, class 2, and minor, whether the facility is permitted or non-permitted. Examples of non-permitted facilities would be generators, metal shredders, transporters, to name a few. And critically, whether the facility is located in a vulnerable community. The return to compliance data will be evaluated on a quarterly and year-to-year basis. Next, please. Okay, the return to compliance helps us understand whether inspections are actually resulting in improved compliance. This is a direct indicator of enforcement effectiveness. Second is data from vulnerable communities will help us identify any potential disparities in enforcement efforts. And finally, this information supports longer-term planning for the department's enforcement activities by highlighting where additional attention or resources may be needed. Next, please. Lastly, Metric 6 tracks inspection completion rates to ensure DTSC is meeting its federal requirements. It tracks the % of permitted facility inspections completed per fiscal year, as required by the RCRA grant through the EPA compliance monitoring strategy. Facility inspections are the primary tool for monitoring compliance. This metric informs us whether DTSC is conducting the required inspections necessary to protect the public and environment. Now, in summary, these enforcement metrics provide actionable insights into opportunities for community benefits, compliance trends, and enforcement effectiveness. Next, please. All right, as we look ahead, the metrics subcommittee will begin setting goals for the proposed metrics in the early part of 2026 and continuously review the data as it's shared with the board. By mid-year of 2026, a separate subcommittee team led by Chair Rakestraw and Board Member Bhatia will work towards completing the metrics for the Safer Consumer Products Program, while another subcommittee team initiates the metric setting process for the Site Mitigation and Restoration Program. Next, please. In closing, the Metrics Subcommittee recommends approval of this initial set of metrics for the hazardous waste management programs, permitting, and enforcement functions. These metrics provide a starting point to drive transparency, strengthen accountability, and support continuous improvement within the program. Also, the baseline data from these metrics will help us identify refinements needed to address any information gaps. Next, please. All right, this concludes this presentation on the subcommittee's metrics proposal. We'll now open the floor for subcommittee remarks, board discussion, public comments, and board's vote. And thank you, and I'll turn it over to Chair Rakestraw.
Thank you very much, Linda. Thank you for the detailed presentation. Why don't I turn it over now to members Brostrom and Bhatia to speak for the subcommittee's work. Thank you.
You. And I'm going to just give a little brief recap. I know we're revisiting something that we considered earlier in the year. Early this year, we presented a set of board metrics for a board vote on the hazardous waste permitting and enforcement programs. And at that point, we heard from members of the public and other stakeholders a desire for more time to propose additional metrics for the subcommittee's assessment. And there was quite a focus on qualitative measurements. So we at that point decided to postpone the vote. In the interim, we have received additional suggestions from stakeholders, quite a few actually, from stakeholders and members of the public. Again, many of them include qualitative metrics. In addition to reviewing metrics that we received in various written formats, we have also met with stakeholders and received additional input and ideas. We took all the recommendations that we received and reviewed them both internally as the subcommittee, as well as with the DTSC permitting and enforcement teams. And I think, with the subcommittee, we really saw value in many of the qualitative metrics and recognize that they can provide valuable context. But that, we recognize that their implementation required the development of a consistent and transparent framework that really assured reliability and comparability across data sets. And, and frankly, we struggled to really figure out how to meet those parameters. At that time, we also recognized that there was, a desire for us to start collecting data on the quantitative metrics that we had already landed on. So at this point, we're recommending that we move forward with the quantitative metrics while we continue to look into ways of integrating qualitative metrics in the future iterations. So we are sensitive to the need to establish and track metrics and also establish goals so that we can start tracking progress in some of these, the metrics that you heard about today, while we continue to think through the best ways to integrate the qualitative metrics where we do see value. And I'll turn it over.
Thank you, Ingrid. I'm now going to add some high-level kind of learnings we've had from the process of working on the HWMP metrics and things that we expect to take us forward into SCP metrics and all the other future metrics that we're going to develop together with DTSC. So we learned two things. One is that we need to do a better job of bringing all of the stakeholders along and sharing all the learnings we are having in the course of the collaboration with DTSC. So that's number one. And number two, we learned that it's important to also codify some of the guiding principles. We've talked about them in our board meetings, but we feel like it'll be really useful to codify, as in to, again, re-anchor us on the core principles that are going to remain consistent as we consider metrics for each of DTSC's programs. So those are the two learnings. So in the spirit of reiterating what those guiding principles are, I'm going to read them out loud. We've discussed them to some degree in our previous board meetings, but there's 5 things I'm going to read out as our anchoring principles for metrics development. We're going to revisit them every time we talk about new metrics for consideration. Okay, so first guiding principle is that the proposed performance metrics will be developed iteratively. We've spoken about that. Once adopted, metrics will be considered a living document. We, the board, will continue to consider feedback that we receive from stakeholders, and we will consider them for adoption at least every 2 years. That is our goal. That's number one. Number two, performance metrics will consider the theory of change. This means we recognize that generating certain outputs will eventually drive the higher order outcome we desire, which is public health and environmental protection and improvement of the lived experience of communities. So to the degree possible, we will aim to connect the programmatic activities to prevention of specific harms. So that's number two. Number three, we've talked about this too, which is the metrics will focus on a limited number of metrics that matter. The goal is to elevate them for tracking and oversight purposes. The goal is not to stop tracking the metrics that DTSC currently tracks. We intend to refine that signal to noise ratio. We spoke about this because not everything that counts can be counted and not everything that can be counted counts. And we've heard that also from stakeholders. So again, this approach does not mean that the board will ask DTSC to stop measuring, tracking, or reporting the metrics that they currently track and report on. This approach simply offers a way to prioritize certain metrics for oversight and evaluation. That's number three. Number four is the metrics will be trackable numbers. Ingrid spoke about this earlier. We want to identify trackable numbers that are able to be influenced in a positive direction through board-established goals. Trackable means that DTSC currently has a mechanism to systematically track them or can institute a mechanism to systematically track those on an ongoing basis and allow a longitudinal view of those changes. And lastly, that's number 5, which is metrics will be developed collaboratively with stakeholders and the public to gain an outside-in view and to ensure that our adopted metrics are meaningful to a broader set of audience. So those are the guiding principles. This is also living. As we continue to learn in this process of developing metrics with DTSC, we might add to this, but these are the core things we're carrying forward into SCP metrics as well. In terms of our approach, I think we've already done this with HWMP, and we're doing this now with SCP, is we are establishing subcommittees consisting of 2 board members and the board staff to develop metrics for consideration by the broader board, and we're developing them together with DTSC. We are holding recurring meetings with DTSC to understand the program structure, their teams, DTSC's team, sub-team structure, and the deliverables or outputs generated by those teams and sub-teams. We are reviewing the performance metrics or KPIs that are already being tracked and reported by DTSC to other governmental agencies or to the public, and we're building off of those. We are providing updates to other board members, stakeholders, and the public through these board meetings. And then the goal is to eventually propose metrics for broader adoption by the board when ready. We will, of course, solicit and consider public input prior to the adoption of any proposed metrics. And as we've learned through HWMP, it's important that we provide our own rationale for the treatment of the public input that we receive. So that will be our approach.
Thank you very much. Gomez.
I have a couple of questions and I'll try to be brief. One is these guiding principles are great. How are they being structured? Is there a formal structure to this process? And the reason that I'm asking that is because it is a great principles that should be guiding this process, and I appreciate that, but I know that all of us are replaceable. So if they're not, then whomever comes after us, they might have a different approach. So is there some thought about that in terms of formalizing them? Should they be part of this adoption that we're doing today? Yeah, that's question number 1, and then I have other questions.
I'll just give you my reaction, and I think that's up for us to discuss as the board of how we would like to codify these guiding principles. I think that the fact that we are discussing them in board meetings means that they are part of our record, and we've done this in the past. There's nothing new today that we have not previously communicated, so I hope that that itself provides a record. And then the staff, even if we all change, I think the staff remain. So the idea is that they carry the principles forward. Having said that, if the group feels like we need to do more to codify it, I think it's up to the rest of us.
I think I would want to, I'm assuming that if we do approve these metrics for today's proposal, they're going to be placed in their website, right? I think we should incorporate them as part of the package, beginning package. So that means perhaps making it part of the motion. I don't know, but we'd love to see it in writing, right? And publish in the form of transparency. So that's one. Give it some thought, whatever. The other one is, I know that after the last meeting that we had on this, it seemed like there was a lot of stakeholders wanting to participate, in which resulted into written comments, meetings, and all of that. Did we respond to any? Did we have an official written response to the comments and that? Or are we?
There's a memo that our board staff have compiled that includes all of the comments we received from the beginning of the metrics process, but also since March. And we've not just, we've tabulated them by theme and then our treatment recommendation. So that memo is now out on our website. I want to confirm.
We have like a backgrounder document on each of the metrics.
Okay.
But the board member's response, and kind of what to Member Brostrom was saying is that some of those things, we have the framing right now that we can start measuring. The others, they're going to be ongoing conversations. The framing just doesn't exist right now, but that doesn't mean the conversation stops on some of those metrics. But we do have a backgrounder document that Linda worked on collaboratively with our team.
Okay, just wanted to know. I didn't know you put something on the website. And then last, if I heard you correctly, in terms of for the next round of this, there'll be a subcommittee, same process, but I also heard you that one of the lessons was incorporating stakeholders. So what the committee's hearing, they too are hearing it. How is that gonna, what does that look like?
I just want to make sure I understood the correct question correctly, which is you're asking if how when we start tackling the next set of metrics, how will everybody feel included in the process? Okay, cool.
What would be different than what we did? Perhaps nothing, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think this is a good question. This is something we grappled with. We felt like last time we were learning so much information and we were doing some readouts in our board meetings, but perhaps we need to spend more time to articulate them more clearly so that everybody felt like they were partaking in the learning we were having with DTSC. I think we are now starting the process with SCP, and Andrew and I are part of the subcommittee, and we need to take time at every board meeting and provide more extensive updates on our end about where the process is, what we have learned, and what learnings are we taking into the next phase of the metrics development.
The other thing that we're doing differently with SCP this time around is having DTSC come and present about the program, right? Give background, because we had extensive number of meetings just learning about HWMP, like what are the goals, what's the intent, how are things set up, all of that. And so we're going to be doing that with SCP, doing like an SCP 101 presentation so that the public and the rest of the board members have that same shared understanding about that program, about its goals, how it works. So that's the.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask a couple questions as well? So you mentioned here in the slides that I guess it says set goals for HWMP metrics early 2026. I assume that's DTSC setting those goals. No, it's the board setting the goals for this metrics.
It's the subcommittee. So DTSC and the subcommittee. So it doesn't come to the full board for a subcommittee that has those discussions with DTSC. Because those goals can change year to year. Metrics are set, but the goals, depending on, what's in front of DTSC, what the prior year goals look like.
I just want to anchor us on what is a goal versus a metric, because I feel like we all got tripped up in the past about this. A metric is just a number that is being reported by DTSC. Those are the 6 metrics that Linda presented earlier. Through the stakeholder conversations, we heard about how will the metrics help the board measure progress, and what is the goal of measuring the metrics. And that's where we just realized that we need to also develop our own clarity on goal setting to say if we want to track continued permits and we want eventually that number to be 0, is there an interim goal we want to set for 2026? Is there an interim goal we want to set for 2027? And to Swati's point, that number might contextually change every year, but we want to at least point to the North Star for what that number needs to ideally look like. So I think that this is the first time we're going to do it. So I do feel like we need to give ourselves some space to iterate and figure out if this is the right way to do it. And that's why I think it makes sense for the subcommittees to start the process for HWMP. And if we need to change it and bring it to the board or do something different, we will have to do that later, but we need to start somewhere.
He has been thinking about what these goals look like too, so it'll be a collaborative process.
Got it. Thanks. That's helpful. It's good to know. And then in terms of the reporting of both the goals and the metrics on a website, do we have clarity on exactly the format through which that will be presented?
DTSC, so we'll have to get back to you. Right now, there's the dashboard metrics that are on their website. I believe most of the metrics will be monthly, but there'll be a report out. And in an ideal, again, ideal setting, there's cohesiveness between the metrics here and all of the measurements that DTSC does for either director's priorities and other areas. So I think there'll be multiple ways to report out. We've also heard requests of reporting them out on our BES website. So we'll make sure that those metrics are fully available and accessible to all.
I think there's one thing worth reminding folks that I believe it was maybe 2 board meetings ago where we said, DTSC, while we're still opening up for public comment, can you please start tracking the metrics for those 6 topics? So I would love to hear DTSC come back to us at the next board meeting and say, okay, we've started the process, here's what the numbers look like, we need a month more, whatever that looks like. I don't want to forget that thread because we did make that ask. And we said, while we're keeping the public comment period open, please start tracking these 6 metrics.
Great, thank you so much. Are there any other comments or questions before we open it up for public comment on this item? Okay, all right, let's open it up for public comment. Courtney, please lead us through that.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. We'll now hear public comments on agenda item number 9, the proposed performance metrics for DTSC's hazardous waste management program. I will start with our in-person participants. So if you'd like to make a comment, please raise your hand and I'll call you up to the microphone in the aisle. Please, Ivana, come on up. Thank you.
Hi, Ivana with Physicians for Social Responsibility again. I'm trying to figure out where to start. I'm disappointed, I think, by these metrics. I think there are some missed opportunities with not only the qualitative metrics, but I do think there were other metrics that could be quantified that I don't see any real changes here. But I guess I'll start kind of on the holistic pieces. I disagree about not including qualitative metrics here, but I also want to kind of raise the opportunity to take a more holistic approach when, for example, doing the annual update to the legislature, DTSC's performance evaluation. I think the metrics are not the only place where this kind of work can take place. And so I think it is important that we continue to wrestle with how to think about some of these qualitative aspects of this work and how to represent the experience of being an impacted community member and having one of these sites or a cleanup in your community. So I want to raise that. And then I think, for example, one of the missed opportunities I see is kind of around the inspection metrics, which I haven't had a chance to look at the memo too much in depth, but I think I saw something around there about kind of one of the barriers to other kinds of inspection metrics being sort of this confidentiality being a challenge. And for example, I think there's ways to maybe think about how to more creatively report out in kind of a de-identified way, similar to some of the categories that are already used in the compliance metrics. So I do think that there are some missed opportunities. And I also want to raise sort of, I think it would be helpful to sort of keep a running list of sort of desired metrics or metrics that were part of this process, but maybe when, for whatever reason, it was deemed not feasible, identifying what those challenges are, what it would take to have that become a metric, because I don't like sort of DTSC being, oh, we don't track that, and then that's sort of having that be the end of the conversation. So I think publicly having that in a place where we can continue to maybe advocate for some of the different mechanisms to track that data more regularly would be really useful. And lastly, I just want to flag that this entire conversation feels like a little bit of a deja vu of
15
this
seconds.
morning with this dynamic of sort of having this public process, taking on the feedback, going back to DTSC, they raise, oh, these are all the challenges and this is why we can't do that. And then nothing really changes and we call it a starting point. And I just think this is the dynamic that we see over and over and over again that I'm
Thank you.
frustrated with. And I think as a board, I would like to see you think through different ways that we can get through these conversations. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, thank you so much. You'll have 3 minutes. I'm happy to see you.
I came repeating the mantra, I will not cede this space. So here I am. I have things to say about this too. So first of all, I just want to reiterate something that I already noted, which is breaking all of these goals and metrics and plans and priorities into little tiny pieces is a pathway that will always leave us disjointed. And I think that instead of trying to think about how do we get ever refined versions of little pieces of insight into things that are happening, it would be really helpful if this board would step back and think about where is this institution trying to go? And how do we align all of our pieces to get there? And so there's a sense in which this feels like very painful, busy work. Very painful. Very painful. And I don't know how to do that, but what I do think is that I think Board Member Gomez, you raised really important questions that I think really need to be addressed. In particular, how do you document this so that it doesn't go away? And I think leaving it to the good graces of the universe is probably not the strongest approach. If this is a principle that's going to be driving for this institution, it should be written up as a principle that's driving this institution. And the things that you're talking about sound very executive order-like. The next people come up, they just change it. There's not a way for us to interact with it because we didn't get to decide these principles. It just happens. Somebody sits at the dice. It's just a different set of principles. I think it's problematic, and it's not going to lead us to places that feel more coherent and build trust in an institution. And the other point that I think Board Member Gomez raised that's really important is, what does engagement look like? And you outlined some steps that sound an awful lot like the steps we talked about this morning with the plan, or this afternoon with the plan, which is we're going to learn a bunch of stuff, and then we're going to come to this setting, and then we're going to tell you what we learned, and then you get 3 minutes at the microphone to, in the minute, decide what you think about that, and then we probably won't listen, but yeah, we'll come back later with it. This is a pattern that the board is falling into, and it is not
15 seconds.
It's not likely to yield anything that's much more than you sitting and listening to people be frustrated, you being frustrated that you don't understand why we're frustrated, and then we all go away frustrated. And in the midst of all of that, frontline communities are still trying to deal with what it means for this agency to not effectively manage hazardous waste.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Any other in-person commenters? Okay, we'll go ahead and move to, we have one hand raised on Zoom. Rebecca Overmeyer Velasquez, we're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, okay, great, thank you. Rebecca Overmeyer Velasquez, coordinator of the Clean Air Coalition of North Whittier and Avocado Heights, and this will be quick. I just struck by the conversation about metrics this afternoon, and the care we're taking to think about how to have measurable outcomes to hold the agency accountable for the work that it's doing. And yet that was completely ignored. All of the comments that folks made unanimously almost from communities asking for real accountability that would depend on metrics. And then, of course, Angela's question earlier, what is the relationship of this metrics conversation to the plan, hazardous waste management plan, which has no metrics? So I wanted to also shout out to Board Member Gomez for her standing with us and recognizing the real deep flaws in the plan. So I wanted to thank you for doing that. I think it's well recognized by folks. We understand what you did, and we understand the subsequent decision and how it feels really like a betrayal of the communities and our concerns. So I'm perplexed that we can have this conversation as if it's disconnected from what we talked about earlier today. It's absurd, actually. So I highly recommend that you take this conversation about important metrics and holding the agency accountable for the work that it does and putting those in the plan so that we can see when the plan is actually implemented that we've got some benchmarks to meet. And when they don't get met, there are consequences for not meeting them. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Just confirming there are no other comments on Zoom, and if our interpreters can please let me know if there are any commenters in the Spanish room, please. Okay, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and conclude public comment on agenda item number 9 and turn it back to Chair Rakestraw.
Thank you very much, Courtney, and thanks to the public for their comments. So we are now at the board vote consideration of this agenda item. Is there any additional discussion before we have a motion, or do we have a motion from a board member?
I'll quickly react to the 3 pieces of input I've heard so that we can not lose them. One is the comment around taking a top-down view and having a strategic plan lens perhaps versus doing a bottom-up route. We have previously talked about this in this forum, and I think where we landed was it's an and, not an or. We tackle it in every possible way because ultimately all of the work kind of needs to make sense and converge towards a set of metrics that we can use for oversight and evaluation purposes. So that's one. The second piece of feedback, which is ongoing, which is the finding a way to incorporate qualitative metrics. This is not lost on us that it's important. We couldn't tactically figure out a way to launch surveys or mechanisms that will give us unbiased input for now until we figure it out. That I think will remain under consideration. And then the third point of feedback is a really good one, which is the engagement piece is how do we not just provide readouts in conversation in these board meetings, but ensure that every conversation is backed up with some sort of an update that you all can react to before you show up at the board meetings. And I think that's something we can take back as give you more steer and time to react to information versus us just doing a readout. So thank you for that. So with that, I am happy to make a motion for accepting, is that the right word? Approving the staff adopting staff recommendation on the hazardous waste management program metrics.
We have a motion to adopt the BES stat. They made a recommendation, right? Okay. The BES staff's recommendation with respect to the proposed performance metrics for DTSC's hazardous waste management program. We have a second. Are there any amendments or additional board discussion on this motion?
I have a request, and perhaps it's not an amendment, but maybe for the next board meeting. I really do believe, I strongly believe that the principles that you laid out are critical to tie to the whole process. So maybe writing those down and putting them out for public comment in which we then can discuss and adopt for the next meeting would be very important. So that would be a request that we do that as an action item. And I don't know if we'll get to adopting them, but at least incorporating them sooner rather than later. So that would be my only request.
We can certainly take that as an AI. I will work with the board staff to find a way to produce the written document as part of our record for us to discuss further if required.
Thank you very much. Any other amendments, any other board discussion? Courtney, will you please go ahead and call a vote?
For board members in support of the motion, please vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, we have 5 ayes, and the motion to adopt the subcommittee's proposed performance metrics passes unanimously. Chair Rakestraw.
Thank you very much. That actually concludes our business today. In what was a very long, very difficult meeting. I won't attempt to recap all of it, but just to really thank our board members here for all of their work that goes on behind the scenes to get to this point. Thank our board staff as well for all of their efforts, both with respect to this meeting as well as preparation for it, and all of the work that goes into the subcommittee's work as well. And to thank for the members of the public as well, both who are here in person and who are online. And then finally, of course, DTSC as well for all of their engagement with the board along the way. So with that, can I have a motion to adjourn?
I will make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Courtney, can you please call a vote?
All in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Aye.
Great, thank you very much. The meeting is officially adjourned at 5:16 p.m.
Chair Rakestraw, I just want to thank our executive officer and our BES team for all their hard work in getting us to this point, and to our wonderful team from CSS, Corin and Vanessa.